Chapter 1, Start to Send Navy 6 Styles. Chapter 1 Start to Send Navy 6 Styles. In the endless sea, there is a lone boat drifting freely with the sea breeze. The sun shining on the small boat made the surroundings look particularly peaceful. The clear blue sky was full of white clouds, and several seabirds flew past the white clouds from time to time. A person was standing on the boat at this time. He wore short sleeves and shorts that couldn't be more usual, and the simple clothes fit his age. He looks like a teenager, and his grey hair highlights his unruly and rebelliousness. Although there is some immature atmosphere in his black pupils, he appears confident. He is full of heroic spirit, exquisite features, coupled with a thin figure, and fair skin, which makes him look unique and charming. His name is Lin Tian, and his previous life is an otaku who loves anime, and his favorite anime is One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach, the three major Japanese comics. As for why it is a past life? That's because he crossed. His memory is a bit vague. He only remembers that when he was watching One Piece with his mobile phone, a pop-up popped up on the phone interface. He then habitually clicked to close it. After a few clicks, he found that he couldn't turn it off. I looked at it and it said, "May I enter the pirate world?" He thought it was another boring link advertisement, so he clicked to close it again. Unexpectedly, the pop-up window couldn't be closed, so he simply clicked to confirm. Just after clicking the confirmation, Lin Tian suddenly felt a strong sleepiness rushing to his heart, his brain's consciousness gradually blurred, his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Lin Tian finally couldn't control his body and fell down. I don't know how long it took. When Lin Tian opened his eyes, he found that he was already in a small boat. The boat drifted on the sea with the wind, slowly driving in an unknown direction. He could only see the endless sea when he looked around. Where am I? Lin Tian touched his forehead and realized that he was not dreaming. Just as he was at a loss, his brain was still groggy. A voice forcibly pulled him into reality. Hello, host. The infinite lottery system is awakened. It is detected that the world you are in now is the One Piece world. This voice was unusually cold, just like the sound made by a robot. Looking around, he found his own boat besides the sea. Lin Tian repeatedly confirmed that it was not a prank. He was also sure that he was not dreaming. Did I really encounter crossing? I crossed into the world of One Piece. Lin Tian sighed, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although the world of One Piece is wonderful, it is also very dangerous. Think of the 4 emperors, Chiwahei, and the 3 major naval generals. Each one possesses extremely powerful strength. I don't know when it is now and whether the plot has begun. Lin Tian thought to himself, but still asked in confusion. What is the wireless lottery system? Although Lin Tian is not sure that this system will answer him, he can only grasp this life-saving straw when he thinks about it. Hello host. The wireless lottery system, as the name implies, as long as you complete the tasks assigned to you by the system, you can draw almost unlimited and generous rewards. This feeling is good. There is a system. What am I afraid of? Lin Tian thought happily. Hello host, it has been detected that you have a novice lucky draw package that has not been used. May I ask whether it is a lucky draw? The system's voice was still cold, but it made Lin Tian's heart happy. Draw, Lin Tian hurriedly replied. As soon as he finished drawing, Lin Tian saw that there was a lottery tray in front of him that looked like a projection. There are many different texts on the lottery board. 100,000 Bailey. Armed color domineering. The ability of the rubber fruit. And the 6 navy styles. 3 Guyu writing round eyes. White eyes, 10 times savvy pill. This is too rich. Lin Tian was secretly surprised. Do you want to start the extraction? The system asked. Lin Tian replied, start drawing. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian saw the lottery turntable spinning. Time spent in Lin Tian's anxious waiting. Finally, under Lin Tian's expectation, the pointer stopped on a piece of text. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn 6 Navy styles. Congratulations to the host. Your Navy Type 6 has reached its full level. As soon as the sound of the system fell, a cloud of light flew towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian suddenly felt his body relaxed for a while, and a very refreshing feeling came from his body. It seems that the body is much lighter. And there are many strange things in his mind. After savoring it for a while, Lin Tian finally revealed his white teeth and thought with a smile. Navy Type 6 is really strong. I have completely mastered it. How strong is the Navy 6 type at an instant full level? Lin Tian thought excitedly. The 6th Navy type is a must-have product in the pirate world to kill and surrender. It is a must for naval recruit training and world government secret personnel. Lin Tian has mastered the 6th Navy type so easily and perfectly. I didn't expect this system to be so powerful. Hello host. The Infinite Lottery system has been officially opened. The system will release main tasks and side tasks, which can be completed as appropriate. Main tasks must be completed. Complete tasks of different levels to different levels will receive different levels of lottery rewards. Different levels. That's how it is. Then what are the levels of the system and lottery? Host, there are 5 levels in the lottery. There are 5 levels of SABD. The S level has the most precious prizes. The main factors that affect the prize level are the task level and the rating system. That is to say, if you have completed the S-level task and are recognized by the system as the highest score, then the explosion rate for the most precious reward is the highest. The D-level lottery prizes are relatively average, but the S-level equipment can still be exploded, but the explosion rate is extremely low, and it can be said that it is almost impossible to draw. So that's the case. In other words, after completing the task, will I get a chance to draw a lottery? Yes. There will be a lottery for completing each task. The host will not be disappointed. Host. Your mission has started. Task type is the main line. The content of the task is, apprentice Kojiro and learn his swordsmanship. Task level, C level. Task reward, C level turntable draw once. In that case, let's do the task. Lin Tian said. Moon Step. Lin Tian can already use the Moon Step in the 6 formulas proficiently through the baptism of the gift bag, and shuttle back and forth in the air. Lin Tian left his boat and kept using the Moon Step, trying to search the surroundings. After searching for a while, nothing was found, but a few seagulls were found. Although you have mastered the 6th Navy style, it is unlikely that you will always use the Moon Step in this endless sea. After all, people's physical strength is limited. Lin Tian was a little anxious, and at this moment, she suddenly saw something not far away. What's that? Lin Tian thought suspiciously, and then used Yuebu to rush in that direction quickly. Chapter 2, Life and Death Pirates Group. Chapter 2 Life and Death Pirates Group. After a systematic lottery, Lin Tian not only directly learned the skydifying skill of the Navy Type 6, but also instantly reached the level of the 6 type full level. The degree of use of the 6 types is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. What is the concept of full level? Lin Tian is confident and directly crushes the 6 masters in the original work, such as all the CP9 owners, including Rob Lucci. And at this time, Yuebu could be said to be invaluable under Lin Tian's use. He was like a hummingbird, moving towards the dark shadow at super high speed. He appeared not far from the unknown object in an instant. It turned out that the unknown object was a ship. Take a closer look, there is a flagpole on the ship, and the flag on the flagpole is painted with the pattern of a pirate. This is a pirate ship. At this moment, these pirates are happily roaring on the deck, seeming to be having a banquet. A voice came. Host. Your mission has started. Task type, branch. Task content, destroy the big stick pirate group in front of you. Task level, D level. Task reward, D-level lottery draw once. Lin Tian was happy in his heart, someone will bring pillows if I want to sleep. He just wants to know how strong he is now. I saw him walking for a month, and he appeared 100 meters away in an instant, swaying to the pirate ship. Hey? What the hell? Hey! Kid! Who are you? Why haven't I seen you? The pirate on the ship saw Lin Tian suddenly appearing, and asked in surprise. The pirates are very vigilant. But when he saw that Lin Tian was not only alone, but also young and weak, he relaxed his vigilance. Immediately they laughed and said, "Wow, ha ha ha! What a skinny kid! Why did this guy come to our boat? Yet! What a shame! Although I don't know how I appeared here. But after getting on our ship, don't think about it anymore. Ha ha ha!" The pirates laughed. The pirates who were having a banquet burst into laughter instantly. "Why don't you throw him into the sea to feed the sharks? Think of it as a fun for everyone," a pirate suggested. "It's better to just fall apart, let us see how he struggled when he died." "No, no, no. I don't think it would be better to flush the toilet for the captain. The captain seems to be missing a handyman," another pirate said, and he looked at the 2-meter-high sturdy man next to him respectfully. He was obviously flattering. This sturdy man was naked to the upper body, holding an oversized steak, and smiling while eating, pointed the steak at Lin Tianyeto's prestige. "Boy! Originally you would definitely die today, uncle, I'm in a good mood. Just leave you a little life. From now on you will clean the toilet for me. What do you think?" He also raised the mace beside him by the way, full of threats and pride. In his eyes, Lin Tian was just a hapless child, an ant-like character, and he couldn't make any splashes. There was laughter again. "Ha ha ha! This guy is really unlucky. Ha ha, bad luck. Why did you get on the boat of our Big Bang pirate group? Know that our captain is the one who offered a reward of 2 million Baileys. In this area of the East China Sea, he is a vicious big pirate. Boy, do you know what the big pirate means? The captain's spiked stick is invincible in the world. This guy is too unlucky. Ha ha ha! Hey!" Lin Tian was just a blockbuster in his heart, thinking, "Are you idiots? Flush the toilet for you. I don't want to, but you do not have the qualification to flush the toilet for me." Lin Tian calmly counterattacked. In his opinion, these pirates are already dead. But the pirates around them all laughed like they had heard something terrible. After calming down for a few seconds, there was laughter again, especially harsh. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect people to live and die. The captain asked you to flush the toilet. That's your pleasure. This kid is really tired of life. How dare to provoke the captain?" The pirates simply did not pay attention to the young man in front of them. The various contempt of the pirates had reached the culmination. They knew that the young man in front of them had annoyed the captain and should not escape the end of death. Some pirates still laughed at Lin Tian's self-defeatingness, but more often they opened their mouths and got ready to see how Lin Tian died. Sure enough, this captain, known as the Big Bang Pirate Group, had a fierce look and murderous intent when he heard the words, which shows that his intention to kill has already started. He smirked, showing murderous intent, and shouted, "Then you go to death." He raised his huge mace in an instant. The mace hit Lin Tian hard. The captain was tall and strong, and he smashed it down with such a large mace. It is no exaggeration that he could kill a cow. Some pirates around have also turned around. They already knew the consequences of annoying their captain, and some people were even silently mourning for Lin Tian. However, after a few seconds, there was no sound from all around, quiet and a little strange. All the pirates are puzzled. The imaginary sound of mace smashing people into meat sauce did not appear. This is? What's the matter? Captain Dabang couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. His voice was trembling, and his heart was a little flustered. At this time, he was sweating, because he had never seen such a strange thing. It turned out that his mace hit the head of the weak young man in front of him, and the whole thing was bent. You must know that your mace is made of extremely strong material. Why does this young man who looks weak and fragile in front of him seem to have nothing at all? Haha! No headache at all. Keep coming. Lin Tian provocatively smirked. Naturally, Lin Tian was so proud because he successfully used the Navy Type 6 iron block. An iron block is to make your body reach the hardness of iron. It would take many years for this piece of iron to enter the room. Even Rob Luck, who was called a genius, took a long time. And this system not only allowed Lin Tian to learn the 6 Navy style in an instant, but also allowed him to directly reach his level, completely master the 6 Navy style and reach the point of proficiency. Can you imagine how terrible Lin Tian is? Now the hardness of Lin Tian's body has long surpassed that of steel. It's just a mere mace, how could it be possible to get him? Ah! What's going on? What's going on here? Is it a capable person of devil fruit? The pirates in front of them were also stunned, just like seeing ghosts in broad daylight, because they had never encountered such an evil situation. Shoot! Shoot! You idiots! Captain Big Bang showed that the reaction was not slow. He suddenly took a musket from his pocket and shot Lin Tian. Chapter 3, Senbon Sakura with Super High Explosive Rate. Chapter 3 Senbon Sakura with Super High Explosive Rate. The pirates also reacted one after another, taking out their muskets, pulling the trigger, and shooting at Lin Tian. Are you still alive under the rain of bullets? Freak! Captain Pirate thought as expected. And all this happened between the sparks and fire. Lin Tian smiled calmly, motionless, letting these bullets fall on him. Bang bang bang! Hearing only a burst of crisp sound, it was like shooting a shot on the metal. Lin Tian was full of sparks, but his body did not have any scars at all. Even the clothes were just neat and tidy. Monster! The captain of the Big Bang pirate group was stunned. Lin Tian said impatiently. Well, it's me if you are tired. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tian suddenly disappeared. Just like teleporting. He brought a gust of wind around. When Lin Tian appeared again, he was only one step away from Captain Big Bang. Shave! Pointing to the gun. I saw that Lin Tianyi had already poked Captain Big Bang's abdomen, and the blood flow continued to flow from Captain Big Bang's abdomen. When he looked at his eyes again, he had lost his brilliance, and he had obviously lost consciousness. One finger. The power of one finger. Horrible. The captain is dead. Run. The pirates are like frightened birds, some are fainted on the spot, and more are running around. All of them blame their parents for giving themselves a pair of legs. But how could Lin Tian let them go? How can such a good practice time be wasted? What's more, the task is also to be completed. Land feet. The powerful kicking force brought up a wave of vacuum blades, and instantly hit the pirates, reaping the lives of the pirates unscrupulously. Although Lin Tian was just a teenager at this time. However, this seemingly harmless and weak young man, to the Big Bang pirates, is like Shura coming to the world. Pointing to the gun. Land foot. Lin Tian kept using the 6 forms and the screams of the pirates kept coming. Ah! Lin Tian is obviously very satisfied with his 6 forms. The more he uses it, the more skilled he is. Even if Rob Lucy and the senior Navy generals see it, they will be shocked. Lin Tian kept reaping the lives of the pirates with 6 patterns. Pirates keep falling in a pool of blood. Who would have thought that this handsome grey-haired boy was so tough? Although only a few minutes have passed, it is already the last time in their lives for the pirates of the Big Bang pirate group. When Lin Tian finally killed the last pirate with his finger gun, another voice came. Congratulations to the host. Complete the side mission, exterminate the Big Bang pirates. The task is level D, and the analysis is in progress. The analysis is complete. Congratulations to the host for getting the highest evaluation of the task, S level. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the task reward, D-level side task lottery. Since you have completed the side task for the first time and received the highest degree of evaluation, the system has increased the burst rate of special prizes for you. The system reminds you. After completing an S-level evaluation, the burst rate of rare prizes will be increased to the highest. May I draw it now? The system still asked coldly. But Lin Tian was so happy. It turns out that the higher the task level, the higher the completion degree, the higher the evaluation. The higher the probability of getting a better prize level. Lin Tian is very excited now. After easily solving such a pirate group, they won a chance to draw a lottery. That's cool. Lin Tian hurriedly replied. Draw. Lin Tian picked up the 2 characters sound. As soon as it fell, Lin Tian saw the familiar lottery turntable. There were a wide variety of prizes on the turntable, which was bigger than the novice turntable he saw for the first time. After all, this is the first time Lin Tian has completed the task. Although it is a side task, he shouldn't be too stingy to come to the system. Seeing the various rewards on the turntable, Lin Tian was also jealous. Do you want to start the extraction? The system asked. Start drawing. Lin Tian replied expectantly. Then the turntable began to spin. After a while, Lin Tian saw that the rotation of the turntable began to slow down. The small pointer points to a row of text. When he saw this line of text, Lin Tian's eyes began to shine. Oh my god! Full level seeing and hearing domineering. Lin Tian breathed a sigh when he saw that the pointer was about to fall on the full level seeing and hearing domineering. Full level knowledge and domineering. It sounds so strong. Lin Tian sighed in his heart. Katakuri, one of the 3 general stars in the original book, has cultivated enough to foresee a short future by seeing and hearing beauty. Isn't it even stronger to see and hear at full level? You must be drawn. Lin Tian said eagerly. But who would have thought that the pointer was like teasing Lin Tian, but it slipped slightly to the next square. 1 billion Baileys. When Lin Tian saw the words on the pointer, he felt like he was vomiting blood. You can ask for anything. It's just that the money is really useless. Lin Tian hurriedly begged the system for blessing, and prayed that he would never get this cheating reward. It may be that Lin Tian's sincerity was felt, the turntable finally stopped, and the pointer unbiasedly landed on the next grid, and it didn't move anymore. Lin Tian followed the pointer and carefully looked at those few lines, and suddenly the blood on his worried face reappeared. Lin Tian smiled instantly. Congratulations to the host. You are so lucky. You actually got a B-level reward. In the plane of death, the captain of Godai 13th Division 6th Division Kukaki Byakuya's Zanpaku sword Senbon Sakura, Hajime. This luck is really good. The D-level mission actually got the B-level reward. Although he didn't get the prize of the strongest seeing and hearing, Lin Tianxi didn't feel discouraged. You need to know Qian Ben Sakura is only B-level at the beginning of the solution, and if it reaches the swastika solution, then it is not yet a proper A-level. To know that the full level Navy Type 6, the systematic evaluation is only C-level. As soon as the sound of the system fell, a cloud of light flew towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian suddenly felt a heavy weight on his waist. Lin Tian looked sideways and saw a samurai sword hung on his waist. This one might be Qian Ben Sakura. Lin Tian thought. Then he held his left hand on the handle of the knife and his right hand on the handle of the knife. It feels so good. The excellent touch and attractive appearance made Lin Tian secretly praised. Base. It was the sound of drawing a knife. Good knife. Senbon Sakura is dazzling in the sun, sharp and heart palpitating. These Sakura is the Zanpaku sword of Byakuya Kukaki, the captain of the 13th Division of Godai Division of the God of Death. The initial solution ability is to decompose the blade into countless invisible thin blades, which are like flying petals due to the light. Senbon Sakura's strength and appearance are particularly in line with Lin Tian's appetite. As for Jisenbon Sakura Jinjian, it is even more powerful. Lin Tian played with his Zanpak knife carefully, and couldn't help but think. There are a total of 83 well-known knives in One Piece world, with 12 great knives, 21 knives, and 50 liang knives. Although I haven't seen those famous knives. But Qian Benzakura, is estimated to have reached the standard of the supreme big knife. Qian Benzakura is the system's B-level reward. After drawing the prize, Lin Tian was happy for a long time before thinking about his current task. Then Lin Tian started to take the helm. His main task at this time was to learn swordsmanship from Chaos Hero. Lin Tian also found several million Baileys on this ship. Although the rewards in One Piece are hundreds of millions at every turn, the current millions are not enough for Lin Tian now. Chapter 4, Arrived at Chuanjiahe Village Dojo. Chapter 4 Arrived at Chuanjiahe Village Dojo. Lin Tian knew that if he wanted to find Chaos Hero, he would go to Chuanjiahe Village. Soran in the original book was the swordsmanship he learned in Chuanjiahe Village and Chaos Hero. The East China Sea is very big, and Lin Tian is ignorant of sailing, so he can only learn and sell now. Fortunately, he is not very far away from Frost Moon Village. With such a large pirate ship, at least there is no need to worry about survival. Even after walking a lot of wrong ways, Lin Tian still arrived at the island where Chuanjiahe Village was located, and he only spent less than 3 days. The port of Chuanjiahe Village is not big, but there are many ships calling at it. More than a dozen fishing boats are moored in the port, and the fishermen are happily carrying the fish caught today. Some merchant ships are temporarily berthing to supplement supplies. Suddenly, a pirate ship slowly approached the port and stopped not far away. After all, the pirate flag of the Big Bang pirate group is still hanging on the sails, and the arrival of a relatively large pirate ship like this is still quite eye-catching. Lin Tian drew ashore and stopped the ship, took millions of Baileys with him, and landed in the port within a month. That's it. Pirate. A pirate is coming. Inevitably, it caused some commotion among the crowds, but when the villagers saw a boy like Lin Tian, they completely let go of their vigilance. After all, Lin Tian's image is too harmless to humans and animals. Lin Tian wandered around leisurely. Although Chuanjiahe Village is not big, it can be regarded as relatively prosperous. As a resource supply point in the East China Sea, many ships need to supplement the materials needed for navigation here. In addition to the numerous shops, the small street vendors on the street are neatly set up stalls in the port. They have everything, a variety of fruits and vegetables, and a variety of meats. From time to time, there are also a few screams. Sound. Lin Tian didn't spare his Bailey, and easily asked the location of the dojo in Frost Moon Village, and there was only one dojo in Frost Moon Village. The location of the dojo is also very easy to find. But after a while, Lin Tian found a courtyard at the head of Chuanjiahe Village. Naturally, Lin Tian knew that this was the dojo where Soran's master Chaos Hero was located. Before entering the courtyard, there was a neat beating sound from the courtyard. Ha! Ha! The momentum was like a rainbow. When I walked in, it turned out that a disciple in the courtyard was practicing chopping at the target. It's just that Lin Tian didn't see Kojiro's figure by the side. After observing the training of these disciples, Lin Tian still nodded slightly. Good momentum. As expected, Soran's master. The disciples trained are very good. Lin Tian exclaimed, and was not interested in continuing to watch. He walked to the dojo, thinking that maybe Chaos Hero was there. Entering the dojo, Lin Tian still did not find Chaos Hero, but he saw a boy with short green hair practicing sword with a girl with short blue hair. The girl is wearing white short sleeves and green pants. The boy was wearing a green robes, which matched his green hair very well. The most interesting thing is that he has a sword in each hand. At this time, the green-haired boy stared at the girl with some bloodthirsty eyes, full of dissatisfaction, but seeing him panting like a cow, his face was a little pale, and his head was sweating profusely. Lin Tian knew that the match between the two of them had come to an end. This green-haired man couldn't hold it anymore. This blue-haired one should be Koishiro's daughter Gina. Green hair? With this outfit, this is Soran. Lin Tian guessed, it seems that he is not a three-sword style at this time. Sure enough, Gina called out Soran's name. Soran! You have lost to me 1,888 times. Although the blue-haired woman has a proud tone, the expression in her eyes is more of a kind of obsession, which is a kind of obsession that is not reconciled to others and becomes stronger. She looked at the boy with short green hair, completely unaware of Lin Tian's arrival. But Lin Tian still chose to speak, breaking the tranquility. Hello. Can you pause for a while? Well, I would like to ask if Mr. Cao's hero is there. Lin Tian asked politely, saying that this was the first time he saw the characters in the original work. There is a little excitement. No need to pause. This guy has already lost. Gina said with some arrogance and was afraid that Soran would repay her, adding. Soran. This time it was 1,888 times, don't forget. You are still so weak. Gina said with a shock, and there was some pride in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Soran gritted his teeth after listening to it, and there was a sense of reluctance in his eyes. He struggled desperately with his exhausted body and trembled. It seems that he still wants to stand up. Boom! With all his strength, he fell directly to the ground, but still reluctantly said, Next time. Next time I will defeat you. I'm waiting for you. Gina said proudly. She knew she was much stronger than Soran, but she also secretly admired Soran's perseverance. There was still a trace of worry in her eyes. Long is about to surpass himself. Gu Yuna shook her head, didn't think so much, then turned around and looked at Lin Tiandao excitedly. Are you looking for the curator? The owner? Oh, yes, I'm looking for the owner. Are you here to kick the pavilion? If you want to see the pavilion owner, then you have to beat me first. After that, Gina immediately got ready and said, if you come to the museum owner to kick the pavilion, there are 800 if you don't have 1,000. I can't even beat me, so don't bother him. He is very busy. Said unceremoniously. Lin Tian knew that Soran came to play in the gym before he became Koshiro's disciple. I don't know if Gina is too careful, or she likes to learn from others, or was specially explained by Cao's hero. In short, it seems that if you want to learn from Cao's hero, you still have to fight. Lin Tian guessed, maybe Cao's hero is hiding and peeking somewhere. But it's also a coincidence that Lin Tian hasn't learned swordsmanship since he fought through, and this is a comparison between swordsmanship. Lin Tian doesn't know any swordsmanship, he only knows 6 styles. But it's too embarrassing to say that he won't. After all, he has a Zanpaku knife Senbon Sakura on his waist. It can't be said to say anything, right? So Lin Tian had no choice but to secretly make a decision and say, okay, let's finish the order. After that, Gina looked at Lin Tian and set her posture. Lin Tian took a wooden sword casually, placed it on his left, and after holding it with his left hand, he said casually, then, let's start, I'll be lighter. Gina was slightly angry when she heard this. Her complexion changed, and she felt that she had been despised and insulted. No matter what, I am also an undefeated eldest sister in the dojo. The grey-haired boy in front of me is too arrogant. Gina has decided in her heart that she must give this kid a lesson. Immediately, Gu Yuna picked up the wooden sword in her hand and slashed towards Lin Tian fiercely, but she did not forget to shout to remind Lin Tian. You guy! Look at the trick! Lin Tian was a little speechless, but still lightly raised the sword with his left hand. Hey! Lin Tian disappeared instantly. That is the high-speed moving foot shave in the Navy 6. Gina didn't expect that she would suddenly not see Lin Tian, and she was slightly taken aback. At that moment, the hilt mentioned by Lin Tian has appeared in front of Gina, and the handle of the sword is about to hit Gina's abdomen. So fast! Gina was shocked. Chapter 5, Succeeded in Apprenticeship with Cow's Hero. Chapter 5 Succeeded in Apprenticeship with Cow's Hero. So fast! Gina was shocked. If this is a real sword, Gina is already dead. When Gu Yuna saw Lin Tian at such a fast speed, she was shocked, and her heart was in turmoil. But obviously, even though she saw Lin Tian, she had no time to avoid it. Boom! Unexpectedly, the wooden sword used by Lin Tian was bounced off. Lin Tian was also a little frightened. This was the first person he encountered who could bounce off his attack. Who is this? Lin Tian thought to himself. Although he didn't use much strength at all, it is impossible to practice successfully without strong physical strength like the powerful skills of 6 forms. In other words, if he draws 6 forms, his physical strength will be naturally improved by the system. Not to mention that Lin Tian drew a full level 6 form. Even a random blow is not to be underestimated. Looking at the dojo again, it turned out that it was a wooden sword stand of the dojo that opened Lin Tian's sword. Looking along the sword, the man who made the sword was a man with braids and wearing a robes. He was tall and thin, with a restrained breath, and wearing glasses. He looked amiable, but Lin Tian knew that this man was unfathomable. There seem to be few people who can easily bounce off their attacks, right? You are here to find me, right? The person asked calmly with a smile like a spring breeze, but he was already shocked in his heart. And Lin Tian responded with a smile and politely, yes. Your swordsmanship is really strong. Master Cow's Hero. It turned out that this was the target of Lin Tian's trip, Cow's Hero, the master of Soran and Gina. I don't dare to be a master. I don't think you are malicious. Then what can you do with me? Cow's Hero carefully looked at the boy in front of him. This boy looked about the same age as his daughter, Gina. But there is a kind of maturity beyond age, not only looks handsome, but also has unfathomable strength. Think about the speed and strength of his attack just now, that's really rare in the world. This is a master. Kang Shiro secretly confirmed in his heart. I want to worship at your door and learn swordsmanship, Lin Tian answered truthfully, but thought in his heart, I'm so sorry for myself if the task of the system is not completed. Your Excellency is already so powerful, I don't think it is necessary. Cow's Hero said a little speechless. The young man in front of him, Ming Ming's physical skills are so against the sky, why should he learn swordsmanship under his own door? It is estimated that no one is his opponent in the East China Sea right now. I don't know how to swordsmanship at all. Lin Tian said helplessly. Lin Tian was telling the truth. After possessing Qian Ben Sakura, he hadn't used it much at all, and he didn't know anything about swordsmanship. The task of the system happened to be what Lin Tian wanted to do. There was a lottery after finishing it. Why not? Master Cow's Hero, I am sincerely learning swordsmanship. Lin Tian said sincerely. Although Cow's Hero didn't know why Lin Tian wanted to be so persistent in his apprenticeship, but he thought that the handsome young man with such an extraordinary talent in front of him would be so sincere to study from him. If he carved it well, it would be an excellent jade. It is said that there are often 1,000-mile horses, but Bull is not often present, and Cow's Hero will not let Lin Tian this 1,000-mile horse. Cow's Hero was also overjoyed, and smiled. Since you are so sincere. Well, from now on you will start learning swordsmanship with me. Cow's Hero introduced to Lin Tian, this is my daughter Gina, and this is Soran. Both are your senior sisters and brothers. You must help each other in the future. Do you know if you practice hard? It must be. Lin Tian quickly agreed. Congratulations to the host. Complete the main task, Apprentice Kojiro, and learn the prerequisite task of his swordsmanship. Reward the prerequisite task reward. 10 times the perceptive pill. Lin Tian didn't expect that he had just finished his apprenticeship and hadn't started learning yet. The rewards of the system had already been delivered, but before he could talk to the system, a voice in reality immediately attracted Lin Tian's attention. Humph, no matter who you are, I will definitely be the strongest. It turned out that Soran finally took a sigh of relief and barely stood up and watched Lin Tian speak cruelly. Unexpectedly, Gina beat him mercilessly. Hey! Just lost to me, your kid is too embarrassed. Hey! I will win next time. After that, Soran turned his head to ignore Gina. Lin Tian was also a little at a loss looking at this scene. These two people. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuna also looked at Lin Tian and said, I was careless just now, and I won't let you win so easily next time. Although Gina said in dissatisfaction, she was still a little confused at this moment. What happened just now? Why did he disappear? Cao's hero comforted the two with a single sentence. Well, if you lose, you lose, Gina, Soran, starting tomorrow, he will join our training, and the three of you will help each other in the future. Yes. Soran and Gina replied. Oh, by the way, haven't you asked your name yet? Cao's hero asked. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to say it just now, my name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied. Lin Tian, a very strange name. Here. This is a Taoist suit. Remember to put it on when you start training tomorrow. Gu Yuna, take him to the dormitory. Geng Shilang handed Lin Tian a green like the other disciples. Service, arrange the road. As for Gina, a girl, took Lin Tian to the dormitory, instead of letting the boy Soran lead the way. Cao's hero knew that if Soran led the way, Lin Tian would not be able to enter the dormitory tomorrow morning. Without words all the way, Gu Yuna took Lin Tian to the dormitory, and went to practice swords on her own. This guy. Really desperate. Seeing Gina running away again, Lin Tian was lost in thought. He knew that although this Gina was the daughter of Cao's hero, she was definitely not the second generation who relied on her father in her previous life. On the contrary, this girl practiced harder than anyone else. Suolong was already very desperate. But the duel with Gina has never been won. Isn't Soran strong? Isn't progress fast? No, Soran is already the strongest in the dojo other than Gina. Why is Soran desperate? Because of my own beliefs. He wants to be the strongest swordsman in the world. However, Gina is even more desperate. She also has her own beliefs. Her dream is, to prove to her father. She can become the strongest female swordsman in the world. However, a word from her father, Cao's hero, made her even more desperate. Women can't be the strongest. Until one day, Gina went to the warehouse to set up a ladder to pick up the whetstone, and then accidentally fell off the ladder, and died. After Soran learned of the news, he practiced even more crazily to cover up his grief. Soran inherited Gina's word and will, and from then on practiced the three-sword swordsmanship wholeheartedly. 8 years later, Soran's swordsman Xiaocheng said goodbye to Cao's hero and went to sea, determined to become the world's largest swordsman. Lin Tianzheng thought, then suddenly thought. Gina had an accident after 2,000 duels with Soran, think about it, just now they were 1,888 duels. Lin Tian suddenly had an idea. If possible, can it change this tragedy? However, Lin Tian was afraid that what he did would destroy the original plot. In case the plot of the pirate world was destroyed, he, as a traverser, could not deal with all unknown things. Chapter 6, Load-Bearing Race Before Learning Sword. Chapter 6, Load-Bearing Race Before Learning Sword. Is it really impossible to deal with it? Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and thought that his appearance was originally outside the plot and would not change the plot? What are you doing then? Having said that, Lin Tian had secretly made up his mind to save Gina. Hello host. A new task has been detected. Task type, side task. Task level, D level. Task content, rescue Gina and go to sea with Gina. Task rewards, depending on the completion of the host, a lottery will be given. Lin Tian just smiled when he heard that the task of this system was really timely. But Lin Tian thought about it and felt something was wrong, so he asked. System, isn't the main quest asking me to learn Kojiro's swordsmanship? How come the side quest is to rescue Gina from going to sea? Then I just abduct Gina, so I can't learn swordsmanship? Isn't the main branch conflicting? The system prompts. Host. The main task is to apprentice Kojiro and learn his swordsmanship. You can complete the branch after you have completed the main line of swordsmanship. But if you complete the branch directly, the main line will fail. The main line is not allowed to fail. What happens if it fails? The failure of the main line will deprive the host of all abilities, and will never be able to return to the real world. Well, I don't want to have this ending, by the way. What does the pre-task just mean? When Lin Tian just finished his apprenticeship, the rewards of the system had already been distributed, saying that he had received a 10-fold comprehension pill. So Lin Tian hurriedly asked now. Host. The main task is to apprentice Kojiro, and learn his swordsmanship. It is detected that you have successfully apprenticed Kojiro. This is the prerequisite task for learning his swordsmanship. The prerequisite task is directly rewarded, and the prize is a 10-fold understanding pill. If you complete the task, you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Oh, that's the case. In other words, as long as there are pre-tasks in the future, there will be rewards. Yes, the system replied. This is too cool, right? Lin Tian thought to himself. Then what is this 10-fold comprehension pill? What's the use? Can the system explain it in detail? Lin Tian asked. Although I don't know what that is, anyway, I think I have taken a big advantage by myself, haha. Lin Tian secretly said with joy. Although the sound of this system is cold, it is exceptionally conscientious. As the saying goes, all questions must be answered. Lin Tian Gang asked the question, and the system was again serious and dedicated. 10 times comprehension pill. As the name suggests, it can increase your comprehension 10 times. In layman's terms, when you practice swordsmanship, one chopping is equivalent to 10 times of others. You do 10 push UPS, which is equivalent to 100 times of others. You go doing anything that might improve one's abilities will have a 10 times beneficial effect. Oh my god! After talking for a long time, isn't this just giving me a super buff? Lin Tian was a little surprised, thinking that this thing is really so powerful. Is there no restriction? The system seemed to be able to see through Lin Tian's thoughts, and immediately began to answer. Yes. 10 times the effect is very powerful. But it is indeed limited. The first one is the time limit. After you take this pill, the effect will only last for 3 months. And the second one is the main purpose of the savvy pill is the improvement of personal strength. The brainless skills like your practice of gambling and picking up girls are of no effect. System. Who would be so boring to want to come to One Piece world to become the god of gamblers? But this pick-up girl can consider. The system was silent inexplicably, but Lin Tian also coughed a few times. This is not the point, please ignore, cough, that system, but this buff? What is going on for 3 months? Is it so long? What the hell is this buff? The duration is 3 months? Damn! This can be called a limit? This is the existence of a plug-in. Lin Tian also completely took the system. Knowing that the 10-fold comprehension pill is powerful, Lin Tian also plans to use it when he starts training the next day. The night passed quietly, and Lin Tian had already slept in his bed. It was the first time he slept so peacefully. It was a bit uncomfortable to sleep on the boat a few days before the pirate came. Just as Lin Tian started to have a sweet dream, an extremely irritable voice came to Lin Tian's ears. Lin Tian! Get up! Ah! Who? Lin Tian was in a daze. When he saw a fierce green-haired man, he was taken aback, and he quickly rubbed his eyes and looked intently. It turned out to be Soran. Lin Tian looks at the time, my god! It's only 5:30. Finally fell asleep, what is this guy making trouble? Just like this, Lin Tian was scared by Soran and woke up. The training arranged by Chaos Hero had already begun. Lin Tian took advantage of the fact that people were not paying attention, and hurriedly took 10 times comprehension pill. In an instant, Lin Tian felt a pure medicinal power entering his body, and Lin Tian knew that this was the effect of the comprehension pill. Then Lin Tian and Soran gathered together. Early in the morning, 5:30. The sky is still full of stars, and the east side has just turned white, and the moons in the bushes are still endless. A group of young disciples had already gathered outside the dojo. Lin Tian, Soran, and Gina are among them. Chaos Hero had been waiting for a long time, but he waited for the crowd to gather and said, "Set off." Lin Tian asked Gina quietly with some doubts. "Senior sister Gina? Why is the master taking us?" Hearing Lin Tian's respectful appearance, Gu Yuna's attitude improved slightly, and the answer was only 2 words. "Run." "What?" But after a while, Lin Tian found out that Gina had not made a mistake. "I thought it was the practice of swordsmanship, but I didn't expect that the first lesson before swordsmanship training would be a morning jog with all the disciples." Lin Tian suddenly felt as if he had eaten the savvy pill just now, but when he thought of the 10-fold savvy pill for 3 months, he was also relieved. The main purpose of the morning jog is to warm up, but it also helps to strengthen the body and temper the strength of the body. But because of Lin Tian, this morning run is destined to be a little different. However, after a while, everyone finally reached a place with jungles on both sides of the road. There are many wooden boxes of different colors and sizes beside Kojiro. Chaos Hero turned around and said solemnly, "From today, you start to run in the morning with heavy loads, 10 kilometers." Kojiro changed his previous gentleness and kindness, and it seemed that he was still very serious during training. 10 kilometers. Isn't it always only 2 miles in the past? Master, did you make a mistake? Chaos Hero did not answer the questions of the disciples. Instead, he took out the sandbag-like things with different colors directly from the wooden box and explained. "This thing is a load-bearing bag. It is filled with various kinds of metal crushed sand with different densities, and the weight is different. They are 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms, 30 kilograms, 50 kilograms, and 100 kilograms. You all come to get what is suitable for you. Don't forget. You have to run 10 kilometers. Laziness and cheating are not allowed on the way." "What? Not before? Why is that? Is it because of this new kid?" Everyone was talking about it. They used to think that morning jogs were just a warm-up. But today, how come the masters are abusing their apprentices? The top 3 are rewarded. The top 20 can have lunch. Oh my god! Is the master crazy? Is this still the gentle teacher? Hey! Shut up! Soran snorted viciously. He naturally knew the benefits of weight-bearing training. He had already started weight-bearing exercises before he could improve so quickly, and then he took the lead. He was the first to walk towards Chaos Hero and test the weight of each sandbag with his hands. He found that he could carry a weight of 30 kilograms on his back. 50 kilograms is a bit difficult, and it is estimated that if he carries 50 kilograms on his back, he will not run to the end. But when he turned his head, he saw that Gina had chosen a weight of 50 kilograms. He was so angry that he also chose a weight of 50 kilograms. Immediately he felt heavy. Although he felt very strenuous, his amazing willpower made him persevere. New book pioneers. Subscription. Subscription. The second update will be delivered later. Chapter 7, The morning race is in progress, for subscription. Chapter 7 The morning race is in progress, for subscription. Wow! The two of them. They are really strong. With a weight of 50 kilograms, neither of us may be able to carry it. Yes. Sister Gina and Soran both chose 50 kilograms, which is terrible. With Gina and Soran taking the lead, the disciples also chose the burden they could bear. Who is ready? Let's set off first. Cow's hero looked at Soran and Gina, nodding with satisfaction. Soran and Gina carried a load on their backs, and the two were still fighting, and both started running desperately to surpass each other. The disciples also carried their own weights, and started the morning jogs one after another. This is the end of the matter. Although Cow's hero said it was a morning run, everyone knew that it had become a race. Who ran to the end and was not laughed at? Who dares to be lazy? Choosing a load that is too light will be laughed at by other brothers and sisters. Just when everyone was preparing to start running, some people discovered that Lin Tian had also begun to choose to carry the weight. Everyone looked curiously and suddenly a burst of laughter came. Haha! Too funny! Look at the new kid. Hey! He actually chose 10 kilograms. These disciples knew that Lin Tian was a newcomer, but they couldn't help but smile when they watched Lin Tian choose a weight of 10 kilograms. Most of the people present can move 10 kilograms on their backs. In order to improve themselves, everyone naturally chose 20 kilograms. Although it is a little strenuous, the morning run is effective. Some of the few disciples who are more desperate have already carried 30 kilograms of weight on their backs, and they are already regarded as elite children among this group of people. However, Soran and Gina's choice of 50 kilograms is already far behind other elite disciples, and can be regarded as the elite of the elite. Of course, apart from these two people, no one chose the 50 kilograms. Look at Lin Tian again. He carried a mere 10 kilograms of weight on his back, which unexpectedly attracted the ridicule of the disciples. Cow's hero was also full of doubts. In his mind, even if Lin Tian didn't dare to carry 50 kilograms, he should at least choose 30 kilograms. This is 10 kilograms, what is the situation? However, when everyone wanted to continue to laugh at him, Lin Tian smiled to himself. He had already carried the weight of 20 kilograms on his back. It turns out that he wanted to carry a weight of 30 kilograms. Cow's hero felt a little more settled. All the disciples saw a lot less ridicule. The weight of 30 kilograms has surpassed most of the disciples. Only a small number of elite disciples can move back. However, Lin Tian didn't seem to have any influence, and then he lifted a 30-kilogram load and tied it to his back. My God! What is he doing? Do you think he is lifting weights? This is already 60 kilograms. The weight of his body has exceeded that of Gina and Soran. New kid! Don't be brave. You don't need to carry it on your back, you have to run to the finish line. Yes. If your back is too heavy, it will not have any effect at all, and it will be harmful to your body. The disciples persuaded them, all feeling that Lin Tian couldn't think about it. Cow's hero looked at Lin Tian in front of him and suddenly understood. It turns out that this kid wants to carry a weight of 60 kilograms. He is indeed a talented guy. Cow's hero secretly took a cold breath and calmed himself down. Although 50 kilograms and 60 kilograms are only 10 kilograms behind, the difference is 1,000 miles away. Even a straw can crush a camel. Not to mention the 10 kilograms load. And if you insist on carrying heavier weight training, your physical strength will naturally be stronger. As for the exhaustion of Lin Tian, Cow's hero is full of confidence in his heart. He has every reason to believe that 60 kilograms is absolutely impossible to overwhelm this guy. As for the weight of 100 kilograms? He just frightened the disciples in front of him. Seeing that everyone was almost dwindling, Cow's hero urged. You guys are ready to start too. But when he thought that Lin Tian was about to set out for the morning jog, unexpectedly, Lin Tian grabbed the 50 kilograms weight on the ground with his hands, swiped it easily, and then tied it to his back. All the disciples took a breath. Gosh! Did I read it wrong? What is he doing? How many kilograms is this? 60 plus 50 is 110 kilograms. Hey, 110 kilograms of weight. How can he stand, so heavy, should be pressed directly on the ground. Cao's hero was also a little dazed on the spot. This kid. What is the concept of 110 kilograms? The weight of 2 adults. This is more than twice that of Gina and Soran. Lin Tian in front of him looks like he is only in his teens. This seems to be beyond the limit of a normal person, right? Something passed, right? I wonder if this kid is deliberately bragging, right? Cao's hero wanted to persuade Lin Tian to give up, but when he heard the words, Cao's hero had to swallow it, and saw that Lin Tian had a ruddy complexion and a relaxed expression. He was also humming a little song triumphantly, as if he owed a beating. Big look? Kojiro's mentality is a little bit explosive. Thinking of this, Cao's hero also shook his head and thought, finally nothing, this kid is not a normal person. I shouldn't judge him by the standard of a normal person. But he urged, you guys start running. Soran and Gina have no idea where they are going. However, just when the disciples were preparing to run. Wait a minute! Lin Tian finally shouted. Before there was time to speak, there were already other disciples around who couldn't wait. I know. Boy! You can't hold on anymore, can you? It doesn't matter, 60 kilograms is already very powerful, but 50 kilograms if it doesn't work. It's already very powerful. Yet, only the eldest sister and Soran can support 50 kilograms. It's not 30 kilograms. The disciples were also very kind to persuade them, and their hearts had already taken Lin Tian. After all, they put a weight of 110 kilograms on their backs without being crushed. They asked themselves that no one could do it. So I thought it was Lin Tian who was brave enough, and also gave him the steps. Cao's hero also looked at Lin Tian with concern. He was also afraid that this guy would be big, but... Then Lin Tian smiled cautiously, and asked an extremely irritating sentence, sorry, so light, can I put 100 kilograms on it? Everyone suddenly felt dizzy, and they didn't know why. Not far from the front, Gina was panting and running. She was also sweating, and running with a weight of 50 kilograms was not so easy for her. In a short time, her physical strength was also exhausted. More than half. Yet. Soran. You look like you can't hold on anymore, right? Gina looked at Soran who was not far behind her, laughing and slamming. New book Open Up Wasteland, please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Chapter 8, 10 times the comprehension and supernatural powers. Chapter 8, 10 times the comprehension and supernatural powers. Long-winded. Soran also ran desperately, following Gina. After all, the girl developed earlier, and Gina's body is much stronger than Soran. She is eager to prove Kojiro that she can become the world's strongest swordsman, so Gina has always been very hard-working in practice. This is why although she consumed more than half of her physical strength, she still seemed to be a lot easier than Soran. However, Gina still somewhat underestimated Soran. Although she hit Soran with her mouth, she was afraid that she would be surpassed. Hearing Soran's breathing getting closer, she also increased her speed a bit, and ran away earlier. Soran was left behind again. Look at Soran again, sweating profusely, out of breath, he bit his teeth and persisted, but the firmness and conviction in his eyes still has the strength to resist defeat, and his body is gradually getting stronger, he still after that, but the legs are getting heavier and heavier. Just when Soran was almost unable to hold on, he suddenly felt something approaching him behind him. Someone is catching up. Soran wondered, who was so fast? Could it be that new kid? He turned his head hard, but found that a figure was fast approaching him. Soran panicked, calmly looking, "What the hell is this? So fast? Is this human speed? Take a closer look, isn't this figure of Lin Tian?" Lin Tian ran very fast, obviously he didn't use 6 forms, but after he was proficient in 6 forms, his body had already been greatly strengthened. Rub, a gust of wind hits. Soran was surpassed in an instant, but what made Soran drop his chin is that he clearly saw Lin Tian carrying a 100 kilograms load on his back. No, not only that. This time Soran saw clearly that Lin Tian was carrying various load-bearing equipment on his back. No. So many loaders? How did he do it? Soran thought suspiciously. Looking at myself sweating profusely and powerless, and then looking at Lin Tian, Soran suddenly ignited a stronger will. I said. No matter who it is. I have to surpass. Soran made a secret decision in his heart, and Soran had already regarded Lin Tian as one of his goals that he must surpass. Soran rekindled his fighting spirit. He was determined to become the strongest swordsman in the world, so he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Less than 200 meters to the end. Gina also felt anxious. Seeing that she was almost at the end, she didn't expect Soran to surpass him. She didn't know why Soran was so fast. It seemed that the guy was already exhausted. Even if he could reach the end, he could not be faster than me. Gina thought about it this way, and never thought that it was another teenager who followed her. But there was no time to turn around, the man had already surpassed him. Only now did Gina see this person's back. This person was about the same height as her own. Soran was not that tall. She saw grey hair and a thin back. That's not Soran. It's that kid. Lin Tian? Wasn't he behind just now? Why is this kid so fast? Did he carry a weight of 10 kilograms? Gina doubted. She looked intently, and as expected, she saw that Lin Tian was carrying a weight of 10 kilograms behind her back. She was about to say that Lin Tian was opportunistic, but she felt something wrong again. How? Does he have more than one load on his back? Oh my god! Why did you carry so much weight? 10 kg, 20, 30, 50, 100? Hey! Gina calculated the load on Lin Tian's back at a glance, and she was a little frightened. This guy, a load of 210 kilograms. Is this still a human? It's 4 times that of mine? It's faster than me. Gina was speechless. When Gu Yuna finally reached the end, she found that Lin Tian was already waiting there. When Lin Tian reached the end, he found that Geng Shiro had arrived. Good boy. Geng Shiro looked at Lin Tian, but he couldn't calm down. The second one to reach the finish line is of course Gina. Even Gina was panting when she reached the finish line. Her physical strength had already reached the end. If she ran again, she might be lying on the ground. The third one to reach the end is naturally Soran. Soran has already been overdrawn. For Soran, it is already quite difficult to reach this. After a while, the other disciples reached the end one after another, and even some disciples had already given up, lying on the ground to rest, and some, without physical strength, just walked over slowly. Most of the disciples were not surprised to see Soran, Gina, and even Lin Tian, and some asked without taking care of their breath. Ho master, who is it? Yet. Who is the first master to arrive? We want to know. The disciples wanted to know, is Soran the strongest among the boys? Or is it Gina, the master's daughter? Or was Lin Tian who was not optimistic about it just now, but later turned into a dark horse? It's Lin Tian. He was the first to arrive. Geng Shiro said solemnly. Gina is second, Soran is third. Although everyone has the answer, they were shocked after hearing this fact. The disciples looked at Lin Tian as if they were a little numb, and they ran so fast with a load of more than 200 kilograms. It seems that the breath is a bit uneven. Is this still a human? This is really incomparable. But the disciples who can reach the end obviously have their own consciousness. They secretly made up their minds to practice well in the future. I must surpass you. I must surpass you. Unexpectedly, Gina and Soran, who usually didn't deal with each other, said to Lin Tian in unison now. Lin Tian also smiled and replied, "Okay. I am waiting for your transcendence." Cao's hero is also very satisfied with the results now. His daughter, Soran, and many other disciples have been stimulated. In the future, they will practice harder and harder. You must know that a stronger heart is better than a better one. Your physique is more important. Looking at Lin Tian, Kang Shiro had already blossomed with joy in his heart. What could be happier than accepting an evildoer? It was a morning run training, but it took me early in the morning to finish the 10 kilometers run. Everyone started to eat lunch, and many disciples were fined for not having lunch. Lin Tian is in a good mood. He just finished lunch. It's not because he won the race, but after running 10 kilometers with a load of 210 kilograms, he found his muscles began to swell. He felt his thin body began to grow stronger, but he didn't have the exaggerated muscles. It becomes very balanced, very even, and tough. Clench your fists. Lin Tian felt a wave of power gushing out. There was both unspeakable fatigue and unspeakable comfort all over his body. Lin Tian knew that this was because of the load-bearing running just now and the reason for the 10-fold comprehension pill. New book is open to Wasteland. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Chapter 9, Draw a Solution Chiban Sakura. Chapter 9 Draw a Solution Chiban Sakura. You know, Lin Tian ran 10 kilometers and carried 210 kilograms. It seems that 10 times is not much. But what is the concept of 10 times? The equivalent of carrying a weight of 2,100 kilograms and running 100 kilometers. Normal people can't do this amount of training at all, but with 10 times the comprehension pill, Lin Tian's gains have long surpassed the so-called multiple results with half the effort concept. Why does Lin Tian say that the 10-fold comprehension pill is like a bug? The reason is here. This 10-fold comprehension pill is just like Uzumaki Naruto's shadow avatar technique against the sky. He has every reason to believe that he has been practicing desperately for 3 months, in the world of One Piece, who can take him a punch? If this is the case, it is not enough for Lin Tian to be excited. What makes Lin Tian even more excited is that he has received a D-level side mission reminder. And the content of the task is, run the whole course with the heaviest load in the audience and get even more excited. At the beginning of the morning run, he actually received the system task to win the championship, and now Lin Tian can draw rewards again. And because of the perfect completion of the task, Lin Tian also received the system's S-level evaluation. Congratulations to the host! You have successfully completed the D-level branch mission, and the mission completion is being tested. The test is completed. The mission completion is S-level. The explosion rate of rare items has been increased for you. Does the host draw a lottery now? Lottery. Lin Tianqi knows that he won a B-level award in the last lottery. Senbonzakura who started solving. That's a powerful Zanpaku that is powerful and handsome. And Lin Tian embraced, such a lottery is the same for early and late draws. He also chose to continue the lottery with his mentality. Lin Tian saw the familiar bronze lottery turntable appearing in front of him again. Start. Lin Tian started the lottery directly. The turntable began to spin again, passing countless jealous and speechless rewards, and finally the turntable stopped slowly, and the pointer was frozen on a line of fine print. Before Lin Tian could see clearly, the voice of the system came out first. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level reward. Zanpaku Knife Senbon Sakura. Since the host has already obtained the B-level reward, the first solution Senbonzakura. There are overlapping parts, and a special B-level skill of the host blur. Happiness came too suddenly, Lin Tian was not ready yet. My god! My luck is too bad. A total of several lottery draws. I broke out such a sky-defying reward? Are these rare prizes so bad? Lin Tian's luck is obviously very good. At this time, he was already happily doubting whether he was the darling of the system. In the world of the god of death, Zanpaku's sword can be liberated twice. The first time is the beginning solution, the second time is the solution. The difficulty of the solution is greater than that of the beginning solution, I don't know how much. Having always mastered he is most qualified to be the captain of the Godai 13th squad. And blur is a special skill that allows death to possess virtual power. In the original work of death, Kurosaki Ichigo would use this trick, and even his proud skill Crescent Moon Sky Chong turned black. The power has been enhanced several times. Lin Tian didn't expect that even if he ran a step, he would be able to run out of the sky-defying rewards of Ja and Bouquet. I really admire my character. Time soon arrived in the afternoon, and the training of swordsmanship began again. Speaking of training in swordsmanship, it is actually the most basic hacking. After Chaos Hero did a very standard chopping, he asked his disciples to start the chopping practice against the sword target. Some new disciples asked, "Master, we can do it." Unexpectedly, Kojiro smiled and shook his head, and handed the wooden sword to the disciple and said, "Now you use the wooden sword to attack me." The disciple responded. "It looks like it's going to attack Kojiro's drive," Lin Tian guessed when he looked at it in his heart. Sure enough, the disciple picked up the wooden sword and slashed, and hit Kojiro's body. Seeing that Chaos Hero moved quickly, a sword stabbed the disciple. "Master! That's amazing," the disciples shouted. The disciple stuck out his tongue in embarrassment and said, "Let everyone see the joke." Everyone smiled. But only Lin Tian's eyes lit up and he seemed to understand something. Chaos Hero collected the sword, and then smiled and asked, "Now everyone knows why you should practice hacking, right?" "I do not know." The disciples still didn't know if they were blunt, but Chaos Hero was suddenly speechless in his admiration for his disciples. Then his gaze shifted to Gina and Soran, but they also looked puzzled. I am afraid they didn't understand his meaning for a while. "Then do you know why you lost?" Chaos Hero turned his head helplessly and asked the disciple who was fighting with him just now. "Because you are better than me." The disciple answered as expected. Chaos Hero smiled helplessly and shook his head, and then looked at Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian's eyes gleaming slightly, I knew that this kid had understood his intentions. "Lin Tian, let's talk about it," Geng Shiro said. Lin Tian also stood up and replied. "Because he hesitated to shoot the sword, hesitating will lose." "Good point." Chaos Hero praised, "Lin Tian, you can be more specific." "Okay. First of all, his posture just now is obviously to attack your torso, that is, your body. I think everyone can see it." Lin Tian looked at the disciples around him, and everyone else nodded in response. Gina and Soran also nodded, and they all saw that the disciples' movements were too inclined, and it was difficult for him to attack anywhere. Lin Tian continued, "When you know where he is going to attack, it will be very easy for you to guard against him. This is his first problem. He has a clear attack area, but his shot is not decisive enough. The speed has become a little slow again, indicating that he suddenly hesitated again in his heart, presumably because he is a master, he is not as embarrassed to shoot directly, right?" After that, Lin Tian looked at the disciple who had just been fighting, and saw that he blushed a little, apparently confessing the fact that he really hesitated. Chaos Hero nodded and said, "Please continue." Lin Tian continued, "This is his second question. The last question is when he decides to attack you and then thinks about where to attack you, he has already lost. So, hesitate and lose." Chaos Hero was also beaming immediately, looking at Lin Tian. The more satisfied he looked, he kept nodding his head in praise. "Well said." Unexpectedly, he looked at Lin Tian so highly, but at this time he still felt that he had underestimated Lin Tian's talent. Lin Tian made it clear about the loopholes in the disciple's move. This keen observation is already rare in the world, and Chaos Hero feels that accepting Lin Tian as a disciple is a correct choice. Yes. You are right. By the way, why do we practice hacking? Kang Shiro continued to ask. He wanted to know when Lin Tian could be stumped. This question is both simple and complex. Everyone has their own answers. The disciples were still at a loss, not knowing why Chaos Hero would ask such a simple question. I see. Gina and Soran stood up almost at the same time, presumably they also found their own answers. Chop. Naturally to become stronger. It looks like a simple action, but in fact it is the most direct way to attack others. If you want to practice attacking others, you must develop a conditioned reflex, lock the target while swinging the sword attack. The practice is to train the accuracy of the sword swing. Strength and ability to reflex. New book Wasteland period. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Chapter 10, Gina Soran Agreement, for subscription. Chapter 10 Gina Soran Agreement, for subscription. Lin Tian said his understanding of hacking. Chaos Hero finally nodded a little and said, yes. Lin Tian was right. This slashing action is simple. But it has benefited a lot. Let's practice. After that, he assumed a posture and slashed at the target with his sword. After finishing the demonstration, Chaos Hero ordered everyone to practice. Gina and Soran began their daily rivalry again, swinging their swords at the sword target one by one. As the name suggests, the sword target is to mark a point, and then when hacking, aim at this point. When attacking with a sword, if you decide to slash the opponent and the result is not even the sword, or as soon as the sword is out, the opponent has already attacked first, then you must die in this situation and you don't know how to die. So in the days after this, Lin Tian was doing his best to practice cutting except for a morning run with heavy loads. Trying to lock the target with breath at the same time. Constantly chopping sword targets. 10 times. 100 times. 10,000 times. Countless hacks have caused Lin Tian's whole body to change. And he was constantly hacking, and his understanding and use of swordsmanship was also improving steadily and rapidly. Speed. Physical fitness. Power. Accuracy. Fencing. All are infinitely amplified in the gain effect of the tenfold comprehension pill. Time was fleeting under Lin Tian's 3 months of hard work. For these 3 months, Lin Tian has not only insisted on carrying a heavier weight for morning jogs every day. He also tied the weight to the sword, which even made him a little strenuous, and kept practicing chopping and slashing. Because the 6 forms have refined his body, Lin Tian is more tireless than anyone. Speaking of desperately, Lin Tian has already surpassed Gina and Soran. Coupled with the income of 10 times the comprehension pill, Lin Tian's strength can be imagined. Whenever he has time, Lin Tian will discuss with Gina and Soran to enhance his ability in actual combat. Without the use of Navy Type 6 and Senbonzakura, with only a wooden sword, Gina and Soran are no match for them. Lin Tian deliberately released water. A rare swordsman genius in 1,000 years. Chaos Hero has never made such a high evaluation of anyone, but he only has a soft spot for Lin Tian. In the dense jungle, a man wearing a green robes kept swinging his sword and hacking. His figure looked a little lonely, his whole person looked a little tired, and his green robes were stained with sweat. This person is naturally Lin Tian, he still insists, and is practicing desperately every day and night. For him, the so-called limit is also a bottomless pit. But I didn't expect to squeeze my limit in the past few days, and finally let myself break through the barrier. He calmly stared at a big rock in front of him, swinging his sword. He disappeared suddenly, and when he reappeared, he had reached the back of the stone, and the stone had been split in half. However, all this does not end so easily. The stone then instantly turned into dozens of small pieces. Horrible! Lin Tian's swordsmanship has been completed. There was no wave in his eyes at this time, like a quiet lake. He knew that his realm of swordsmanship had reached a level of tranquility. Because he ran the first place, Lin Tian also got a reward from Cao's hero. Cao's hero personally taught Lin Tian some sword skills. However, Lin Tian didn't just follow it mechanically, but chose a method that was more suitable for him. That is to use some of the physical skills in the 6 styles to merge into the sword skills. Formed his own unique swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, the power not only did not decrease, but multiplied. Owing to the fact that Kang Shiro opened a small stove from time to time, it attracted complaints from all the disciples, but complaints returned. After seeing Lin Tian's perverted talent and strength, he was justified in silence. Lin Tian still wielded his sword in the jungle. Sura slash. Lin Tian made another cross-cut, appearing 100 meters away in an instant. And dozens of target-marked boulders within 100 meters. Suddenly the target and the boulder were cut in half. Has it finally reached the current level? Lin Tian thought. Hello host. Congratulations to the host for completing the C-level task, the task of Apprentice Kojiro. Task type, mainline. Task reward, a lottery is drawn depending on the degree of completion. Completing the test is complete, the host. Because Kojiro has hidden some strengths. You can't get the S-level evaluation this time. The host has been detected with a degree of completion of more than 75%. The evaluation is A-level. Suddenly came the cold voice of the system. I didn't expect Cao's hero to hide his strength. Oh, nothing. It is impossible for Cao's hero to teach Lin Tian all his life learning within 3 months. A-level evaluation is A-level. It's just that the explosion rate is a little bit lower, and the impact is not big. Lin Tian comforted himself and thought, is the task finally completed? Lin Tian said to himself, seeing that his swordsmanship has improved rapidly, but the news of the completion of the task has been delayed, making Lin Tian wait a little anxious. Now it seems that I have just reached the standard of successfully becoming a teacher, and I have completed the task. The system is still very user-friendly. Host. Do you have a chance to draw a C-level lottery? Is it a lottery draw? The system asked. Lottery. After all, the lottery turntable began to spin. When Lin Tian saw those familiar rewards, his eyes were a little red, thinking that his character was still very good. The pointer finally fell on a line of words. The voice of the system came. Congratulations to the host. Acquired a C-level skill. A top navigation skill card. You can appoint any other crew member to learn navigation. Although he didn't draw any rewards that were against the sky, Lin Tian seemed to lack anything at present. It is conceivable that although navigation cannot enhance its own strength, it is also an indispensable skill in the pirate world. Lin Tian still remembered how many wrongdoings he had taken to reach Xuanjiao village. Hello host. It has been detected that you have drawn a reward for navigation. A new mission has been released. Mission type, mainline. Task content, set up your own pirate group. And enter the Great Waterway. Task level, B level. Task reward, depending on completion. B level draw once. In this case, it will be much more convenient, and the rewards can be used after completing the task. Very good. Lin Tian already secretly had some thoughts. Otherwise, go to the orange town of Coco West to find Nami. Unexpectedly, a voice from the system pulled him into reality again. Remind the host. Side mission reminder. Preventing Gina's death has been triggered. If it is not completed, it will be considered a mission failure. Mission failure deducts the ownership of the host Senbon Sakura. What? Lin Tian just noticed that in the past 3 months, through the buff of the tenfold comprehension pill, he has been immersed in the journey of improving his strength. And now he has obviously forgotten this one. Lin Tian hurriedly used the moon step and ran towards the dojo. Not far from Xuanjiao village, it was a paddy field that people irrigated. Not far from the paddy field, there was a forest, surrounded by a clearing. There were two people standing in the clearing, obviously they were fighting each other. Gina, the female swordsman cannot be the strongest. Gina was a little weak. She squatted beside the paddy field, thinking back to what Cao's hero had said. Suddenly, a green-haired boy came up. He was naturally Soran. "What are you doing here?" Soran asked. "I just want to know, why are you here so late?" Gina asked rhetorically. New book open up Wasteland. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. Chapter 11, Gina's suspended animation incident, for subscription. Chapter 11 Gina's suspended animation incident, for subscription. I'm here to fight you in the 2001 duel. This is my last duel with you. I'm going to end it. Try it with me with a real sword? Do you have a real sword? Soran speak confidently. Hey? And me? Gina was still immersed in Kojiro's words for a while. Okay. Gina let go of her distracting thoughts. Go back to the dojo and get back the Hideo text. But she didn't know, Lin Tian had been waiting for her for a long time, and quietly followed. The night was cold like soaking, the insects cried like weeping, the moonlight filled the whole night, and the owl watched quietly on the tree. Gina holding the word Hideo. Soran had a knife in each hand. Today he is still second hand. Suddenly Soran rushed over to Gina to take a slash with Gina's right hand, and Gina hit in a stab, and Soran hurriedly resisted, and the two fought away from each other. In the first confrontation, Soran was sweating profusely, and Gina was not very relaxed either. Suddenly, the two rushed together again. Gina and Soran hacked each other, but they were both blocked by each other. I don't know how long the two have been fighting each other. Soran was exhausted more quickly due to the double sword flow. Before long, he was panting and was out of strength. It looks like they are almost finished playing. Lin Tian estimated. Pick up two knives. It's really heavy. It seems that your stamina is not enough. Long-winded. Soran chopped over again, but Soran didn't have much strength anymore. Gina was one of the top picks, hitting Soran's two swords directly, and Soran volleyed and lost to Gina. Gina thrust a sword to Soran's left, almost against Soran's left ear. Gina proudly said, "My 2001 victory." After all, Soran's two swords also fell from the air, and they were inserted directly on the ground. Soran said, "Lost, damn it! Damn it! I'm so unwilling." Gina said, "I'm not willing to cry. When girls grow up, they will be weaker than boys. I will soon be overtaken by you. Soran, you often say that you want to become the strongest swordsman in the world. My father told me that he said that girls can't be made. I understand. I understand this kind of thing. But, I'm so unwilling. Soran is so good. Because you are a boy. I also want to be the strongest swordsman in the world. The breasts are also beginning to develop." After all, Gina touched her chest. Soran suddenly blushed. If I can be a boy." After that, Gina shed unwilling tears. "You beat me. Don't complain about it. This is too despicable. You are my goal. What a man or a woman. When will I beat you? Do you want to say the same? I don't seem to be able to win on my own strength. Isn't I like an idiot who works so hard for special training like this? Stop saying such things. Promise me. One day it's either me or you. You must become the strongest swordsman in the world. Let's compare and see who can become one." Gina's heart had already been opened by Soran. She wiped away her tears and said, "Idiot, obviously so weak." Soran and Gina held their right hands together and agreed. That's a deal. Lin Tian knew that from now on, Gina would be even more desperate to practice, and Soran also began to practice the three-sword style, starting a more powerful practice than before. Lin Tian was also a little sighed when he saw this. He knew that the plot was still exactly the same as in the original work. Does Gina have to die? Do not. I came to this world to change the world. Lin Tian believes that even if the wheel of history keeps turning, he turned out to be born to stop this original tragedy. Lin Tian estimates it should be these few days. A few days passed quickly. Lin Tian's attention was completely focused on Gu Yuna, but there seemed to be no change in the dojo. Except for Soran and Gina, more hard practice is still going on. This afternoon, it seemed as usual, Gina picked up her own words and practiced for a long time, then thoughtfully, hurried to the warehouse. Danger! Lin Tian was anxious. He already knew that Gina was going to the warehouse to get a precious sharpening stone. If no one stops, Gina is likely to fall to death. Lin Tian rushed over. However, Gina had already walked into the warehouse, and she set up a tall ladder as expected, looking like she was looking for something. Suddenly Gina made a mistake and didn't step on her foot well, and her whole body lost her balance. Gina shouted in surprise. What? Lin Tian had already entered, and his eyes condensed when he looked at Gina's figure. Shave. Lin Tian's training during this period was not white training. His 6 poses were obviously more sophisticated than in the past, and his super advanced footwork made him instantly appear where Gina had fallen. He has eyesight and hands faster. At the very moment, Lin Tian caught Gina. Even Lin Tian, thinking of such a high ladder, still has lingering fears. Falling from such a high place, it's no wonder Gina will die. And Gina was finally out of danger. Lin Tian had already heard the reminder in his mind that the task was completed. Gina was also a little dazed at this time, everything happened so fast that she didn't even react. Now she looked at the boy in front of her and felt a little blushing, no wonder she was embarrassed, because this was the first time she was hugged by a boy. Are you Lin Tian? Gina asked with a slightly hot face, looking at the boy in front of her. The 3-month training has made Lin Tian's figure stronger, and he no longer looks thin at the beginning, and the full and well-proportioned muscles give Lin Tian a charm that is about to mature. And Gina felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. Lin Tian didn't think so much when he heard Gina's words, and said directly, "You were so dangerous just now. You almost died. Do you know? Thank you for saving me in time, let me go first." Lin Tian realized that he was still holding Gina, and quickly put down Gina, and asked, "Oh, are you looking for a whetstone? Is it to polish the words of peace?" "Well, yes, how do you know?" Gu Yuna asked Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian ignored Gina's rhetorical question, and then asked, "Why are you so persistent to become stronger?" Gu Yuna was silent for a few seconds, then looked up at Lin Tian, some tears flickering. "Because I want to become the strongest female swordsman in the world. But, alas, my father said I couldn't make it. I made an agreement with that guy Soran. No matter who he is, he and I will always be the strongest swordsman in the world. This is my belief. So I am very persistent and desperate." New book pioneers. Subscribe. 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 The hero will go to sea immediately. Chapter 12, Leave here to take an adventure. Chapter 12 Leave here to take an adventure. Lin Tianbian persuaded him and asked, "But you can't be the strongest in the world in this place. Don't you think about leaving this place? Have you gone out to experience it?" Gina shook her head and said, "Father would never agree. After all, he only has a daughter like me. Yes. I won't agree." At this time, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the warehouse. Looking at the familiar appearance, isn't it Cao's hero or who? Cao's hero suddenly walked in from the door. Lin Tian was shocked, he didn't even feel Chaos Hero nearby. In the original work, Gina's death seemed to have some oddities, but Lin Tian didn't care about it at the time. However, after becoming the subject, Lin Tian felt that things were far more complicated than it seemed in the original work. If you don't save Gina, will Gina really fall to death? Chaos Hero hides his strength, and the death of Gina is just a simple sentence in the original book. Maybe the original Nikako Shiro also rescued her. Lin Tian guessed, but Gina and Chaos Hero started talking. Father. Gina was still a little at a loss after seeing Chaos Hero. Sorry. I worried you. I'm sorry. I never thought about going to sea to practice. Gina bowed to her father, and then bowed to Lin Tian in the same way. Thank you. Lin Tian. Thank you for saving me. Gina looked a little unnatural, as if she was still worried about Koshiro's previous words. Gina. As a father, I do not agree with you to leave, but as your master, I have to agree with you to leave. No. I don't want to leave. I have to insist on daily training, I still have the obsession to become stronger. Gina was a little excited, obviously she did not expect Chaos Hero to let her go. Chaos Hero didn't say much, but looked at Gina in silence for a while. Don't worry, Gina, I know you are thinking about that kid Soran. But you should go further to experience it too. Only in this way will you become stronger. Chaos Hero added again. But no matter how strong I become, I can't become the strongest swordsman in the world. Gina finally yelled out. She looked at Chaos Hero with mixed emotions. Even if she remembered the agreement between her and Soran, it did not mean that she would forget what her father had said. However, Chaos Hero smiled deeply and said, how do you know if you don't try it? Haven't you been thinking that way? Why do you still care about it for so long? When Gina heard these words, her body trembled and her emotions were obviously complicated. She didn't expect her father to support her and encourage her to become stronger. Kojiro knew that Gina was reading Soran, so he added. Gina, don't worry. I said to the outside world, you fell to death, maybe this will make Soran more painful, but please let him inherit your will and continue practicing here for a while. Father, why are you driving me away? Gina finally asked, looking at Chaos Hero with tears in tears. Chaos Hero still answered without fury. Father is reluctant to bear you, and doesn't want you to be the strongest. But as your master, how can you fail to see your desperation? I know how strong your obsession is to become stronger, I know, I understand. But since you want to become stronger, why not try to get out of the closed place? Gina was lost in thought, apparently very contradictory in her heart. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian also persuaded, Gina, what the master said is right, since you think there are some things that you don't agree with, then you should try to use actual actions to change their previous perceptions. Lin Tian also persuaded him. He knew this, but Chaos Hero couldn't say it. But when things got here, Lin Tian also suddenly realized. Chaos Hero said those words on purpose to let Gina hear her, so that Gina would practice desperately to prove herself. But in the end, Gina became stronger again and aroused a worry, which originated from Soran. Because she witnessed Soran's growth, when he saw Soran, she believed Kojiro's words. Because Soran's growth is so fast. Soon that even Gina had to increase her training volume, but Soran had been improving rapidly, and Gina's own beliefs were shaken. It was because of the eagerness to become stronger that Gina felt a little flustered. She fell down the stairs in a hurry and almost died away. In this way, it is much more reasonable. But go like this? Is it really okay? Gina was also a little tangled in her heart now, at a loss. She has been practicing in the dojo, from a very young age until now. She has little to do except training. Chaos Hero suddenly let her go, but felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing Gina's appearance, Chaos Hero didn't know her thoughts, but he didn't say much, instead he said to Lin Tian earnestly. Lin Tian, you can almost go outside. In the past 3 months, your swordsmanship growth can be said to be very great. I am relieved of your strength. Go out and explore the world. Only in this way can you continue to improve. Gina and you happen to be walking in company. I will leave Gina to you now. Take care of her. Let's go to sea with her. The practice of both of you is also excellent. The most important thing is that you should all be able to accomplish yours obsession and dream. Lin Tian didn't expect Cao's hero to evaluate himself so highly, and he humbly shook his head and said, "That's good for the master. But I think it's time to go out." Cao's hero added, "Don't worry. That kid Soran is very talented. He left it to me, but it is still too early to go to sea. In a few years, he will learn something and will go out to increase his knowledge, and he may meet you in the future. I hope you can become stronger at that time. Okay, let's go when you are ready. Don't let others see it." After Kojiro said, he has already issued an order to chase off guests. Senior Sister Guyuna. Lin Tian looked at Guyuna and shouted, "Lin Tian! Let's go." He has already said that. Gina finally decided something. However, she took the Wadoichi word from her waist and handed it to Cao's hero, leaving the whetstone behind. "This is your most beloved and precious sword." Cao's hero said, "Aren't you taking it away?" "No, no need. I think I will have other swords, so let's keep this sword. Since I am leaving here, let Soran inherit my will to become stronger. This is just a word, just stay, give it to him." After Gina said. She bowed to Cao's hero again. By now, Gina and Lin Tian packed up their luggage, and left together before others noticed. New book. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. Seeking flowers. The third update will follow soon. Chapter 13, Draw the Prize Sleeve begs you, subscription required. Chapter 13 Draw the Prize Sleeve begs you, subscription required. Lin Tian and Guyuna finally left Xuanjihe village on the boat. Gina still looked contemplative, and Lin Tian estimated that she was worried about whether Soran would never recover. "Don't worry. That kid is proud. And strong. He will survive soon." Lin Tian comforted. "Lin Tian, I know him better than you. We have lived together for a long time." After that, Gina trembled slightly, and finally she couldn't help but shed tears. She didn't expect to leave a familiar place for the first time in such a way. But Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. It turned out that Gina was silent when she was most sad. At this time, he seemed a little incompetent. He had some strength but he was not very good at comforting girls. He thought for a while or patted Gina on the back gently and said, "Well, don't worry. I will protect you from now on. I don't need your protection." Guyuna also felt Lin Tian's care, but after thinking about it, she felt that there was a strange feeling in these words. Her face is a little hot. "I thought to myself, my father said just now that I was entrusted to him? What does it mean? Could it be, no, no?" Immediately refuted Lin Tiandao. "I don't need your protection. I'm not the tail of an oil bottle crane, but I am destined to become the strongest swordsman in the world." After that, I ran into the cabin. Why do these words sound familiar? Lin Tian thought. "Okay. I believe you." Lin Tian thought secretly. Lin Tian suddenly thought that he still had another chance to draw a lottery, and hurriedly called the system. "System. Are you there? Hello host. Testing. Congratulations to the host for completing the sea level side quest. The content of the mission is to rescue Gina and go to sea. The completion rate is evaluated as S level. Therefore, the sea level roulette draw is awarded once. May I start the draw now? Lottery. Start the lottery." As soon as the sound of the system fell, the familiar roulette pointer began to spin. Lin Tian noticed that the C level is a bronze roulette, and the D level drawn before is a black iron roulette. It is estimated that the B and A levels are silver roulette and gold roulette respectively. I'm coming. Under Lin Tian's expectation, the roulette turned faster and faster, and then the speed gradually slowed down, and finally the pointer fell on a row of characters. This burst rate? That's great! Lin Tian was also overjoyed. I only heard the voice of the system ensuing, congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level reward for the Reaper Plain Kukaki Rukia's Zanpaku knife, Shiu Shirayuki, beginning, because the host already has a Zanpaku knife, so you can give this prize to others. At present, I don't lack weapons anymore. Why don't you give it to Gina? System, can she also obtain Xiu Beixiu's initial solution ability? Of course. Just like you use Senbonzakura, she can also use Shirayuki's abilities. However, the host must be clear that there is a small chance that Shirayuki will be able to draw his sleeves again, which means that the ability to solve it may require the user himself go get it. Well, that's how it is, understand. Lin Tian thought that Xiu Beixiu is also a very powerful Zanpaku knife, even if it is temporarily insoluble, it will not hinder its own strength. Besides, no matter how strong the sword is, it depends on who is using it. This knife is beautiful and suitable for Gina, so I will give it to him. Lin Tian thought of it and called Gina out of the cabin. Gina! If you leave a word of peace, then I will give you a weapon. Weapon? Where did you get it? Isn't your only sword all over you? Is there any other sword for me? Gina obviously knew Lin Tian too, and indeed only brought a sword when he came out. I am not an ordinary sword, this is called Jianbenying, it is a very powerful weapon. Lin Tian touched his Jianbenying proudly. Very strong? Is there a strong word in my harmony? There doesn't seem to be such a knife among those famous knives. Gina also fought back. Girls at this age seem to love to quarrel with boys. It doesn't matter, one day you will see how powerful this knife is. Well, looking at what you are saying so seriously, then I will wait for this Qianben Sakura to become famous in the future, then you say, what about the weapon given to me? Haha, wait a moment. Lin Tian immediately thought. The system seemed to know it, and a strange power came out, and a gorgeous-looking knife was added to Gina's waist. Look! Isn't your sword on you? Lin Tian reminded, pointing to Gu Yuna's waist. Hey? How come? Why didn't I have just now? How could I have an extra knife on my body? Lin Tian also secretly said in his heart, this is directly given to you by the system. Gina suddenly closed her eyes, as if there was something more in her brain, but she opened her eyes and smiled after a while. Lin Tian knew that this was the information that Gu Yuna had obtained Su Shirayuki's solution, and her appearance was exactly the same as when she obtained the Navy 6th form and Senbon Sakura. Guyana suddenly removed her sleeve Beixiu from her waist, observed it carefully, and said excitedly, wow! I like this knife very much. Thank you. Lin Tian. I seem to know this knife. She seems to be called Xiu Beixiu. Gina said, looking directly at Lin Tian. That's right. You already know how to use this knife, and you must be familiar with it if you have the opportunity. Lin Tian is also a little happy, after all, Gina is her first crew member. Strengthening is of course better for oneself. Gina hesitated, this knife is really beautiful. Do you really want to give it to me? Lin Tian smiled bitterly and said, take it. I'm not a second-hand style, I have 1,000 Sakura, and besides, you left the text of Hideo for Soran, and you don't have any weapons to take advantage of. This will be given to you. Use it, don't disappoint his name. You should already know how to use it, right? Yes, my mind was grey just now, and I felt a lot more hazy. Lin Tian knows that it is a means by which the system directly empowers others. Yes, that's how it feels, Xiu Beixiu. Very strong. You have to become stronger too. You can definitely become the strongest female swordsman. Gu Yuna glanced at Lin Tian gratefully, thank you. After that, Beixiu took his sleeves and went to play in the cabin. And Lin Tian not only completed the task of apprentice to learn the sword, but also the task of saving Gina and going to sea. Just when Lin Tian was wandering aimlessly at sea, the sound of the system came. The system, as expected, did not allow Lin Tian to relax for a moment. The system released the latest side mission. Hello host. You have completed all the tasks, and now a new side task is released, kill the Black Cat Pirates. Task level C, task reward, 1 prize draw. New book for subscription. Subscribe. Thanks. The 4th update will be delivered at noon. Chapter 14, Sheltstown tears up a reward. Chapter 14 Sheltstown tears up a reward. Black Cat Pirate Group. Lin Tian thought, this pirate group is one of the top pirate groups in the East China Sea's frightened bounty rankings. It's not an ordinary small role. In the Black Cat Pirates, there are not only the Cat Brothers but also the hypnotist Zhang Jiao, and the Captain Crow is known as 100 Tricks. Not only has the amazing ambition and the scheming, but also has the terrifying strength. Ms. Ye's family property took 3 years to penetrate. Had it not been for the arrival of Straw Hat Luffy with a group of people in the original book, it is estimated that he would have achieved his evil goal. If you remember correctly, the Black Cat Pirates group occupied Kaya's property. That was 3 years ago of the original work, but now it looks like the original book about 8 years ago. The Black Cat Pirates group is unlikely to appear there. Where are we going next? After Gina played with her sleeve Beixiu, she walked out of the cabin and asked Lin Tian on the deck. Lin Tian didn't have a good route at this time, but he thought that he still had a skill card for top navigation, which he hadn't used yet. Otherwise, just give Gina to use it. Lin Tian thought. But looking at Gina's appearance, she has no interest in sailing at all. She wants to be the world's best swordsman, so don't bother her. Should I still go to Nami? Lin Tian thought of Nami, the nautical genius and thief cat in the original book. Lin Tian still shook her head secretly. Nami is now estimated to be young and can't go to sea. Lin Tian thought about it and said, let's not use it now. Although I don't know much about navigation, the East China Sea is relatively safe. Generally speaking, as long as you don't encounter stormy weather and meet sea kings, it's relatively safe. As long as you can distinguish your direction and your position on the sea, you will still not be able to walk towards your destination. What's wrong? Thinking of here, Lin Tian also began to take the helm and set sail. As he had just left Xuanjiao village, he prepared a chart before the trip. In addition, the weather was good and the vision was wide. Lin Tian's journey was very smooth, and he had arrived at the nearest island town with naval garrison in his boat. Lin Tian thinks that Crow is also very famous in the East China Sea, and there must be a reward. Lin Tian is already going to the naval garrison to inquire about it and see if there is appropriate information. When he arrived at the naval garrison, Lin Tian saw that the bounty bar was also full of wanted warrants for Crow. Lin Tian inquired around and found out that the recent Black Cat Pirates group was uneasy. They frequently attacked in the East China Sea. Merchant Marine has increased the total reward a lot, and it is notorious in this piece. After saying that, Lin Tian saw the reward order from the Cat Brothers, so he tore the reward off casually. However, some of the Marines garrisoned around saw this scene but were a little surprised. Hey? Little guy? What are you doing? Does he intend to attack the Cat Brothers? The Cat Brothers are very strong. Many bounty hunters have not come back alive. Young man, are you here to make trouble? Several Marines saw Lin Tian's childish look. It was estimated that Lin Tian was a teenager. He might have come to offer a reward when he had nothing to do. They stopped Lin Tian's improper behavior, and some of them were still facing. Showing a fierce appearance, I wanted to stop it. However, Lin Tian pretended not to see them, and then tore off the reward offered by Crow. Bah! The sound of the reward torn off was particularly harsh, and the marines suddenly became a little angry. What is he doing? Even to tear off the reward of hundreds of crows? Is it a joke? Or is he really going to hit Crow? How is it possible? He is less than a teenager. How is it possible to have played Crow? Yes, it's probably here to make trouble. Hey boy! Are you here to make trouble? There was a seaman who was stationed, who looked a bit fierce, and he grabbed Lin Tian with one hand. Menka caught him. This guy is making trouble. Kick him away. The surrounding marines shouted. Hey! Menka? Isn't this a character in the plot? Why does it appear now? Did I arrive at the 153rd branch of the Navy, the town of Shelters? Thinking about Sauron in the original book also went to Schultz town and lost his way as soon as he went out to sea. Lin Tian was a little relieved. In the original work, the hypnotist hypnotized Menka to make him think he had caught Crow, so he was promoted to captain, but the hypnotism made Menka a grumpy person. Since then, Crow has been hiding in Kaya's house in Sarab village, where Usopp made his debut. He spent 3 years gaining the trust of the rich lady Kaya as the housekeeper Crab Adel. He finally slowly climbed to the position of housekeeper, but attempted to control the property of Kaya's family, and in the end, CLO was defeated by Luffy. But that is also a few years later. Now Menka is just a recruit. After figuring it out, Lin Tian frowned, raised his hand gently and grabbed one of Menka's hands from him. Menka was shocked and wondered how the young man in front of him could easily control his hand with such great strength. Gina was also a little angry when she saw this scene. What are you doing? Gina also looked at the navy, frowned slightly, and raised the knife in her hand. There is a lot of meaning to start fighting. You fellow! However, Menka suddenly hit Lin Tian with his other hand. Lin Tian didn't expect that if he didn't clean up Menka, Menka would take an inch and attack him, so he changed his hands to feet, kicked it out, and kicked Menka into the air. Seeing Menka being so sturdy, man was kicked out like a cannonball. The navy was shocked. Who is this boy? He kicked Menka with one kick. The navy picked up their guns and aimed at the two. The tense atmosphere seemed to be permeating the surroundings, and the navy's extremely fast-moving groups surrounded Lin Tian and Gu Yuna. I just want to accept the reward from the Black Cat pirates. There is no need to fight so aggressively, right? Lin Tian said grimly, this group of navies really lacks strength and loves to booze. Is this the navy? A group of adults bullied 2 weak children. Gina said sarcastically. Weak kid? This boy is the one who kicked Menka flying with just one kick. Can still be called weak. The navy thought they had heard it wrong. The deadlock soon resolved. A navy who appeared to be a commander came out and persuaded each other. I'm sorry, you guys, Menka has always been very impulsive. If you want to receive a reward, please feel free to do it. Most navies were mainly afraid that Lin Tian was young and ignorant, and he would offer rewards indiscriminately. He regarded himself too high and lost his life. That's why he thought Lin Tian was making trouble. Hello everyone! During the new book release period, subscriptions are very important. Please order a subscription. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Chapter 15, Battle against the Black Cat Pirates. Chapter 15, Battle against the Black Cat Pirates. But when I saw that they kicked Menka flying with ease, my heart was convinced, and in the end I didn't say anything. Well, please give me information about the Black Cat Pirate group. Okay. No problem. Leering Lin Tian to get angry, the navy readily handed over the information of the Black Cat Pirate group to Lin Tian. After reading it, Lin Tian smiled at the corner of his mouth, and set sail and Gina set off again. But no one could see that in the naval base in Schultz town, a navy looked around and no one secretly picked up the phone worm's microphone and said a few words. At this time, Lin Tian was standing on the deck, looking at the chart, while steering the helm. Gina is practicing swordsmanship. The boat was moving on the sea, and the sky was a little dark. The intelligence provided by the Navy is naturally that the Black Cat pirates have been attacking the location of merchant ships recently. Lin Tian's ship, naturally also disguised as a merchant ship, sailed to an area where the Black Cat pirate group might haunt. Not long after Lin Tian drove away, he saw a small island in front of him, and suddenly a pirate ship appeared on both sides of the island. Not only was the ship moving extremely fast, but it also attacked not too slowly. Even Lin Tian had just reacted, more than a dozen shells had already flown near the ship where Lin Tian was. Lin Tian and Gu Yuna picked up their knives and dropped them, cutting into half the shells that were about to fall on the deck. What? Suddenly a scream came from all around Lin Tian. I didn't expect that the enemy's big ship was still shielding countless small boats. The speed of the boats was even faster. Lin Tian's boat is a bit larger and looks a bit cumbersome. It is not traveling so fast. When Lin Tian saw the main ship of the Black Cat pirate ship, he saw countless grappling hooks thrown from the opposite side and caught them on the ship. The pirates followed the grappling hook and boarded their boats. And two people are headed. One fat and one thin. Cat brothers. A large group of pirates followed, all of them fierce and evil. Lin Tian thought, no wonder the merchant ships will be attacked. The attack speed of these pirates is very fast. Normal people really can't escape their attacks. But is Lin Tian an ordinary person? Gina looked at the pirates around, a little flustered. After all, she had never encountered such a situation when she went out to sea for the first time. There are only two people? There is such a big ship. Two bosses. There are millions of Baileys in their ship. Wow! That's okay. I didn't expect the two of you to come to the door. Haha. Yes. Not only to die. It also brought us millions of Baileys. Not bad. How many millions of Baileys? Lin Tian wanted to laugh a little, that belonged to the pirates on this ship, but now they are all dead. I didn't expect someone to repeat the same mistakes. Lin Tian immediately appeased Gina. Gina, don't panic. Let's leave our backs to each other, and kill the other when we come up. Gu Yuna replied and went back to back with Lin Tian. Gina has also pulled out her Zanpaku sword Shirayuki. Chun. As soon as the sound of drawing a knife rang, the pirates rushed forward. The pirates swarmed in and surrounded Lin Tian and the others. No one is talking nonsense. The pirates rushed up one by one. After all, Gina had learned kendo for many years. She picked up Shirayuki's sleeve and began to cleave skillfully. Although she is not very old, she has a deep knowledge of swordsmanship. For a while, no she-pirate could do anything to get her. Lin Tian seemed to exercise Gu Yuna deliberately, only parrying but not attacking. If a pirate attacked Lin Tian, he would easily bounce off. But in the eyes of the pirates, Gina turned out to be stronger. Whoever died close, and the other grey-haired boy didn't even have a decent attack. After a while, Lin Tian felt that more and more pirates were attacking him. Ah! What's the situation? Lin Tian wondered why they regarded themselves as soft persimmons. Seeing more and more pirates attacking him, Lin Tian felt more and more speechless in his heart. After a while, I didn't know which pirate picked up his head and shouted, "Kill the grey-haired kid first. He is weaker." Gu Yuna wanted to laugh, Lin Tian wanted to exercise her ability to prepare for battle, she felt it too, but unexpectedly, these pirates now use Lin Tian as a soft persimmon. Almost everyone attacked Lin Tian, but no one attacked Gina. All the pirates immediately surrounded Lin Tian alone, but Gina faced the cat brothers alone. Guyana should be fine 1-on-2, there will be nothing for a while. Lin Tian thought with peace of mind. Then he looked at the hideous pirates around and said directly. Since you have chosen to be my enemy, then you must be conscious of death. Lin Tian didn't talk too much nonsense, and he held the Kyanben Sakura directly, and the Kyanben Sakura turned into a cherry blossom. Spread it! Senbonzakura! Countless cherry blossom petals began to dance one after another, looking very strange. The pirates didn't know whether they were advancing or retreating for a while. You fools! Don't attack him soon! The cat brother urged. Only then did the pirates react and attacked Lin Tian with various weapons. The obsessive guys! It's too late to escape now. Lin Tian didn't move but smiled, but he controlled the cherry blossoms in his heart. Countless cherry blossom petals have spread around with Lin Tian as the center. What is this? Be careful! A pirate who was too close to Lin Tian felt bad when he saw the beautiful cherry blossoms flying towards him, but he didn't even give him time to think and the petals were drowned. The petals cut his body unscrupulously. The last feeling he felt before he died was endless pain. At the same time, many people died in the same way. For the luckier pirates, Senbonzakura cut their throats when they drowned them, and left the world without any pain. But the one who was a little less lucky was suffering thousands of swords and slashes, and screamed in pain for more than 10 seconds before bleeding and death. What? It hurts. Kill me. Just kill me. The pirates howled in pain everywhere. When Lin Tian used Qian Benying to solve the problem, he had already determined that the battle was over. This battle. Lin Tian vs Black Cat pirates with numerous pirates. Lin Tian Sheng. Moreover, the battle was over in less than half a minute. At this time, Gina and the cat brothers were already confronting each other. The two cats who Gina had the upper hand were in a panic. Because the situation is more critical and the distance is relatively long, the cat brothers will not have the mind to pay attention to the battle between his men and Lin Tian for a while. After the two fought for a while, they were out of breath. New books are in the library. Everyone's subscription is very important to me. Today's 5th update. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. Chapter 16, The Conspiracy Behind Crow, Subscription Required. Chapter 16 The Conspiracy Behind Crow, Subscription Required. The cat brothers have been completely suppressed by Gina. After playing for a while, seeing that Gina was so difficult, I couldn't help thinking. Unexpectedly, this woman is young, but her swordsmanship is so superb. We can't beat her with the strength of the two of us. But as long as we hold her, we will come to support the brothers when it is over. The fist is hard to beat with 4 hands, and it will definitely not be able to stop the attack of a pirate group of us. But the ideal is full, the reality is very skinny. In this sentence, the thoughts of the cat brothers are not excessive. But while they were anxiously waiting for the support of the pirates, Lin Tian had already come to the side of their battle. Gina, I'm over there? Are you okay? Lin Tian asked easily. He naturally saw the battle between Gina and the cat brothers at a glance, and it was firmly in the upper hand. You kid! Why are you here? Due to the critical situation and the distance between them, the cat brothers didn't know what the fighting situation was like on Lin Tian's side, but when they saw Lin Tian, their first thought was that Lin Tian used some trick to escape. So they fended off Gina's hack and started yelling. Hey! Where did you die? Didn't you tell me to watch this kid? You guys respond. After calling for a long time, no one responded to the cat brothers. Maybe they won't respond to you. Lin Tian replied helplessly. Why? Because, they were all killed by me. You? Kill them. The cat brothers glanced at Lin Tian in front of them, and then smiled unbelief. Haha, how is this possible? This kid deliberately wants to lie to us. Let's go and see now. After that, the two ran to the corpses of the pirates. At this moment, a corpse that no one noticed actually moved. Lin Tian was startled, his eyesight and hands quickly shaved, and he teleported to Gu Yuna's side. Be careful! Lin Tian suddenly instantaneously pushed Gina away. I saw a blood stain on Gina's right arm suddenly. The panic happened too suddenly. Even Gina herself did not react. It turned out that it was the corpse of a pirate who had died suddenly stood up, approached Gina at high speed and silently, and attacked Gina. See the silent steps made by the pirate who had come back from the dead. Lin Tian knew the identity of the other party and sneered. Hundreds of crows. I didn't expect you to pretend to be a corpse in order to win. I can't be as good as you and just keep being a corpse. Lin Tian sneered. Fortunately, Lin Tian not only reacts quickly, but also has faster footwork. Otherwise, Gina would not be as simple as a bloodstain. Hey! As long as it is to win, any method will work. The fingernails of Chloe's left and right hands have become sharp claws. Captain! The cat brothers were shocked when they saw Chloe. Crow didn't even care about them. Looking at Lin Tian, he grabbed it again. Lin Tian just lifted Qianbenying lightly and blocked the catch. Seeing Lin Tian easily blocking his own claws, Kai Luo was also surprised. Hehe, you are really not easy. You are not too old. You actually killed all of my men. Chloe looked at Lin Tian coldly and said with a sneer. What? This kid? Did you really kill so many crew members? The cat brothers were shocked when they heard the words, but when they saw their Captain Crow smiling, they already knew that something was wrong. Captain! Don't use that trick. Yes. Captain! The cat brothers realized something terrible, and they discouraged them. Hey! You two guys who have done less than done and have done more than done. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't get rid of the blue-haired woman, I'll get rid of you. Crow calmly threatened. Suddenly, his figure appeared behind the two cat brothers again, and raised his own sharp claws against their throats. The cat brothers were frightened and silly. They knew that their captain was cruel in order to achieve his goal. In order to survive, the two immediately attacked Gina. Sam! Butch! The pussy willow marches. Having said that, the two of them used their own housekeeping skills, frantically grabbing Gina from left to right. And Captain Crow here habitually pushed his glasses with the palm of his hand, and looked at Lin Tiandao with a sneer. No one disturbs us anymore, and the venue is clean. Next, you two, who will go first? Dead. Lin Tian also shook his head and fought back. Neither of us will die, you will die completely. Hey! Then let me see you, a scumbag who has never seen the world. What a brilliant trick! As soon as Captain Crow finished speaking, he took silent steps. However, Lin Tian's breath had already locked Chloe, and when Captain Chloe appeared behind Lin Tian, Chloe spoke. It seems that you died first. Chloe instantly placed his sharp claws on Lin Tian's neck, and Lin Tian would die with just one move. Hehe, not necessarily. Shave. Lin Tian instantaneously appeared, and then appeared behind Crow again. His footwork is so fast that there is no edge. How can the silent step be compared with the Navy's 6-style footwork? What? Crow's face changed drastically, and his heart was startled. He had seen such a move. This is a 6-style Navy? Are you a member of the world government? Lin Tian shook his head and said, I'm not, I'm here to kill you. After saying that, Lin Tian looked at Chloe again with his black pupils. Somehow, Chloe felt a kind of creepy feeling. But Crow still calmed down and said, Hey! Don't be ashamed. That was just for fun just now. I want to give you the most special treatment, let you thoroughly taste the taste of horror. Then slowly take care of you. Crow lowered his head slightly and shouted, Spoon. Then disappeared in an instant. Crow's silent steps have been used to the extreme. Although this attack does not distinguish between enemies and us, it is full of power and has always been Crow's most proud skill. However, Lin Tian sneered a little. Her moon step and shave are much more advanced than silent steps. This pace is too pediatric for him. Lin Tian had 100 ways to resist. Suddenly feeling a danger coming, Lin Tian used one of the 6 formulas that he rarely used. Paper painting. Then Lin Tian shrank to the other side. It looks weird. Humph. Clu's face changed slightly, and then a dozen claws attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian then used paper painting, shaved, and moon steps to avoid these attacks one after another. The new book has been signed. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. The first update will be delivered today, and the second update will be at 7 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 17, Tuan Mi Black Cat Pirate Group. Chapter 17 Tuan Mi Black Cat Pirate Group. The famous Captain Crow. Why can't I feel the horror? It feels like you are here to be funny. Lin Tian mocked Crow. Crow was also shocked in his heart. This kid had far surpassed his footwork, and his body skills were even more weird. It seemed that if he wanted to kill him, he had to block his actions. Boy! Eat me! Clu suddenly burst out with all his strength. Lin Tian could only feel countless claws attacking him. In an instant, all around was the sword aura produced by Clu's claws. Lin Tian jumped into the air. You got fooled. Who would have thought that Crow had already jumped in the air, still sneer with a tricky trick. Die. After Closing finished speaking, Angel Lin tried his best to put out his strongest and fastest spoon into the air. It turned out that when K Luo learned that Lin Tian's speed and body skills were far surpassing him, he tried to use tricks to force Lin Tian to jump in the air. Then he used his full strength to hit, and ordinary people were in the air, and they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Lin Tian's defeat was justified in the eyes of Clu. When Crow made a full blow, he felt that Lin Tian couldn't resist his all-round attack. He has started to cheer for victory in his heart as a matter of course. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian, who was in the air, used Yuebu. What? Crow was shocked. He had never thought that anyone could walk in the air. Who is Lin Tian? However, the system had already mastered the 6 forms so that Lin Tian had mastered it perfectly. Walking in the sky with moon steps is not a difficult task for a long time. Crow's face was gloomy, and he didn't know what Crow was thinking. Captain Crow, if you have no other moves, I think I won this competition. Lin Tian said with a smile. He had understood Crow's intentions a long time ago. The reason for pretending to be a trick was only to be curious about what he wanted to do. Thinking about it now, it seemed that it was nothing great. Hey! You guy! Try my trick! Fork! Hey! Lin Tian was a little puzzled. Didn't Crow show this trick in this original? But think about it, the original Chloe was hugged by Luffy and blocked his movement. He couldn't use his footwork, and he couldn't use the sharp blade in his hand. He was directly hit by a rubber clock by Luffy. So it should have been too late to use his strongest move. A move with a name like a spoon is normal, right? Suddenly K Luo ran a few tens of meters away in a silent step, and then K Luo rushed towards Lin Tian, the sharp blades in his hands crossed like a big fork. Then disappeared tens of meters away. Wolverine. Lin Tian looked at K Luo and thought of some familiar scenes. Lin Tian pulled out a few inches of cherry blossoms, and began to brew his own big move. Lin Tian's principle is, since others dare to face waves, he should try his best to face waves as well. Ie Shura Cut. This trick is Lin Tian's own original trick. Combining Jihe and Shura, the footwork uses the shave in the 6 styles. First lock the opponent with the breath, and then run towards the opponent at a very high speed. At the most suitable time, pull the knife out of the sheath and make a number of horizontal and vertical splits. After cutting, slowly retract the knife, and finally close the knife. Between the breath of the sheath sound, even Shura can be cut. This is Jihe Shura slash. At last, the two collided. The claws in Crow's hand had already attacked Lin Tian. And Lin Tian had also completely pulled out Qian Ben Ying. Ding! That is the unique collision sound of metal and metal. There was a small storm. Lin Tian had already slowly retracted the knife in an instant, and the blade was drawn into the scabbard, and a cool sound was heard. CLO. It disappointed me so much. Let's go. Lin Tian finally put the knife in the scabbard. At the same time, Crow knelt down, the sharp claws in his fingers had broken to the ground. I didn't lose. Crow still didn't react. I'm still alive. I'm not dead. I haven't lost yet. Crow suddenly went crazy and wanted to stand up. But Crow found that he could no longer control his body. Lin Tian shook his head and said earnestly. Sorry, Captain Crow, you are dead. Lin Tian's words just fell. Captain Crow's eyes widened in disbelief, because he found that an unspeakable fear had come. My pain disappeared, how could I feel nothing at all? Obviously he was cut by this person. But now he doesn't seem to have anything? But if nothing really happened? Why can't I control my body? Captain Crow's consciousness has gradually blurred, and he no longer knows what he is thinking. So his sword skills are so strong? It's almost time for me to die, am I so slow? When Crow was about to die, he raised the corners of his mouth and showed an unexplained smile, very scared. All this happened in a flash. So far. Black Cat Pirates Captain Clo vs Lin Tian, lost. Why is K Luo dead still conscious? That's because Lin Tian's slashing speed is extremely fast, he slashed countless slashes at the moment he drew his sword. This is not what an ordinary swordsman can do. Lin Tian's slash has already reached the point that even Klo's brain can't react. Lin Tian used Shura to chop off Klo's hand muscles, hamstrings, spine and some important organs. So Captain Crow thought he was still alive and could even fight. Little did he know that Lin Tian had cut off his nerves. Although the consciousness stayed for a few seconds, he couldn't control it. That's why Lin Tian said that you are dead. As for the last smile, Lin Tian really didn't know what it meant. Lin Tian beheaded K Luo, but did not receive any prompt about the completion of the mission. Knowing the reason, he rushed to Gina in a flash. Pussy Willow marching. The Cat brothers Sam and Buzzy are still using their combined force to attack Gina. But Gina has also figured out the routine of these two. Baixu picked up the sleeve in his hand and said, Ghost Slash. The two of them were at a loss, and the two suddenly split into two sides, one attacking the left and the other attacking the right, making Gina suddenly a little flustered. The cat kills and jumps. Buzzy, the fat cat, jumped up and kicked at Gina's body. Cat's claw. Sam, the thin green-haired cat, prepared to attack Gina's bottom plate with a sliding shovel. Gina suddenly didn't know where to hide, so she picked up the sleeve in her hand, Baixu, and turned around. Chuou. Yuebai. Gina reacted very quickly. As soon as her voice fell, she liberated her Zanpaku sword at the same time. I saw that she touched the deck beneath her feet with the tip of Shirayuki's knife. A round shrouded the bodies of the two cat brothers. New bookmark appointment. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. The second update will be sent today, and the third update will be at 12 noon. Chapter 18, Kill the Hypnotist Zangao, subscription required. Chapter 18 Kill the Hypnotist Zangao, subscription required. But the scary thing is that the world shrouded in this circle is in the frozen field of Xiu Baixu. Wow! It's so cold. Danger! Run! The cat brothers were still attacking Gina, but a feeling of danger has already hit his heart. I saw that the cat brothers were frozen into sculptures before they could escape from the circle in the future. Gina breathed a sigh of relief, and put away her sleeve Shirayuki. At this point, the Black Cat Pirates, the Cat Brothers, Sam and Barget, died. Guyana. You have become stronger. Lin Tian also walked over and praised. He still wanted to help Gina, now it seemed completely unnecessary. I just took advantage of this magical Zanpaku knife, I didn't beat them with swordsmanship. Don't worry, this knife is part of your soul, the stronger you are, the stronger the knife will be. Think about it, in the original book, Sauron only used one trick to solve the cat brothers. But Sauron had grown up at that time, and Gina was still a girl. An adult and a young girl, no matter whether it is the use and understanding of swordsmanship, or the speed of power, there is no way to compare each other. Of course, except for Lin Tian. He is no longer in the range of normal people. But when the pirates, Captain Crow and the Cat brothers were eliminated, Lin Tian did not receive the prompt of the system to complete the task. Lin Tian thought of someone. The hypnotist praised Gao, the deputy captain of the Black Cat pirates. Why didn't you see Zhang Jiao? Lin Tian fell into deep thought for a while, and just as Lin Tian was thinking hard, there was another deafening sound of cannonballs around him. Boom! 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 In a flash, dozens of shells have already attacked Lin Tian and the other two. Lin Tian said directly without hesitation. Spread it! Senbonzakura! And directly pulled out Senbonzakura to complete the initial solution. Senbonzakura suddenly turned into a small blade like countless cherry blossom petals. I saw Lin Tian manipulating the petals of Qian Ben Sakura with one hand, and surrounded them with him and Gu Yuna. Formed a no-injury circle. At this time, Lin Tian and two people, even if they were hit by a cannonball, would be cut into pieces by the petals of these 1,000 cherry blossoms. Lin Tian, do you know what's going on? How could someone attack us suddenly? Gina asked anxiously. I'm not so sure either. Lin Tian felt that although the trip successfully killed Crow and the Cat brothers, this time was extremely unsatisfactory compared to the situation of completing the task before. First of all, Lin Tian's ship was ambushed as soon as it reached the range of the Black Cat pirate group plundering the merchant ship. He was attacked by Klo again on the ship. Lin Tian suddenly understood Klo's unexplained smile before he died. This is a pit. From the very beginning, both of them were deceived. If it weren't for their miscalculation of the strength of Lin Tian and Gu Yuna, it must be the end of a life of 9 deaths. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain shook, and it turned out that the boat under the feet of the two had been hit by a cannonball, making noises. A big hole was punched in the hull, and water has begun to pour in. It is estimated that it will not be long before the ship will be scrapped. Seeing the Black Cat pirates group and a small sailing boat, it was safe and sound. In a critical situation, Lin Tian abandoned the ship decisively and didn't think so much. 1,000 Banzakura scattered with his left hand. He hugged Gina with his right hand and used the moon step, and immediately appeared on the boat. Lin Tian finally saw that it was a navy warship that attacked them. No wonder the artillery shells are so precise and powerful. But why did the navy attack me? Have you counted us from the beginning? Is it because of Monka? Impossible, why would Monka be just a recruit sent a warship to attack us? Lin Tian was puzzled. Although I didn't understand it, others stabbed Lin Tian for no reason, and Lin Tian said that it was impossible to reason with them. Because sometimes it makes sense to have a big fist. Lin Tian was already a little angry. Since he passed through, he hasn't taken the initiative to provoke others, and the navy in front of him has taken the initiative to provoke himself. He even sent a warship to sink his own ship by launching artillery shells while he had just finished the battle. It turned out to be a warship. Gina also saw the warship, obviously a little angry. Lin Tian, what should I do now? Gina had no idea for a while. Haha! Dare to fight us, of course we will fight back. Do you still make sense with him? After that, Lin Tian smiled coldly. Cut. Without using any moves, Lin Tian was just a simple slash. Base. The slash instantly piled up nearly 1,000 layers of air waves, and the radius of nearly 1,000 meters was like a storm. The air waves are too strong and have already rolled up a lot of sea. The sea on both sides of Lin Tian's slashing trajectory was actually divided into 2 seas. That amazing sword aura was so sharp that it had already cut the sturdy warship into 2 halves. This. Gina was stunned on the spot, watching silently, the scene of the sword dividing the sea in front of him. Gina, wait a few minutes for me, Lin Tian arranged and teleported to the warship within a month. Gina was left in a daze. On the warships at this time, the navy can be said to be terrible. Help! Quickly jump into the sea, the ship is sinking. Damn it! How could the ship break in half? Before a navy could jump out of the sea, he was crushed to pieces by the dumped object. The other navy had just grabbed the escape boat and was squeezed into the sea by another navy. There are many similar situations. This is simply the scene of the disaster film. Lin Tianlai was not trying to appreciate how these navies survived. Where is your commander this time? Say it. Lin Tian casually caught a hapless navy threateningly. Ah, let me go. Hero. I'm old. I have. Answer my question. Lin Tian interrupted impatiently. I saw the man finally stretched out his hand and said tremblingly, that is Colonel Mouse, he is there. Is our commander. Lin Tian looked in the direction of this person's finger and saw a person who looked exactly like a mouse. The man also kicked the Marines on the escape boat into the sea, and sat on the boat to escape. Colonel Mouse? Haha, thank you. Lin Tian said with a smirk and threw him into the sea without paying attention. Want to run? Land feet. Lin Tian raised a vacuum blade with one kick, and instantly kicked the boat over. Colonel Mouse fell into the water and drank a few sips of water and shouted, help! I can't swim. Help! Lin Tian pulled him up, but he didn't expect this person to see Lin Tian stunned for a moment, and then said in horror. Master CLO! It's not me, it's going to attack you. Colonel Mouse looked at Lin Tian with a frightened look and didn't want to deceive. Lin Tian didn't know how to see here. This guy was hypnotized. The third update today. New bookmark appointment. Subscribe. 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 Important subscription. Say it 3 times. Chapter 19, To the Paradise of Murlocs, subscription required. Chapter 19 To the Paradise of Murlocs, subscription required. Colonel Mouse was hypnotized, and he considered himself Crow. It turns out that this is the meaning of Crow's last smile. Only one person has the skill of hypnosis. Zoom. After throwing Colonel Mouse onto the boat, he stunned with a hand knife. Lin Tian also saw a navy boarding the escape boat from a distance and preparing to escape. Take a closer look, isn't it Zhang Jiao or who? Haha. Praise. So you are here. Hey! After Zhang Jiao realized that Lin Tian had discovered himself, he picked up his own hypnotic tool in an attempt to hypnotize Lin Tian, but Lin Tian would not give him this opportunity. Raise hand. Pointing the gun. He shot Zhang Jiao, and after she killed Zhang Jiao, the voice of the system came. Congratulations to the host. Complete the side mission. Congratulations to the host. Complete the D-level side task. The task completion is S-level, and a prize draw will be awarded. Finally finished. This side mission, but some tips and setbacks. But after seeing the familiar lottery plate, Lin Tian became excited again. What rewards can I get this time? Are you going to draw? Start the lottery. The hands of the lottery plate began to rotate again, like the hands of a clock. Bless the system. Bless the system. Lin Tian prayed. He hoped that more powerful things could be revealed this time. Finally, the pointer of the system fell on a text. Congratulations to the host. Obtain C-level skills. A top cooking skill card. Can be given to others. Although Lin Tian was disappointed, if he wanted to complete the task of establishing the pirate group, he needed all kinds of talents to join him. Guyana is considered a swordsman, and Lin Tian himself is the captain. You also need a chef and a ship doctor to be the most basic pirate group. There must be at least one navigator on board to observe the sudden weather at sea. The first half of the Great Channel is the cemetery of the pirates. Too many pirates have lost their lives because of the drastic changes in the environment. There are also too many pirates who have lost their way in the sea without qualified navigators. And even if Lin Tian had the strength, without a qualified navigator to lead him, it could be said that he might not be able to climb the mountain upside down. Others, like the chef doctor, are also necessary talents on the pirate ship. The chef on the pirate ship is naturally to make delicious food for the other members of the ship. But more importantly, it actually plays the role of a nutritionist. If you stay on the boat for a long time without supplementing vitamin C, you will get sepsis. Therefore, the chef must also make a reasonable nutritional mix while making delicious food. The ship doctor has nothing special to explain. People floating in the rivers and lakes, how can they not get a knife? There is no good boat doctor, injured in the sea, and cannot handle it for a while, and it is easy to get infected. As long as the infection has not been treated, the mortality rate will be high. A new side mission detected: rescue Burmal in Kokoyashi village and defeat Aaron the Murloc. Mission level C, and a prize draw for the mission. Along. Lin Tian looked at Colonel Mouse, who was scared and fainted not far away, thoughtfully. This guy, isn't he the one who deceived Nami 100 million with Aaron? This Colonel Mouse is as treacherous as a mouse. There is absolutely no place where he can take advantage of him. How could he actively attack him? It seems that it is because of Zhang Gao's hypnosis. But this will save trouble. Take the mouse colonel and let him lead him. If he has had initial contact with Aaron like the original, he should know the way to Aaron Paradise. If you don't know, then die. Lin Tian thought of picking up Colonel Mouse and returning to Gina in a month. Let's go. Seeing Lin Tian's safe return, Gu Yuna also let go of her heart. I saw the sea that had just been separated, and the warship that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Gina also fell silent. She knew how powerful Lin Tian was, but she didn't know how powerful Lin Tian was. With one sword, the sea is divided. This kind of courage and strength. Maybe he will become a great swordsman, right? Gina thought. What do you want? Gu Yuna. Lin Tian followed Gu Yuna's side again, and he saw the place where he had just cut his sword energy. It doesn't matter, you will be able to surpass me sooner or later. Lin Tian said proudly. Really? Gina was skeptical. Definitely. Come on. The road ahead is still long, and you still have a lot of people to overcome. Don't think about it. Let's go. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he took a small boat to leave the area with Gina. Lin Tian did not let go of the reward from the Black Cat pirates. They soon returned to Schultz town. Since Zhang Jiao hypnotized only Colonel Mouse, Lin Tian and the two returned to Schultz town without any trouble. But when Lin Tian brought the corpses of the Black Cat pirate group to receive the reward, the marines were boiling, and Monka closed his mouth. This is the famous Black Cat pirate group. Was it solved by the boy in front of you? The navies were grateful that they didn't do anything with them. Monka also broke out in a cold sweat, and he could even deal with Crow, let alone himself. Not long after leaving from Schultz, Colonel Mouse woke up. Obviously Colonel Mouse is still in a hypnotic state. He thought Lin Tian was Crow. But Lin Tian threatened him viciously and asked him to confess Aaron's position. Sure enough, Colonel Mouse has already had contact with Aaron. Aaron had just returned from the Great Channel and settled in the East China Sea soon. Target: Murloc's Paradise. Looking like this, Burmal is about to die. Lin Tian said anxiously. It seems we need to speed up. Lin Tian slashed out the sword aura, and the sword aura pushed the boat's travel speed forward. I saw a small boat on the sea, hurried to the front. Drive towards Aaron's paradise. Murloc Aaron is the captain of the dragon pirates. Murlocs, in the world of One Piece, where there are more seas and less land, can be said to be extremely advantageous. Murlocs' wrist strength is 10 times higher than that of normal humans, and different Murlocs will have different abilities. The East China Sea is also the weakest sea, so Eren was able to dominate the East China Sea and was the evil side. In the original work, he was defeated by Luffy and his party. Later, Eren was taken into custody by the Navy. In addition to being the captain of the evil dragon pirate group, Eren is also a former cadre of the Sun pirate group. Eren was rescued 11 years ago by his predecessor Kaiwa Hijinping and arrived in the East China Sea from Murloc Island. As the captain after the establishment of the Dragon Pirate Group, he was offered a reward of up to 20 million Baileys by the Navy headquarters. He is the pirate with the highest bounty in the East China Sea. Except for Nami used by Eren in the Dragon Pirate Group, the rest of the cadres and myself are all Murlocs. There are 3 officers in the Dragon Pirate Group. They are Zyoba, Kroby and Tweet. The new book has just been signed. I beg you to subscribe. The first time you write a book, you still need some encouragement. Subscribe. 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 Chapter 20, Terrible Murloc Eren. Chapter 20 Terrible Murloc Eren. Xiao Hachi was defeated by Sauron in the original work. He is a funny swordsman with a 6-sword style. He was successfully whitewashed in the later period. Kroby, a cartilaginous fish of Murloc karate, was defeated by Sanji in the original book. Tweet was defeated by Usopp. Chuo is a big-lipped Murloc who likes mouth shots, but the water cannon shot from his mouth can shoot people. Lin Tian and his party are currently on their way to Along Paradise. But in the villages and towns not far from Along Paradise, scenes of human tragedies are happening. From today, you need to use money to buy your own lives, 100,000 Baileys for adults and 50,000 Baileys for children. A Murloc who was nearly 3 meters tall and had a serrated nose showed his sharp teeth, threatening not to say anything. And beside him is his cadre. Looking at the frightened townsman, a sense of pride suddenly rises from the heart of the pirate. Introduce, my name is Eren. I want to live in harmony with you, but only if you give a little bit of Bailey. Use Bailey to buy your own life. 100,000 adults, 50,000 children. Along said kindly. However, the villagers looked at the Murloc, who was nearly 3 meters tall, and was too afraid to resist. They had long heard from the surrounding villages that a pirate group of Murlocs had recently come and asked them to go to Gamili to buy their lives, and those who did not hand over the tribute would be killed. They also heard that the Murloc was nearly 3 meters tall and was extremely powerful. I heard that there was a village who plucked up the courage to unite against Eren, and was killed easily by Eren. Since then, the nearby villages no longer dared to resist Eren, and everyone reluctantly succumbed to Eren's request. After all, it was just surrendering Bailey, and the ants were still alive. As long as they could survive, a little bit of things outside of them would count as nothing. Although this number is unacceptable for them, life is at stake, and everyone has chosen to hand over Pele. Very good. Eren told his little brothers to take a bag, and Xiao Ba was looking through the list of villagers in the village, and he checked his seats one by one. Boss Eren. After a while, the bag bulged. Along laughed happily. However, the villagers did not dare to shed tears, and could only watch their hard-earned money being taken away by the big villain in front of them. Haha! Go get another bag. We go to the next village after we have collected it. Obviously the evil dragon was in a good mood, no one dared to resist, and he did not bother to fight against the lower races in front of him. After a while, Bailey in the whole village has already turned in almost. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere in the village. Looking at the villagers summoned in front of him, Along frowned and asked Xiaobadao. Have you finished reading the people on the list? Boss, after reading it, it's all over. Oh. Eren looked at that direction and smiled. It seems that there are real human beings who think they can sneak away under my nose. Ha! The pirates all laughed. Very good. If you dare to hide under my nose, you need to know the consequences of being discovered by me. Aaron suddenly sprinted and slammed into the direction of the sound. Aaron opened his powerful lower jaw, revealing his sharp teeth, and smashed the load-bearing pillar of the building in one bite. Boom! The building collapsed instantly, and a figure appeared in the dust. You evil fellow! I don't have money for you. Even if I have it, I won't give it to you. Unexpectedly, a villager was found hiding in the building. What? Xiao Bie, why is he not on the list? A murloc with big lips asked. This person is a cotter, tweeted. I don't know, I really didn't see him. It seems to be a dark household, and it is not on the list of the villagers. Kroby said. He is the third cotter in the pirate regiment. It turned out to be a black household. Xiao Bie suddenly understood. Regardless of whether he is a black house or not, he has annoyed Aaron, and now I am afraid he will die. Yes. Ha ha ha. The three cotters laughed at each other. The villagers were all very frightened. When they saw Aaron, they broke the wall pillar in one bite. They were also shocked, and had no idea of struggling. Ha ha. You are so brave. Aaron didn't expect that someone would dare to resist him, and he felt a little funny. Looking at the person in front of me, his feet are already trembling. Along said, except for the courage? You don't know if your skills are that great too. After that, he suddenly rushed towards the villager and hit the villager's head with a punch. Crack! The skulls of the villagers were directly smashed. Suddenly there was no movement. Hiss! When the villagers saw this Aaron, such a terrifying strength had already succumbed to what they dare to say. Seeing how timid the villagers are, Along also sneered in his heart, is this a human? Let's go. It doesn't make sense to stay here. Aaron looked at his cotters and said. Xiao Bie. Where is the next destination? Aaron asked. It's Coco Yoxi village. Xiao Bie replied. Okay. Let's go. After saying this, Aaron and the pirates wanted to leave the village in enthusiasm. Remember. Pay tribute on time. You have seen his results. You don't want to be like him, you know how to do it. When Aaron left, he did not forget and threatened everyone. At this time, Lin Tian also reached the nearby sea. Are you here? Lin Tian asked unceremoniously. Ma, we'll be here soon. Colonel Mouse replied in fear, for fear that Captain Crow in front of him would kill himself. Dare to lie to me, I will kill you. Lin Tian continued to threaten. Angina was smiling on the side, haha, he really deserves to be called Colonel Mouse, but she's really timid as a mouse. Haha. No. I dare not deceive the two. Look. Aaron Paradise is almost here. After speaking, the mouse pointed not far away. Sure enough, Lin Tian saw a piece of land. Forgive you and dare not lie to me. Lin Tian finally arrived at the Murloc's paradise. But when he arrived, he felt something was wrong. He felt that something was coming to their boat in the sea. Could it be that guy? What is that guy? Gina asked. That guy is a kind of manatee. After all, Lin Tian thought of a combatant in the Dragon Pirates Regiment who was responsible for destruction and fighting. That's the manatee moo. The manatee moo is a kind of sea beast from the Great Waterway. It looks like a cow or a cow. It has 4 stomachs and can digest a lot of food, so this guy has an amazing appetite. Are you hungry? New bookmark appointment. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Thank you. Chapter 21, Aaron Paradise was invaded, for subscription. Chapter 21 Aaron Paradise was invaded, for subscription. Sure enough, a creature rushed out of the sea. Seeing that guy's appearance, Lin Tian knew it was a moo. It seems that this guy is not only hungry, but also has a job as a gatekeeper. Lin Tian thought. In the original work, Mu was beaten by Sanji and Luffy all over his body. Apart from his huge body, it can be said that there is almost no combat effectiveness. Luffy can easily fly Mu, let alone Lin Tian and Gu Yuna now? Lin Tian, are we going to do it? Gina asked. The mouse colonel next to him had already fainted. He had never seen such a big monster. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head, it's too weak. Mu can obviously understand human speech. Hearing Lin Tian said he was too weak, he was about to run away. Lin Tian was motionless suddenly, his breath locked in a Mu. Mu suddenly felt a sense of threat that had never been felt before. Although it is a manatee, it still has a cold sweat. It's terrifying. The human being in front of you is even scarier than Aaron. Seeing Mu was so scared that he couldn't move, Lin Tianke took his breath away from him. Mu finally took a breath of pride, who knew how Lin Tian's eyes were. She was so scared that she disappeared from the bottom of the sea. Lin Tian knew that Mu had been scared away. Gina was speechless now when he saw such a big monster. Lin Tian scared him away with his eyes? I don't know if Lin Tian looks like a monster or Mu like a monster. Gina he suddenly felt that after staying with Lin Tian for a long time, they really felt that their swordsmanship had been practiced in vain. The practice of swordsmanship is the practice of the heart. As expected, you need to get out of the dojo and go to the wider sea. Gina couldn't help but sigh while looking at Lin Tian. But Lin Tian looked at Gu Yuna, how could she not know what she was thinking? You have become much stronger. Our most important task now is to find our navigator. Lin Tian said. Oh? Will there be our navigator on this island? Gina asked suspiciously. Yes, our navigator is on this island. Before that, we have to kill one person first. Lin Tian explained to Gina as he walked. Finally Lin Tian and Gu Yuna arrived at the main entrance of a long paradise. Land foot. Lin Tian kicked open the gate of Aaron Paradise without saying a word. The door shattered. Who? Is it a human? He broke in directly from the front door. Boy! What do you do? No matter how you look at it, the visitors are not good. Catch it up first, and then post it when Boss Aaron comes back. The Murlocs were shocked when they saw Lin Tian, they had not seen a human directly attacking from the front door. A little boss reacted fairly quickly, and he took the lead and slashed over. Lin Tian laughed and responded. Ha! Come! Lin Tianqi has never been afraid of anyone, let alone a group of young people. Without even drawing the knife, Lin Tian broke the knife in the little boss's hand with one punch. Ah! How is it possible? The little boss never thought that his 10 times the power of humans would lose to the humans in front of him. Die! Lin Tian easily killed the little boss, leaving the Murlocs in shock. Gina was also unwilling to show weakness when she saw this. After a battle with the Cat brothers, Gina had a lot of practical experience. She pulled out her sleeve Shirayuki, but did not start to solve it, and directly slashed at the countless Murloc pirates around. At this time, Gina had been baptized in the last war, and the sword would no longer hesitate. She kept hacking and killing the Murlocs. Although Murlocs are inherently stronger than ordinary humans, Gina is not an ordinary human. It can be said that she is also one of the few swordsman geniuses. Coupled with Lin Tian's deliberate training for her, Gina has already stabilized the Sauron who came to Aaron Paradise in the original book with her swordsmanship alone. And Sauron at that time was Sauron 8 years later. Sleeve begs you if she starts to solve it again. I don't know who can crotch Gina's sword. No Murloc is Gina and Lin Tian's opponent, except that Lin Tian deliberately let go of the other little boss, everyone else fell to the ground and did not live or die. Lin Tian caught the little boss and asked fiercely. Where is Aaron? Unexpectedly, the little boss was very tough. Although he was unable to resist Lin Tian, he still bit the bullet and cursed. You humble human! I want to trouble Aaron too. Go to hell! The little boss pulled out the dagger hidden under his waist and stabbed Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Gu Yuna reminded. Lin Tian didn't care at all. Boom! The little Murloc boss was stunned, and his dagger was broken in two, which he had not encountered before. As for the iron blocks in the 6 forms, Lin Tian was able to put them away freely. The small boss had discovered the attack on Lin Tian long ago, but he didn't notice it at all. In that case, it's a question of nothing to ask you. Then you will die for me. Lin Tian said with a little effort. The little boss was broken his neck. Is this a Murloc? I don't think the strength is very good. Gina said with some pride. Don't be careless, these are just a few little people, their cotters will be stronger, so I'll leave it to you to practice at that time. Lin Tian said casually. If Along and the others heard these words, they would be furious. Their strength was only enough for Lin Tian to practice their hands. Let's go. We have to find Aaron now, he is our goal this time. Where is the navigator? Gina asked puzzledly. At that time you will know. Lin Tian pretended to be mysterious. Where is the guy who fainted? Gina pointed to Colonel Mouse. That guy is useless anymore, let's leave it alone. Lin Tian walked to the surrounding towns. But after a while, Lin Tian and Gu Yuna walked to a village. Lin Tian and Gu Yuna felt that something was wrong when they arrived in this village. After seeing the dumped house, he had a bad premonition. Just as the two were planning to ask someone to ask what happened, a voice came from behind. Who are you? Why haven't we met you? Turning around, I saw an old man over 100 years old, watching Lin Tian and Tu slowly asking. We came from outside, not long after we arrived. What happened here? Old man Gina asked. Oh, if you have nothing to do, don't wander around. If there is nothing, you better leave here. The old man sighed slightly. Excuse me, what happened? Why did the building collapse, and so many people around me looked lifeless? Gina asked suspiciously, looking at the villagers who walked out again, feeling a little worried. Looking at this situation, Lin Tian knew what had happened. New book just signed. Subscription volume is very important. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. Seeking subscription. First update today. Chapter 22, A Day in Kokoyasi, subscription required. Chapter 22, A Day in Kokoyasi, subscription required. Oh, you still don't know it. I advise you two young people to leave here as soon as possible. Here, you are not welcome. Seeing Gina and Lin Tian unmoved, the old man had to choose to drive them away. At this time, some villagers also gathered and said one after another, you go. Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Why are you doing this? Gina didn't react for a while. Why do these villagers and old people turn their faces when they say they turn their faces? How can there be people who drive people away without saying anything? Seeing the villagers around them pretending to be fierce, Lin Tian guessed it. Guyana, it's okay. Lin Tianxian comforted Guyana, and then said. The reason why we drove us away is because of Aaron, right? Lin Tian said calmly. How do you know? The old man was obviously surprised, so they guessed it. The old man then asked, could it be that you are from the surrounding villages? Lin Tian shook his head, no, I made a special trip to find Aaron, I want to kill him. Lin Tian said calmly, as if he said that killing Aaron is as easy as killing a chicken. What? Everyone thought that their ears had misheard, especially the old man, who almost dropped the crutch in his hand when he heard this. Ah! Boy, you are crazy, Aaron is very strong. Some time ago, people in a village fought together and they were all killed. The old man eagerly discouraged. He was really afraid that the two young people in front of him would go to death, and no more innocent people would be sacrificed. Gu Yuna frowned and asked, Ah? What the old man Lin Tian said is true. Is this person named Along so bad? It's true, Aaron is like this. Lin Tian replied calmly. Then you must take care of him. Gina is also full of justice. This is not the point, okay? The point is, do you know how terrible Aaron is? The old man saw that Gina still wanted to teach Aaron. He was a little bit dumbfounded. Also, be careful when you speak. In case they are heard by the Murlocs, they will lose their lives. The old man is obviously lingering, and he still has no way to face Aaron. The surrounding villagers also discouraged. But Lin Tian remained unmoved, and smiled confidently, haha, it depends on whether he has a life to take my life. Lin Tian was somewhat amused by the old man's words. Along? I don't seem to have that strength yet, right? Seeing that this young man was so confident, he didn't know whether it was ignorance or real strength. The old man finally gave up persuasion. Old man, do you know where Along went? Lin Tian asked suddenly. I heard they went to Kokoyashi village. Crap! We have to hurry up. Lin Tian said anxiously. Old man, which direction is Kokoyashi village? Gina asked. Go forward from here, turn left at the end and you will be in Kokoyashi village. Could it be that you really want to find Aaron? Gina comforted as she looked at the old man still trying to persuade. Don't worry. Old man. We are very strong. Oh, since I can't persuade you, I can only wish you good luck. Unexpectedly, you would dare to resist Aaron at such a young age, but so many of us can't even struggle. It's really... The old man was a little guilty and looked a little lonely. It's okay, after all, you can only fight a protracted battle if you survive. Goodbye. Lin Tian also comforted, and ran to Koko West village with Gina. The old man and the villagers thoughtfully savored these words as they watched Lin Tian Guyana's departure. The protracted battle. It makes sense. Only by living can you resist. This kid. The old man, his eyes were a little moist, and he and the villagers had just secretly decided that if he wanted to defeat Aaron, he had to fight a protracted battle. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian said something at random, and the old man had a better impression of Lin Tian. He secretly prayed that the two would be safe. Although Lin Tian rushed to Kokoyashi village quickly, Aaron had already set off for Kokoyashi village one step in advance. On this day, Kokoyashi village was as calm as usual, but a little girl got into trouble. A little girl with orange hair drew a map of the island. He secretly went to the bookstore and stole the book about navigation. In the end, she was discovered by the guards. The guards caught the little girl and took it to her house. A blue-haired woman opened the door and said, "What happened to her?" "You are back." The orange-haired girl replied, "I'm back." It turns out that the girl with orange hair is Nami, and the girl with blue hair is Bermel. Guard Aegean looked at Bellmeyer and said, "Look at how many times this guy has it, and it has spread throughout the village." Bermel replied indifferently, "So what? Aegean, you must have stolen something, right?" Then he patted Aegean's face with his hands, making Aegean blush suddenly. "Just because you are of this kind of virtue," Aegean said with embarrassment. "I'm kidding, I understand, Aegean will pay for the money for us," he said and lifted Aegean's chin with his hand. Aegean blushed immediately and said, "Bermel." Bermel said, "Thank you. But I don't have any money now and I will pay next time." The whole person is getting closer and closer, making Aegean blush. Not only did Bermel not walk away, but whispered, "Pay with your body." Aegean was so scared that he avoided Bermel and said in a panic, "You can't say such a thing." Nami and Bermel laughed wildly. Although Bermel drove Aegean away, he went home and cleaned up Nami, and Nami said he wanted the book very much. Considering that the oranges from the village are harvested very well in Chengdu, the oranges from Bermel are naturally not selling very well. In order to save money for Belle-Emile and to share the worries for Belle-Emile, the young Nami chose to steal it herself. And Nyakajao said that if he stole it by himself, he would not be discovered. but then also suffered a brain collapse of Burmal. Just kidding. It hurts. The two cried out in pain. After all, Nami showed the island map she drew. Burmal praised Nami's picture. My dream is to draw a map of the world. Nami said firmly. The three are together, like a family, everything is business as usual this day, the three are eating. Because the family has no money, Burmal left the meal to the two, deliberately saying that he was not hungry in the name of losing weight. But it is still easy to be dismantled. New bookmark appointment. Please subscribe. Thank you. Chapter 23, Belmare meets Aaron. Chapter 23 Belmare meets Aaron. On this day, Burmal gave Nami a dress. Nami wanted to wear new clothes, but she was dissatisfied with wearing the clothes left by her sister Nyayago, so the two quarreled. During the quarrel, Nami said that the three are not related by blood, so they are not real relatives. So Burmal slapped Nami in a fit of anger. Nami has never been beaten like this by Burmal, covering her face and crying with tears, "We are not related by blood. It is better than us. You can put on new clothes and eat dinner anyway, I am." They were all picked up, if only they could be picked up by someone with more money. Nami said this deliberately, just to make Burmal angry, because she knew that without herself, Burmal would only have a better life. Nami walked out of the house angrily. Nyakajeo was very mature and sensible, and said, "Don't mind Burmal, Nami says things like that out of anger. I'll go find Nami." After that, Nyaji Gao went to find Nami. And Nami went to Aegean's house, and Aegean kindly dried Nami's hair. Nami realized after Aegean's enlightenment that the two of them were everything to Belmare. It turned out that Belmare had rescued Nami and Nyaki Gao between life and death and regained the hope of living. From then on, Burmal only wanted to live a stable life. She chose to adopt 2 children. Take up this uneasy responsibility. Nami finally understood the importance of family to Burmal. And Nyakajeo also found Nami. Seeing Nami directly said, "Nami, you are really here. Burmal has prepared a delicious dinner and is waiting for you. It must be Nami's favorite omelette rice with orange sauce. Wow! Great!" After that, the two ran to the house happily. Aegean looked at the 2 children and left happily, but also gratified to chat with the villagers. How fast! At that time in Belmare, the 2 children who were struggling with life and death had grown up so much. The doctor said, "The growth of those 2 children is now what we all look forward to." The villagers agreed, "If you didn't see the happy life of the family of 3, you would feel that your wish was unfulfilled, right?" The bookstore grandma was also relieved to shed tears. But who would have thought that the peaceful Kokoyashi village had become the target of the dragon pirates? The pirate is coming. Pirates! Hurry up, everyone! A sharp-eyed villager saw the flying pirate group and hurriedly shouted around to inform everyone. Not far away, Aaron had already landed on the beach near the Kokoyashi village on his shark spab. The sharp-eyed villagers had already seen the arrival of Aaron. Aaron and his gang occupied more than a dozen nearby villages and towns, but they didn't expect it to be their turn today in Kokoyashi village. Nami Nyakajeo. Be careful! Aegean reacted quickly and said quickly, hidden in the grass. But Mr. Aegean, how about you? These words haven't been spoken yet. Go! Aegean has interrupted Nami. The backbone members of the dragon pirate group and the others have already walked into the village. Guian. Bored humans. From this moment on, this village. No. This island will be ruled by us. Aaron announced with open arms. The following one also echoed loudly. Like other villages and towns, Aaron immediately announced. Listen to me. You will buy your life from me on this memorable day. Adults are 100,000 baileys, children are 50,000 baileys, and those who can't afford it will be killed. Light. All the pirates laughed. Nyakajeo? What to do? Nami didn't know what to do at this time. We can't afford the money. They may not be able to find our house is invisible from the village. Nyakajeo replied. After a while, the money has been collected almost, and everything is still so smooth. How many have you received? Compatriots. A little more than 25 million Baileys. Good job. Along also laughed happily. I heard that everyone has to spend 100,000 Baileys to buy his own life every month. 100,000. How can we live? How can we pay so much? Now bear with me. Fortunately, there are no victims in the village. Aegeon comforted. If it can be done with money, it is already very cheap, right? Aegeon thought. If they can't find Bermel's house and just walk away, it will be fine. With 2 children, 200,000 Baileys, how could that guy afford? Okay. Let's withdraw. Compatriots. Aaron has made a lot of money this time, and they are already ready to leave. Just when everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Aaron. Smoke is rising from the village. That's the smoke coming out of a private house. I almost missed it. After saying this, he was ready to go there. Nami and Nyakajeo seem to have fallen into an abyss. This is the location of their home. In order to make omelette rice with orange sauce for the 2 of them, Bermel raised the smoke. It's over. They went to Bermel. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Nami and Nyakigao also quietly walked towards their home. In the house, Bermel also said to himself, it's so delicious. As expected, it's Bermel's special orange sauce. Nami and Nizajeo will jump for joy. The duck in the oven is still 10 minutes away. The stew is boiling, this time it is really bleeding, but I have to fight it out. Then I happily continued to prepare dinner. I don't know that Along and his group have already walked to their own home. Belmul. Belmul wants. Nami and Nyakigao ran worriedly. Belmul is going to be killed. But someone started knocking on the door of Bermel's house. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door suddenly. Have you come back? Bermel originally looked at the door happily, but faintly noticed something was wrong. She looked at the faint group of people outside the window. She became vigilant and quietly picked up her gun. Boom boom boom. There was another knock on the door. The door is unlocked, please come in. Invited Bermel, pretending to be unaware. Aaron felt a little strange, but still said, excuse me. Then he opened the door. I saw the pot boiling, but no one looked around. Bermel hid behind the door and reacted in an instant, kicking Aaron out of the house with one kick and inserting the muzzle of a navy rifle he once had into Aaron's mouth. It's a pity. I turned out to be a soldier. What did the pirates of the Great Sea Route come to this Cocoa West village not far away? Bermel asked. However, she ignored the racial differences between herself and Aaron. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. Chapter 24, Lin Tian promised Nyakajeo, for subscription. Chapter 24 Lin Tian promised Nyakajeo, for subscription. Aaron is a sawtooth shark. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, the pirates also laughed one after another. What's so funny? Belle Melton was very upset. Ha ha ha. Aaron suddenly laughed a few times, opened his mouth, his sharp teeth and strong jaw made him crush Belmer's muzzle and gun body in one bite. Boom. Weak. 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 How powerless the inferior race is. Just when Nami and Nyajiao were about to get home, the old doctor stopped them. We are going to save Bermel. Although it is cruel, but at this time, I have to tell you. At this time, Aaron stepped on Bermel's left arm in a shock. Ah! Bellemel let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ajian was anxious and suddenly rushed out and said, sometimes things that can be solved with money can be solved with money. That's how it is. Girl Army. Adults are 100,000 baileys per person, and each child is 50,000 baileys. As long as the family is paid in full, I will spare your lives. Aegeon asked in a low voice, how much money do you have now? You have to pay 200,000. Plus the private money is only a little over 100,000. Xiao Ba saw the food in the house and reminded. She prepared a meal for 3 people. A family of 3. Along said with a smile. And Aegeon was shocked in his heart, and he was sweating all of a sudden, but he just made up a lie. I almost forgot. Today, she invited me and my friends to the house for dinner. Okay, Burmer will pay your adults money quickly. The hard-to-make meals are almost cold. It seems there are 100,000, but fortunately enough money. In this way, all the villagers will be saved. Aegeon finally settled down. It's true that she is on the list of the village. She is neither married nor has a child. This guy is single. Krobi said while looking at the roster. Nami Nyaki Gao, who was not far away, was stunned on the spot. The doctor persuaded, get it. There is no evidence that Belle-Emile is a mother-daughter relationship with you. Before they find out, leave the island as soon as possible. Get out. Although I know that you are young, this is the only way for the 3 of you to survive. Although it is very risky, as long as you have a little chance. I don't want to. Why did I have to leave here? They came here without permission. I want to live in this village, because we are poor? Can we not be Belmer's daughters anymore? Nami asked, tears have flowed out. Why? Nami cried, she didn't want to leave Nyakajeo at all. After Aegeon paid along 100,000 baileys, he thought. Great, so I can be saved. Those 2 children, they should be hiding. Got it. Let's leave this village. Unlike Nami, Nyakajeo turned around and left. Let's go. As long as we leave, Burmel can be saved. Nyaki was cruel and turned to leave. In her heart, the life of her family is far more important than being with her family. Nyajiao, who had not walked a few steps, ran into a man who was much taller than him. The man has grey hair, black pupils, handsome appearance, and a sword beside his waist. Is this person Lin Tian or who? The person saw a little brilliance in Nyakajeo's eyes. Are you, Nyakajeo? Who are you? How do you know my name? Nyaki asked vigilantly. Not only do I know your name, I also know that Burmel, Nami, and Aegeon are dangerous now. Could you just leave like this? But, if we don't leave, Burmel will die. There must be another way. Let's do it, here is 100,000 baileys. Lin Tian took out 100,000 bailey and gave it to Nyakajeo. In Nyakajeo's surprised eyes, Lin Tian said again. These are just right, just enough for you to redeem Burmel. Nyakajeo didn't think so much. He picked up Bailey and looked at Lin Tian with gratitude and wondered. Thank you. But, hasn't she redeemed herself? Lin Tian shook his head and replied, Idiot, who said Belle-Emile was redeeming himself? She has redeemed you and plans to die by herself. After Lin Tian finished speaking, it was not surprising. Burmel's voice came. Wait. Who said that the money was redeemed for myself? That 100,000 is for my 2 daughters. My own is not enough. Nami and Nyakajeo, who were not far away, were shocked when they heard the words, and then an unspeakable emotion surged in their hearts. Aegeon was shocked and thought. Oh my god! It's okay already. Burmel, are you looking for death? Burmel apologized, Mr. Aegeon, I'm sorry, I can't say that there is no family member, even if I will die because of it. Nyakajeo and Nami had tears in their eyes. Although we are not related by blood, we are still a family. Even if we just talk about it, I want to be their mother. I think of those little things, happy and peaceful. Lin Tian knew that he could only save Burmel now, so he hurriedly said. Nyakajeo, go and redeem Burmel. Otherwise, it will be too late. If Aaron regrets it and collects the money and doesn't let you go, I will save you all, but you must promise me a condition. May I? Yes. As long as you can save Belmer Nami, any conditions are okay. Nyakajao said firmly. The reason why Lin Tian didn't kill Along directly was because he still wanted them to recognize the reality. Only by being strong can we change our own destiny and the destiny of others. People like Aaron would not let these villagers go easily. If Aaron really let everyone go, Lin Tian still wants to kill Aaron. After all, Aaron really hates it. And to do the task, you must kill Aaron. And what Nyakajao did made Lin Tian extremely approve, compared with Nami. Lin Tian hopes that Nyakajao will become his navigator. As for why Lin Tian chooses navigator as Nyakajao, not Nami. First, because Nami is too young. Although Nyakajao is only 2 years older than Nami, Nyakajao is much more mature than Nami. Second, because Nami will have her own story in the future, Lin Tian feels that there is no need to poach Nami away. Third, it is because Aaron is going to be destroyed anyway, it is better to follow the flow of the boat, let Nyakigao willingly become his navigator. Although Nyakigo in the original book has no talent for navigator and surveying and mapping of charts, and it can be said that he has no interest in it. For readers who like to send flowers, give me a reward. The code is very hard. Please subscribe. Ask for a monthly pass. Thank you. Chapter 25, Murloc's Blood is Red. Chapter 25 Murloc's Blood is Red. But as long as Nyakajao is willing to get on the ship willingly, Lin Tian can use the top-level navigation skills card to let her instantly possess top-level navigation skills and become the top-level sailor. So age does not matter. After all, Lin Tian and Gu Yuna were probably only teenagers in actual age. Lin Tian made an agreement with Nyakajao, but on Burmel's parting scene, Burmel thought of the 3 people's previous lives, and said with tears, "They are my children, right?" Belmel. The plot advanced to this point, and the 2 girls had already rushed towards Belmel. Wait. The doctor wanted to stop but didn't stop. And Lin Tian also secretly observed, preparing to take action when the timing is wrong. The second girl had run to Burmel and hugged her. "I wanted to buy you more clothes and books. I'm sorry." Burmel regretted. "I haven't done anything that a mother should do for you. I don't want anything. Please don't die. Always stay with us." Nami and Nyakajao cried. "You haven't seen the map of the world I drew yet." Nami said. "Map? Right. You still have to realize your dream. To live." Suddenly Nyakajao reacted and shouted to Along and the others. "By the way, I have money. I have 100,000 baileys. I want to redeem Burmel." "Hey? Big brother, she really does." Xiao Ba suddenly saw Nyakigao really carry a bundle of money, and it seemed that it was just 100,000 bailey. How come? Burmel had already lost the motivation to live, but seeing the 100,000 Pele who rescued the emergency, it also rekindled the hope of being alive. "It's great," Nami said happily when she saw Nyakajao really got the money. "Belmel. You don't have to die." "Great," Nami said excitedly, tears still rolling in her eyes. Ajian was also happy in his heart. He thought to himself that he would be saved anyway. As for the 100,000 baileys, it would be too late to think about what happened later. "Hey? If you have money, then accept it." Along shook his head, let the younger brother accept the money, turned around, and prepared to leave. Just when everyone thought that Aaron finally let the 3 of Burmel live. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong, and suddenly turned around and said, "Boy! How come you have so much money?" I saved it myself." Nyakajao made up a lie, and it was obvious at a glance whether he was telling the truth. "Kids, don't lie." Along's eyes narrowed, making Nyakajeo afraid to move. The money is already given to you. It doesn't matter how it came from. You said it. You shouldn't shoot them. Bell Melton opened his arms to protect the two girls. Boring love. Boring human feelings. It's simply disgusting. Aaron frowned, but the murderous heart was already brewing. Although you paid all the money for this month, you just lied to me. I am still a little unhappy. Aaron walked towards Burmel. Danger. Aegeon suddenly looked bad, raised the gun in his hand and shot at Aaron, but Aaron's cotter crew was one step faster than he was, but he blocked all these bullets. Then he cut Aegeon to the ground with a single knife. What? Aegeon. Not far away, when the villagers saw the tragedy of Burmel and Aegeon, they also took up weapons with a murderous look and attacked Aaron's gang. They are ready to fight. Along sneered. Everyone looks murderous, I will take you as a warning. Then Aaron threw Nami and Nyakajeo into the house. Looking at the woman in front of him, Aaron raised his musket and aimed it at Burmel. Nakako. Nami. I love you. Burmel turned his head and smiled. Ah! That was the shouts of Nami and Nyakajeo. Big brother! Help! It's too late to say, then fast. Three voices came one after another. Bump! That was the sound of a gunshot. Chun! That was the sound of drawing a knife. Ah! It was a howl of pain. On the ground, a bullet was split into two. There is also a strong blue arm. The cotters of the evil dragon pirate group couldn't be more familiar with this, it was the arm of his brother Aaron. A blue murloc who was nearly 3 meters tall dragged his huge body but lay in a pool of blood. His painful cold sweat broke out and he kept kicking his feet. A woman with pink hair, her clothes and her entire face were already bright red with spewing blood. She didn't know what happened, only knew that she was not dead. She collapsed to the ground, wiped her eyes stained with blood, and saw that Along's arm was chopped off. Saved. Big brother. You guy. Everything happened between the sparks and fire, and everyone reacted. Nami and Nokikao breathed a sigh of relief, watching the intact Burmel also cried and hugged them happily. The dragon pirates is a frying pan. Brother Aaron. Brother Aaron's hand was chopped off by humans. Some are afraid, some are angry, some are grateful. Others howled bitterly, and looked at the boy in front of them with spiteful eyes. Everyone's eyes turned to a grey-haired boy at this moment. This person turned a blind eye to the various eyes around him, and just said to himself. It turns out that Murloc's blood is also red. Ah! You kid, I'm going to kill you. Along resisted the pain, still struggling desperately to stand up. Aaron's floral short sleeves have been dyed red, how could he not know that his arm was cut off by the human in front of him? Who made you stand up? Lin Tian kicked it as soon as he frowned. Lin Tian didn't use Lan's foot, just a random kick. Go! The three major cotters also attacked Lin Tian one after another, trying to interrupt him, but a slash stopped them three one after another. The captain doesn't like to be disturbed. Your three opponents are me. The person who came was Gina, who was ambushing here early. Her target was the three major cotters, and Chiu begs use one slash, then the three major cotters of the Dragon Sea pirate group blocked. Along is also meticulous, knowing that the strength of the person in front of him is unfathomable, so he has quick eyes and quick hands, and resists. But Lin Tian's kick is extremely fast, even if it is a random kick, there are few opponents in the world. Aaron was kicked to the beach like a cannonball and fell directly into the water. How can it be? Brother Aaron turned out to be. I was kicked in the air. Just two human teenagers. How can it be? Big brother Along's arm has also been chopped off. Oh my god! Who is he? Next, we will start to kill. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. The fifth one will be sent today. Chapter 26, played the fishman Along, Gaikyu. Chapter 26 played the fisherman along, Gaikyu. Both the pirates and the villagers are now shocked and speechless. Lin Tian put away his knife, smiled and looked at Nyaki Gaonami and Burmal and the villagers who came over and said, "You should take a rest first, and seek medical treatment. I'll clean up Aaron." Lin Tian decided to kill Aaron after he said, "Big brother. Thank you." Nyakajao and Nami knelt down, and Burmal also knelt down. But Lin Tian frowned. "It's okay, get up, don't forget why I saved you, don't forget my conditions," Lin Tian reminded Nyakajao. Lin Tian walked for a month and disappeared. Everyone left at a loss. Nyakajao and Burmal were lost in thought. "I saw Lin Tian walk to the beach within a month." Seeing Along disappeared, Lin Tian also smiled and shook his head. "This guy should have escaped," Lin Tian said. It turned out that Lin Tian said this deliberately, but wanted to make Aaron mistakenly think that he had relaxed his vigilance. Aaron, who was not far away, had already seen Lin Tian and heard what he said, secretly happy. "The reason why I hid in the water is because our murloc's strength in the sea will increase a lot, so before this guy finds me, kill him. It must have been this guy's luck just now. I was attacked by him because of carelessness." Along thought to himself. He felt that Lin Tian was better than himself at best, but Along in the water felt that he would definitely be able to beat Lin Tian. Looking at the appearance that Lin Tian had already put down his guard, Along's heart was determined, and he rushed towards Lin Tian at an extremely fast speed. Then used his proud skills on darts. This trick was a trick that Aaron used to stab his nose. Along's nose is extremely hard. Obviously he has decided to rush out of the water and then stab Lin Tian to death. Along sprinted fiercely and rushed out of the water. Base. Aaron's speed is unimaginable. Ordinary people can't resist it at all. But who is Lin Tian? I have long been wary of this Aaron in my heart, thinking that my strategy to lead the snake out of the cave has been successful. Lin Tian escaped Along's attack directly with a paper painting, and Along was also taken aback. What? What just happened? Aaron is also unknown. So, obviously his attack has already hit the opponent, why did he go through it directly? Hey? Aaron! Lin Tian continued to pretend, seeing Aaron's appearance, still pretending to be shocked. Looking at Lin Tian's appearance, Along obviously felt that he was lucky and happened to escape his own attack. Then he poked at Lin Tian with a stronger force. Lin Tian sees Along rushing towards him with all his strength, secretly happy in his heart. One shaving dodged behind Aaron, and kicked again towards Aaron's back. Along himself sprinted with all his strength, coupled with Lin Tian's back foot, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and the whole body, as before, fell into the water like a cannonball. The injury is really serious. Haha! Beat down the dog! Lin Tian laughed like a child, and he played with Aaron. As for Aaron, who fell into the water, how could he not know that the guy was pretending to be stupid from start to finish, leading himself to attack? This guy! I'm so angry! Along's mentality exploded, but there was nothing he could do. At this point, he knew that the opponent's strength far surpassed himself. Apart from being safe in the water, there was no other way to attack Lin Tian in a sneak attack. So Aaron used his other skills. Aaron could shoot shots with water, so Aaron suddenly appeared, and a water shot hit Lin Tian. But Lin Tian blocked this attack with a piece of iron. Aaron was left in astonishment. How is it possible? How could he have nothing to do? Is it unharmed? How is this possible? Aaron said incoherently in shock, but normal people would be knocked down directly. Even if he was not knocked down to the ground, he would spurt blood directly. Come again. Aaron used various water shotguns again, and then quickly dived into the sea. Countless water bombs attacked Lin Tian one after another. Ah, a little sleepy? Did something happen just now? Lin Tian pretended to be surprised, looked around and said. The iron block blocked all water bomb attacks. Not only was Lin Tian unscathed, but he also looked like he hadn't noticed anything, making Along really angry. On darts. It turned out that Aaron was only using water bombs to cover up his whereabouts, and the real attack was a stab at his nose. In any case, Aaron was very confident in the hardness of his nose. Just when Aaron leaped out of the sea and jabbed Lin Tian fiercely. Lin Tian smiled again and thought, why doesn't Along take a lesson? Lan Jiao. Lin Tian turned around and kicked in a roundabout, just kicking it on Along's nose. Lin Tian used both iron blocks and landscaping, and also shaved at the beginning. Regardless of the hardness, strength, impact force has been strengthened. In addition, Aaron rushed over with all his strength. The combined power of the two is already an extremely terrifying number. The scene where Lin Tian was directly stabbed to death did not appear. There is not even a close match in the imagination. Reality gave Aaron a big slap. Aaron's nose banged and snapped, and Aaron's entire huge body was kicked into not far away, in his pirate ship shark spab. Bump! The sturdy shark, the spab, fell apart, and in a flash, only the wreckage of an intact pirate ship remained. There was another roar from the pirate ship. Ah! Aaron was finally completely furious. No one has ever been so embarrassed by himself. Humanity? A human teenager? Unexpectedly, he has no ability to fight back. I don't know where Aaron took out his big saw blade to cut the peak. At this time, Along's arm had been severed by Lin Tian, so he shouted with a large saw blade in one hand, if there is a seed, you can fight me in the sea. Just jump into the sea. Aaron still naively thought that he was invincible in the sea. This guy is so strange, is it possible that they are capable of devil fruit? They are all land ducks. Maybe it is true. Aaron didn't know what he thought, and even believed that Lin Tian was capable of devil fruit. Aaron suddenly appeared, and said aggressively, don't dare to come in. Come into the sea if there is a species. Lin Tian replied a little speechlessly, who is going to fight with you in the sea? I saw Lin Tian pull out his Qian Ben Sakura. Then slammed a sword. A huge and sharp sword aura struck, dividing the sea into two halves. This, how do you fight this? Aaron was also shocked and unable to speak, looking at the surrounding scenes, he was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. Everyone. The editor said that if you receive 2,000 or 3,000 for collection NV, you can recommend it. Now it's still a lot worse. Could you please order a collection? Thank you. Today's first update is sent. The second one is on Thursday morning. Point. I will break out if I have good results. Trouble. Chapter 27, Ji Qian Ben Ying Jinjian, Gaiqiu. Chapter 27 Ji Qian Ben Ying Jinjian, Gaiqiu. Aaron's luck was obviously still very good, and he was not hurt by this sword chi, but seeing the water level next to him kept dropping, he ran to the depths desperately, but within a moment of effort, the area he was in was completely exposed. Came out. When I saw it, it turned out that the person in front of me directly split the sea open, and he was also shocked on the spot. This, how do you fight this? Aaron was also shocked and unable to speak, but Aaron was obviously also well versed and reacted quickly. Seeing that he was exposed, he didn't stop and directly waved his big saw blade and attacked Lin Tian. Since it is useless to hide in the sea, take the initiative to attack. Since the nose can't help the opponent, then my iron tooth power is probably useless. I had to bet on my wrist strength. Along thought. The Murloc's wrist strength is 10 times that of ordinary humans. No matter how strong the opponent is, he must die with a single blow. Aaron firmly believed that Lin Tian might die if he cut it down. However, Lin Tian watched the big sword in front of him attacking him, and he also pulled out his Qian Ben Sakura, without any pressure, with a light shift, he blocked it. Aaron has already refreshed the 3 views. How is it possible? It was blocked so easily. My slash. My wrist strength is 10 times that of a human. Impossible. Impossible. You must be lucky. You take another cut. Along slashed angrily. But in Lin Tian's eyes, the slash was slow and unstable. Lin Tian estimated that Aaron was panicked. There was a cliff above the beach. Lin Tian ignored Aaron's slash, and stood on the cliff within a month. Sorry, I don't want to waste time anymore. I haven't used this trick, just use this trick to solve you. Lin Tian closed his eyes and turned Jianbenying in his hand upside down and slowly released it. The 1,000 sakura also disappeared little by little. Swastika Senbon Sakura Jingyan. 2 rows of huge blades appeared on both sides of Lin Tian. The blade instantly turned into hundreds of millions of beautiful cherry blossoms. Lin Tian, completely let go of Jianbenying from his hands. Senbonzakura stood upright and sank into the ripples in the ground and disappeared. In the ripples on both sides of the ground, huge blades rose up, reaching thousands of them. Immediately afterwards, the huge blades fluttered and scattered, and the number of scattered blades reached hundreds of millions. Lin Tian was able to manipulate those blades unfettered, so Qianbenying Jinjian was an all-round attack with no dead ends in the offense and defense. And if Lin Tian controlled it with both hands, Qianben Sakura's attack speed would be 4 times faster. When the blade is turned into hundreds of millions of beautiful cherry blossoms. But it did not end. The petals of the cherry blossoms gathered together to form a sea of pink flowers, but these cherry blossoms did not stop. The pink spiritual power gathered a small pink whirlpool in the sky. Lin Tian continued. I haven't used this trick. It's a trick that I only use when I kill with my own hands. I gave up my defense and dedicated everything to destroy the enemy. Senbon Sakura's true form. Jianjing Qianben Sakura Jingyan. Suddenly, Aaron and Lin Tian formed a unique space in the space. There will be countless pink knives arranged in the space, suspended in the air, which looks quite spectacular. This Jijing not only looks magnificent, but also directly enhances its lethality. The blade can still move with the will, so you can use several knives at once. The space surrounded by Jianjing Qianbenying Jinjian's blade was created by Lin Tian, so the destruction of the external space and the ability to manipulate Lin Tian were ineffective. Once the knife holder allows the knife blade to enter the non-injury circle under the condition that the speed of the scene is accelerated, the scope of the non-injury circle will be reduced. Lin Tian casually took a handful of Qianben Sakura, exploding with an astonishing aura. What is this? What the hell is this? Aaron had obviously never seen such a scene, and eagerly picked up his machete and kept cutting the wall formed by the sword. However, no matter how hard Aaron hacked, the wall was still immovable. The surroundings began to vibrate at this time. People who didn't know thought it was an earthquake. Along looked at Lin Tian in front of him, sweating coldly, but still pretending to be calm, picked up his own knife, ready to resist. The surrounding ground began to shatter. Along's eyes have already appeared jealous. He has never seen someone such a terrible strong, Jinping? No, even if the Navy's 3 major players are in the future, I'm afraid it won't please, right? This ability is so weird. Who are you? Aaron asked. Aaron didn't even know when he provoked such a powerful enemy. Lin Tian didn't answer Aaron's words, and he shouldn't let Aaron think about it. Lin Tian shaved off and appeared next to Aaron at a speed of almost teleportation. Rub. Lin Tian disappeared again. Jahi Shura cut. Lin Tian said lightly. Although it was an instant matter, Lin Tian had already cut a dozen knives. Aaron felt a strong danger. The battle is over. Lin Tian appeared behind Along in an instant. After dispersing Qianbenying, Lin Tian began to put his sword into its sheath. Aaron knelt on the ground at this time. You? Why do you insist on killing me? Aaron asked in horror. Because of you. Crying my navigator. Lin Tian completely put the knife into the scabbard at this time. At that instant, Countless heart-palpitating wounds appeared on Along's body, and blood spurted from the wounds everywhere. So far, the captain of the dragon pirate group, Aaron, who offers the highest reward of 20 million baileys in the East China Sea, die. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction after trying Qian Beniying's Jianjing, thinking this trick is really good. After the perfect combination with his own swordsmanship, the power is even more multiplied. And the most important thing is to prevent the enemy from escaping. It didn't take much effort and time to kill Aaron. Lin Tian walked for a month and returned to the place where the Burmel family was at the head of the village. Seeing that Gina had already cut down all the little girls. Although the little guys are murlocs, they are not strong. The core of the evil dragon pirate group is Aaron and 3 cotters. It was also slightly difficult for Gina to deal with the 3 murloc cotters alone. However, it is only slightly difficult. Gina's understanding and use of swordsmanship has already surpassed Xiao Hachi. The reason why it is slightly difficult is because the 3 murlocs have their own skills and can attack Gina at the same time. The so-called 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, so Gina is just a little strenuous, but she is not flustered. She can already deal with enemies of this degree only with swordsmanship. When seeing Lin Tian coming, Gu Yuna knew that Lin Tian's battle was over. Lin Tian's arrival also caused a lot of discussion. Then the battle here should be over. Gina said. The second one is delivered on time. The third one is at 9 o'clock in the morning. Collection is really important, please click on the collection. You can leave a message in the comment area if you like the book or dislike it. Chapter 28, Xiao Bia uses a cooking card, Gaiqiu. Chapter 28 Xiao Bia uses a cooking card, Gaiqiu. Without wasting time, Gina directly liberated her Zanpaku knife. Chuo. Yuebai. A white halo suddenly appeared around, and Krobi and Chuo couldn't dodge, and they were instantly frozen. Xiao Bia is also agile and quick to react, he hides aside, frightened. Somewhat shocked. One move. Krobi and Chu almost had no chance to resist, they were frozen into sculptures by Gina's moon white. Xiao Bia suddenly saw that Lin Tian had returned, and he was also very anxious. You guy, why are you here? Xiao Bia asked with a little horror when he saw Lin Tian. Where is brother Along? Xiao Bia asked. Everyone also thought that Aaron was also a little scared. That is the pirate returning from the Great Waterway. The strongest pirate in the East China Sea, even the navy can't help it. Aaron is a nightmare for them. If they escaped this time and come back again, they must be buried together. Just as everyone was worried, Lin Tian replied. Aaron? I have defeated it. Lin Tian said casually, as if killing Aaron by himself was a matter of course. What? He defeated Aaron? How can it be? How is it impossible? He cut off one of Aaron's arms. The surrounding villagers couldn't believe it, and of course they believed it, because Lin Tian's cutting off Along's arm was proof that he was stronger. Only Xiao Bia knows how strong Aaron is. Xiao Bia couldn't believe it when he heard the words, Along is defeated? You said big brother Along was defeated. It's defeated. The corpse is not far away. Lin Tian said calmly. As soon as the voice fell, a few courageous villagers walked to the beach and checked them. After they came back, they were silent for a while. Everyone was a little pale, thinking that Aaron was not dead. But then these villagers finally released their long depressed mood and reported good news to the surrounding villagers. Aaron! What's wrong with Aaron? Everyone looked pale and asked eagerly. Aaron, really dead? The villagers announced with tears of joy. No one said anything for a while. Then a few seconds later, the deafening cheers of the villagers drowned everyone. What? Great! We finally come through. There were tears in the eyes of countless villagers, and they knelt down to Lin Tian and Gu Yuna one after another. Thanks, thanks. Get up, don't care, it's just a small matter. Haha. Lin Tian, there are times when you can't handle it. Guyana chuckled, and then she pointed to Xiaobadao. What about him? Xiao Bia heard the news of Along's death as if he had fallen into an abyss. Lin Tian looked at Xiao Bia. Come with us. Hey. Gu Yuna was a little puzzled, she really didn't know why Lin Tian invited Xiao Bia to go with her. I won't go with you. No. Xiao Bia waved 6 knives, a little bit hands-on. Lin Tian shook his head and said, give up resistance, Aaron is not my opponent, I don't want to do it with you, I just want to talk with you. Xiao Bia also figured it out at this time, and temporarily put away his hostility. Lin Tian asked immediately, do you know Pluto Raleigh? Pluto Raleigh? The deputy captain of the pirate group of the pirate king Gordy Roger. Gina obviously also knew Raleigh's name. Raleigh? Yes, hey. How do you know? Xiao Bia asked suspiciously. Lin Tian did not answer Xiao Bia, but directly said, I also know that Fisher Tiger, the sea knight of the 7 martial seas under the king is very peaceful, the most important thing. I also know that you are good at making takoyaki. Ah? Is my reputation such a big one? Ha ha ha. I'm so embarrassed. Seeing Xiaoba's appearance of no hostility at all, Gina also chuckled lightly. I wonder if you are interested in being our chef? Lin Tian asked, looking at Xiao Bia. Xiao Ba's disposition is actually not bad. Although he was defeated by Liu Fei and his party in the Fishman Paradise in the original book, he also became friends with Liu Fei and his party on the island of Chambord. Pluto Raleigh, once rescued by Xiao Bia by accident, is also Xiao Ba's friend. Lin Tian knew that to go to the second half of the Great Channel, he had to pass through the Fisherman Island, but the ship had to be coded to pass through the Fisherman Island. After the execution of the pirate king Roger, Raleigh was hidden in the Chambord Islands and became a coder. Thinking that Xiao Bia is not bad, coupled with a certain degree of self-preservation ability and a certain degree of cooking skills, it may also be helpful to Lin Tian in the future, so Lin Tian wanted to invite Xiao Bia to become his own chef. After all, the main mission is to set up your own pirate group. As for the system mission, this time it did not specifically say that all members of the Dragon Pirate group must be killed. The content of the mission said that it was only to kill Aaron. Sure enough, Lin Tian killed Aaron, and the reminder that the mission was completed came over. And Lin Tian finally used his 3-inch tongue, coupled with the understanding of the pirate world, which convinced Xiao Bia to let him go to the Great Channel with himself. After Lin Tian's painstaking persuasion was successful, he used a top-level cooking card for Xiao Bia. Xiao Bia suddenly felt that there was something in his head. Hey? What's the matter? I suddenly felt that I could cook any dishes very delicious. Xiao Bia said with a smile. Haha. Don't doubt. You have become the world's top chef. From now on, walk with us. Lin Tian also happily accepted Xiao Bia. Lin Tian knew that this was a successful use of the skill card. Looking at the current Xiaoba, Lin Tian also found it more pleasing to the eye. Xiao Bia has become a top chef. With Xiao Bia, Lin Tian's pirate group finally ushered in a new member. Top chef Xiao Hachi. Thinking of the agreement with Nyakajao, Lin Tian just remembered that Burmal and Nami Nyakajao were still healing at the doctor. Lin Tian went to find 3 people. But when Lin Tian opened the door, he found that there was no one. Just as Lin Tian looked around, he felt that someone behind him took out a gun and pointed it at his back. Thank you. Although you saved me. But don't want to take Nyayago. It turned out that the speaker was Burmal. It seems that Nyakajao told you the agreement with me. Lin Tian said, hey, why did things turn out to be like this? I am not a person like Aaron, and I will never force you. Lin Tian suddenly appeared behind Burmal with a footwork, and easily knocked down the gun aimed at him. Neil Fur Collection. Big guy. Keep it up. The third one is here. Thank you. Chapter 29, Goodbye Burmal, Keeping. Chapter 29 Goodbye Burmal, Keeping. Don't hurt Burmal. Nami ran out of nowhere, stretched out her arms, trying to protect Burmal. Of course Lin Tian never thought of hurting Burmal. Lin Tian thought helplessly, the three of them are like a family. Of course, they would not agree that Nyakajao went to sea at such a young age. It seems that I am a little impatient. But Lin Tian knows that it is getting harder and harder to complete the task by himself. Before, he could complete the side task in a single step, but how can it be so difficult to find a navigator now? Lin Tian ignored their determination to stay together this time. I can't just take apart people's family forcibly. But I always feel a little unwilling. It seemed to see Lin Tian's heart. Nami suddenly said, "Brother, I am willing to go to sea with you. You saved the people in our village. I know. But I am more suitable to go to sea with you than Nyayago, because I can draw charts. I am also learning to sail. Skill, I can be your navigator. If someone has to leave Burmal, then choose me." Although she said so, Nami was obviously extremely reluctant. It was her who wanted to say that she was the last person who wanted to leave Burmal, but when she changed her mind, she felt that her living conditions might be better if she left Burmal. Nami also burst into tears at this time. Obviously, she really didn't want to leave Burmal, and she regretted saying that. However, Nyakajao didn't know where he came from, and said, "Big brother, I promised you. Not Nami, who is so young and can't help you with anything. And I can help you a lot." "You nonsense. My role is even greater." "No. My role is even greater." Nami and Nyaki are arguing endlessly, but Burmal understands that both of them don't want to leave themselves. After such a life and death separation, Burmal does not want to be separated from the two for a moment. "No. Neither of you can leave. We are a family. The family is going to be together. Isn't it?" Burmal also squatted down and hugged the two women. Belmal. The three of them hugged again. Lin Tian was also speechless when he saw this. He saved them by himself, but now it seems that he has become the worst person. "Forget it, let them stay together. It's not that you can't find anyone, I'll go find someone else." Lin Tian had to leave quietly. He was not the kind of person who forced others. Because they saved the villagers raised funds and bought a relatively large boat for Lin Tian. Lin Tian's repeated refusals were rejected, so he and Guyuna had to accept such a gift. Lin Tian named this ship the Strongest. Thinking of his own Zanpakuto, he named his own pirate group, called the Death Pirate Group. As for why his ship is not directly called the Reaper? That's because Lin Tian has always had an idea. He wants to own a peerless ship that can crush the Kita pirate ship. The quality of his own ship is still very average at present, and it is obviously not Lin Tian's final choice. Lin Tian planned to go to the Great Waterway, to make a trip to the water capital when he had time, to build the strongest ship in history, and then to name it the Death Gods. The time was spent in Lin Tian's fanciful crowd. Time flies quickly. In a blink of an eye, a week passed, and Lin Tian Guyana almost replenished the supplies. Lin Tian has decided to leave here to go to the Great Waterway. On this day, the sun is shining bright and there is no cloud in the sky. The sea is like blue agate, clean and spotless. Lin Tian finally intends to leave Aaron's paradise. No, this is no longer Aaron's paradise, and it has been a pure land from now on. Lin Tian was a little disappointed when he didn't get the navigator, but when he saw Xiao Bie, a top chef, Gu Ina, a powerful female swordsman, and himself, an incompetent captain, Lin Tian was also a little happy, because at this time, Lin Tian also had the embryonic form of a pirate group. Just when Lin Tian just went out to sea, with the sea breeze, enjoying the sirloin steak made by Xiao Bie, drinking the delicious corn soup, and turning into a captive of gourmet food, he suddenly heard a sound in the cabin. What sound? Someone in the cabin. Frowning, Lin Tian went in and took a look. It turned out to be a familiar person. Nyakajao. Why are you here? Lin Tian asked suspiciously. It turned out that Nyakajao, she had hidden in advance by herself, so that no one found it. Seeing Nyakajao speak creditworthy and abide by the agreement, Lin Tian also burst into tears. Looking back at the beach of Coco West, Belmare and Nami were already in the crowd. The two of them waved desperately. However, it was too late to keep Nyakajao. I will definitely find you. Nami raised her hands on her mouth and shouted, and she didn't know if Nyakajao heard her. Burmal also yelled with tears, don't forget us. Remember to come back. Remember to come back for dinner. There will always be your favorite orange sauce omelette at home. Nyakajao burst into tears when she saw this place, and she especially wanted to stay with Burmal. But she agreed to Lin Tian. Lin Tian saved the whole village because of her. In the original book, Nami spent 8 years collecting 100 million Baileys in order to save the village. Moreover, she was burdened with all kinds of betrayal notorieties, her mother's vengeance, countless misunderstandings and blind eyes, countless escapes from death, so that every time Pele she brought back was stained with countless blood. Where's Nyayago? If you also have the talent and opportunity of nautical drawing, and Aaron has taken a fancy to it, she will also save the whole village. But Lin Tian rescued everyone, only on condition that she went to sea with him. Very lucky already. You know, no one died in Kokoyashi village. Although Nyaki stays tough and can still stay with Burmal. However, Burmal's life may not get better. Thinking of Burmal's frugal taking care of himself, Nyakajao also burst into tears. Finally, before the ship was far away, Nyakajao walked to the deck and waved in response. Mom! Nyaki shouted with tears high, these two words echoing in the sea. I don't know if Burmal heard it. Nyakajao finally returned to the cabin. But Burmal was shocked. Good. Good. My good daughter. Nyakajao is careful all the way. I will be here with your sister Nami. Waiting for you to come back. The boat went farther and farther, and finally no sound could be heard. The collection is very unsatisfactory. I don't plan to be a eunuch for the first time. I decided to continue to cheer. I hope everyone can encourage you. Order a collection. Thank you. Chapter 30, The Town That Began to End, Neil begging to accept. Chapter 30 The Town That Began to End, Neil begging to accept. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task of establishing the pirate group. Congratulations to the host for defeating Aaron and saving everyone in Kokoyashi village. Completed the main task and the side task, completing the level S. 2 tasks, 2 prize draws. It is detected that there are still top-level navigation skill cards that have not been used. Do you want to use them? Nyakajao had obviously made his own choice. Lin Tian said, use. In an instant, Nyakigao felt something extra in his brain. Why do I suddenly feel that I seem to know something incredible? The weather around here seems to be about to become bad. Nyakajao suddenly touched his head and pointed a short distance. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky changed drastically. Sure enough, thunder and lightning began to flow in the sky not far away. After a while, the heavy rain began to pour, and the gusts began to roar. Lin Tian was taken aback, and hurriedly followed Nyakajao's instructions to put away the sail. Zoman Luo! Nyaki shouted. Lin Tian filled the rudder to the left, and the strongest ship drove forward at full speed to the left. Within a minute, the strongest ship sailed out of the sea with bad weather. Wow! Nyakajao! How did you do it? Gina was also excited when she saw this. Nyakajao shook his head, touched his head, and said cutely, "I don't know either." Suddenly I felt that I could detect the surrounding weather, as if I had learned how to sail in an instant. So it's not difficult to sail. Then I will be the navigator on our ship. Seeing that Nyaki Gao offered himself a self-recommendation, Lin Tian also took a few less words. It's weird, the dishes made by Octopus Zioba are so delicious that you can doubt your life. You also learn sailing all at once, and I also learned the liberation of this Zanpaku knife suddenly. It seems that it is Lin Tian's ghost again. Gina's feeling is obviously also very keen, she has discovered the unusual of her captain. However, Gina has no way to ask, everyone has a secret, right? Even if Gu Yuna asked, Lin Tian could only prevaricate, otherwise no one would believe Lin Tian's words. Seeing Lin Tian taking the helm seriously, Gina also went back to practice swordsmanship seriously on the deck. Xiao Ba continued to prepare food and desserts, and Nyaki Gao was directing Lin Tian. Since then, the group has a clear division of labor. But Lin Tian recalled that he still had 2 chances to draw a lottery, so he didn't hesitate to choose the lottery. Start the lottery. Since the task was completed twice, Lin Tian had 2 chances to draw the lottery, so Lin Tian directly chose the lottery twice. The familiar big turntable began to spin again. Finally the pointer pointed to 2 lines of text. Congratulations to the host. Acquired B-level skills armed color domineering, high level, and D-level skill aquatic art. Finally got the armed color domineering. Good luck. Still the high-end version of the armed color domineering. Hey! Lin Tian thought, and his whole body was covered with something black like steel. He clearly felt that he was indestructible all over his body after using his armed color domineering. Coupled with the iron block in the 6 forms, Lin Tian can say that his body can now even withstand a nuclear bomb. Therefore, Lin Tian can also easily cover the 1000 bones cherry sword in his hand with the armed color domineering. In other words, from now on, Senbon Sakura can also cause great damage to the natural demon fruit ability. Lin Tian's armed color domineering has been strengthened to a terrifying point by the system. In the first half of the Great Channel, there are almost no masters who can use domineering. One can imagine how far Lin Tian's strength has been strengthened. In the original work, the early Luffy was crushed by those with natural fruit ability. It wasn't until it took 2 years to learn domineering with Raleigh, and then he had the ability to fight against nature. The other D-level skills, aquatic art, was directly used by Lin Tian. This aquatic art, as the name suggests, is to breathe normally in the water and is not afraid of the threat of water pressure. Although it is a D-level skill, Lin Tian is in the world of One Piece, the area of the ocean is much larger than that of the land, and after learning aquatic skills, Lin Tian can dive into the water, just like a murloc, without fear of the sea. Regardless of whether it was armed color domineering or aquatic art, Lin Tian was excited for several days. These days of excitement passed quickly. In the endless sea, a pirate ship was moving in the middle of the sea. Lin Tian was sitting on the recliner, feeling the sea breeze while reading the newspaper he had just bought from Seabird, very comfortable. Gina waved her sleeve Shirayuki, practicing slashing. Xiao Hachi prepared his newly developed Xiao Hachi takoyaki with great enthusiasm. Serve it for everyone to taste. Nyakajao observed the calm sea and found that there was no movement, and he was drinking a special drink prepared by Xiao Ba. There were only a few white clouds on the blue sky above. From time to time, seabirds fly across the blue sky and make free calls. Everything is so cozy. It seems to be here. Nyakajao also saw the outline of an island not far away. Where are we now? Gina asked, also looking at the distant island. After this period of voyage, it seems that we have finally arrived in Rog Town. Lin Tian also put down the newspaper and stood up. Xiao Ba said, we also need to add some ingredients. All the ingredients are almost gone. I want to see it too. Nyajiao said excitedly. Well, Let's take a look. Zioba is responsible for purchasing ingredients, and Nyakajeo also needs to buy some new clothes. Guyana, you should accompany her to go around, don't disturb others. What about you? Everyone asked curiously. Gold Roger was born there and was executed there. I want to go and see. After you buy things, you can gather directly on the boat. After Lin Tian carefully arranged everyone's tasks, he gave everyone plenty of Bailey. Finally, in a short while, everyone logged on to the so-called beginning and ending town. After Lin Tian and everyone dispersed, he started acting alone. Surrounded by tall buildings, it looks like a tourist attraction in a previous life. There are many different kinds of Western-style houses, and there are so many shops. This is the first time Lin Tian has seen such a densely crowded town. Bar restaurants and even some small casinos are open during the day. This is really prosperous. There is a feeling of returning to the previous life. Lin Tian also looked around and commented. Since the execution platform happened to be the central square of the town, Lin Tian walked in the direction of the execution platform unhurriedly. However, from the naval base in Rog Town, there was an anxious call from the phone worm. Brew brew brew. Fifth more cent. I am really short of V collection, come on and collect it. Thank you for pulling. Chapter 31, The Demon Sword in the Weapon Shop, please V. Chapter 31 The Demon Sword in the Weapon Shop, please V. Blah brew 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 AGA. Leader? What's the matter? What? Captain Mouse was kidnapped? A medium-sized naval ship was destroyed? All the Black Cat pirates were destroyed? The Dragon pirates were also destroyed? Is this news reliable? Oh, I'm really not mistaken. Are you offering a reward? Oh, okay. Okay. I'll check it, don't worry, they won't escape my palm. The person who answered the phone has white hair and 2 big cigars in his mouth. He is a little eager to try now. He just received a call from his boss telling him that a powerful pirate group might arrive in Rog Town in the near future, and Rog Town is a town under his jurisdiction. He guaranteed that as long as the pirates appeared, they would be caught. The White Admiral is naturally small, but now small is just a lieutenant colonel who has just taken office. Currently it is just a base, a temporary commander, and his superior is a brigadier general. He just received a call from the leader. Smog, who possesses the ability of natural devil fruit, has almost never lost since he ate the smoke fruit. This is why he is eager to try. In addition, this pirate group has wiped out the Dragon and Pirate Group, the highest reward in the East China Sea. He naturally wanted to fight. However, it is a pity that due to incomplete information, Lin Tian and his party have not been offered a reward by the Navy headquarters for the time being. But the portrait of Lin Tian alone was passed to Smog's hands. Looking at the grey-haired and black-eyed boy who was just a teenager in front of him, Smog was a little skeptical. Is this true? Kidnap off the Navy colonel, sever the warship with 1 sword, kill Crow, and kill Aaron? Such a record was made by the young man in front of him. Although he was skeptical, Smog felt it better to verify it himself. He has no doubt about the authenticity of the information provided by the Navy. Maybe his companion did it. However, apart from Lin Tian, Smog has only pictures of Gina. Hey? This is? Dasaiki? Exactly the same. Dasaiki! Smog cried out in surprise. A navy exactly the same as Gina responded, is there anything wrong, sir? Look at this. Smog took the photo in his hand. Sir, isn't this me? It's exactly the same, but this person doesn't wear glasses. Hey, it seems to be. Dasaiki has almost no official title, but he still served as Smog's deputy as an intern. These two are pirates, but they don't know their names. They said that they can only be captured alive. Although I don't know why they look exactly like you, they can't escape my palm. Ah? Such a small pirate! Stupid woman! Don't underestimate the pirate, don't forget the devil's son Nicole Robin, who destroyed 8 warships at the age of 8 and offered a bounty of 79 million Baileys. Smog reminded. Report. Lieutenant Colonel Smog. There is news from the front that a pirate group has landed in Rogue Town. Suspected number, 4. Please go to the scene immediately. A Navy saluted a report. Well. I hope they are a strong opponent. Don't let me down. Smog started talking to himself. Wait for me. Lieutenant Colonel. Dashki called. You are too weak, so stay here first. I'll go and see. Smog confidently walked out of the room, carrying his weapon on his back. That is, the weapon 10 hands inlaid with halo stone. The sea tower stone has the same effect as the sea water. As long as it hits the devil fruit ability, it will be powerless to the convenience and will be caught. Lin Tian, who didn't know the danger, was still wandering to the execution platform. Seeing a shop selling weapons, Lin Tian suddenly brightened his eyes and walked in. Welcome. Oh. It turned out to be a stinky kid. Seeing Lin Tian's youth, I thought it was a casual look, but seeing the knife on Lin Tian's waist, the boss of the weapon shop's eyes brightened. Such a high-quality sword? I have never seen it before. It is not a good sword, nor is it a sharp knife, nor is it a supreme sharp knife. Little brother, can you let me take a closer look at this knife? Yes. Lin Tian took off Jianbenying directly and threw it to the boss. Others can't steal his own Qianbon Sakura, after all, it is his Zanpadao. The owner of the weapon shop finally pulled out the blade and observed it carefully. This. It is definitely a super invincible sword. It is of the highest quality among the knives I have seen. Could it be made by a hidden sword maker? I'm really sorry, the person who can own this sword is also unparalleled in swordsmanship. I looked at you just now, I'm really sorry. Haha, it's okay, I'm used to it. Lin Tian said generously, thinking that the boss is quite interesting. In the original book, he intended to lie to Sauron, but after seeing Sauron as a real swordsman, he gave it to him directly. It took him 3 generations of Onitoru and Yokaizu. The boss paid back Senbonzakura and finally made an important decision. Sorry, wait a moment. Then the boss took out a beautiful box from the house. Only the strongest swordsman in the world can be worthy of this sword. I don't insult this sword if I give it to you. After saying that, the owner of the weapon shop opened the box. Lin Tian was also a little surprised. The strange evil spirit on this knife can actually affect the minds of people around him. This heirloom secret treasure handed down by the ancestors of the sword is not ranked among the 12 skills of the supreme big knives, because of this sword, the demon power is too strong, even the person who made the sword died of bizarre death. Even the demon sword among the supreme big knives, the first generation of ghosts, is said to be unable to withstand this sword. This knife is not inaccessible to the strong in the world. It is the strongest existence in the demon sword. As long as this knife is inherited, every master will die bizarrely. The name of this knife is Demon Deo Muramasa. Such a precious knife? Why do you want to give it to me? Lin Tian wondered, but he was overjoyed in his heart. This knife looked particularly strong. I can feel that your swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world, and Deo Xin must be extremely stable. If you don't even pay for this sword, no one in the world dares to own this sword. Okay, I'll take it. Lin Tian finally decided to accept the knife. Qianbenying is strong, but the initial solution is too weak, but the solution is based on a 360-degree attack with no dead ends. Jijing is a skill similar to Space Duel that abandons defense. Not to mention the final scene, it is the 1v1 Lin Tian's strongest ultimate. It will drain all of Lin Tian's physical strength, and Lin Tian will not use it when it is not a life or death. However, Lin Tian's own swordsmanship mainly focuses on eclectic and killing enemies. But it needs a good knife. Seeing this great deal right now, Lin Tian was also a little excited. The first one is sent. Seek V to receive. Seek to V to receive. Seek to V to receive. Thank you. Chapter 32, The Village in Lin Tian's Hands, Seeking V. Chapter 32 The Village in Lin Tian's Hands, Seeking V. Then see if I can die and be buried. Lin Tian took over Yadao village Zheng. This huge monster aura. There is still a heart-pounding murderous. Even Lin Tian felt a trace of panic, that slashing air almost blasted Lin Tian's will. But Lin Tian appeared in the mental space, and he managed to control himself to defeat this evil thought. Lin Tian was obviously unstoppable in his mental space. Blur. Because he was given the power of perfect blur, Lin Tian is now fighting in this way in his spiritual space, and insisting on it. Murderous look. Demon. Like the sea, it impacted Lin Tian's heart. And Lin Tian obviously couldn't bear it anymore. Ha ha ha. A white Lin Tian suddenly appeared in Junchen Tian's body. Who are you? Lin Tian asked. I am the other side of you. I am usually bound by a mysterious power, but now I am rescued by another magical power. And I was born with only one mission, which is to defeat you. You defeat me, you will live, and if you are killed by me, you will disappear forever. In the real world, you will become a monster with the power of the Void Death Demon Blade at the same time. No accident, you will destroy this world. So the other side of me. Take up the Zanpaku knife in your hand. Beat me. Yet. Lin Tian finally calmed down. He didn't expect that Lin Tian's first evenly matched battle would be in the world of spiritual space and himself. Wonderful solution, Qian Ben Sakura Jinjian. Wonderful solution, Qian Ben Sakura Jinjian. Almost all solutions at the same time, the space is almost completely covered by cherry blossoms. The difference is that the color of the cherry blossoms is also different. The two figures, one black and the other white, were intertwined instantly. Boom! 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 Lin Tian and Bai Linshan fought, both of them attacked each other, and they were evenly matched for a while. The strength of the two sides is ruining the world. If it is a real-world battle, it is estimated that the town of Rog will be bloody. However, after a while, both of them started to get injured. Although they had a victory and defeat, the two of them were still fighting with amazing physical strength and various abilities. Regardless of whether it is 6 types or Senbonzakura, it is sword skill or armed look domineering. All appeared endlessly in the battle between the two. It's over. 3 days and nights in the spiritual world have passed, and Lin Tian's physical strength is almost exhausted. But he estimated that the other party was similar. Sure enough, the other party also intends to desperately last. Use the last trick. Bai Linshan also smiled and suggested. Final scene by Disord. Final scene by Disord. All the cherry blossoms disappeared, and all the spiritual and physical strength, the two Lin Tian were put in the last move. The airwave seemed to shatter this spiritual space. Moment. The two attacked each other. All the petal-like blades turned into a pair of wings behind them, and the two Lin Tian raised their sharp swords one after another, fierce and decisive expressions in their eyes. The two attacked each other with sword chi, but within a few seconds, the two crossed each other, back to back. I didn't expect you. You are so strong. You're not bad either. The two Lin Tian praised each other, and then both of them fell together. In the real world, the manager of the weapon shop lost consciousness when he saw Lin Tian taking over Demon Blade Village Masaru, but his body seemed to be frozen on the spot, and his heart was also very anxious. He knew that the young man in front of him might just die like this. However, a sharp sword aura suddenly came, and Lin Tian woke up with a sharp spirit, and then looked at the knife in his hand with a smile. Kunzen had no demon aura. You? Are you okay? Really, did you really resist the erosion of the demon gas? The weapon shop manager was taken aback. He knew that if the young man in front of him was controlled by the demon sword, he would be dead. Up! Lin Tianzhong put the village in the scabbard and touched his chest. Of course I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm the real me. Lin Tian said with a smile, then gave the weapon shop owner 5 million baili and turned around. Boss, thanks. I don't know how strong I am now. The execution stand of Roger One Piece is in the central square of Roger Town. Looking at the execution platform, Lin Tian couldn't help but think that just over 10 years ago, the one pirate king Gordy Roger was executed here, and the era of the big pirate started. After looking at the execution platform, Lin Tian was fine, ready to leave, but saw Nyakajao panicked. Big brother. Nyakajao? What's the matter? Lin Tian looked at the panicked Nyakajao, with a bad premonition. Gina and the navy are fighting. Hey! Lin Tian followed Nyakajao and ran towards Gina. On the way, Nyakajao began to talk about their own experiences after the separation. It turned out that after Zioba bought the ingredients he needed, he ran into Gina and Nyakajao who had bought clothes. Although I successfully bought the clothes, I encountered some troubles because of Gina. It turned out that some pirates recognized Gina as someone else and directly acted on Gina. Lin Tian knows the reason. This Gina looks exactly the same as De Psyche. It was also sad that some pirates retaliated. After Gina and Zioba too easily solved the pirates, they caused a small riot, which unfortunately attracted a white-haired naval officer. Lin Tian thought, it seems that Smog has also arrived. Sure enough, Nyakajao said that the officer smoking a cigar and wearing a leather jacket, the image of a tough guy quickly matched the image of Smog's heart. Nyakajao said that Smog admitted Gina at first, but later discovered that the two of them fought. It must be because Gina didn't wear glasses. This is the only difference between them at the moment. Lin Tian shook his head and thought that the world is so small, and such a big rogue town White Hunter Smog and the navy can't hide from him. Isn't his strongest pirate group wanted? The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Lin Tian finally arrived at the place led by Nyakajao. I saw Xiao Ba also used his own six-sword flow, sometimes injecting ink and cutting people, and for a while, he couldn't help the surrounding navy. Xiao Ba also saw Lin Tian. Yo, boss, are you here? Need help? Xiao Ba. Lin Tian asked, seeing Xiao Ba with an okay gesture and said, I can. Well, where's Gina? Just as soon as Lin Tian asked, he saw Gina being hit by Smog and flying here. Lin Tian, you are here. Gina said when seeing Lin Tian, this person is mine, don't grab me. It seems to be fascinated. Lin Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. Let's collect it. Send the flowers. The second one. The third one comes in the morning. Thank you. Chapter 33, Lin Tian vs Drake, Seeking V. Chapter 33 Lin Tian vs Drake, Seeking V. You are called Lin Tian? Is it the one who killed the Black Cat Pirate Group and the Dragon Pirate Group? Smog asked. Oh, it should be. Why do you want to catch me? Am I wanted by the navy? Lin Tian asked in doubt. You sink a warship. Of course the navy wants you. But the reward hasn't come down yet, but it's not necessary now, because you met me. I am a lieutenant colonel of the navy branch, and I will arrest you from now on. Smog said confidently. Then he turned into a plume of smoke and attacked Lin Tian. Hey! Lin Tian didn't pull out the knife, but just raised the handle of the knife casually. He lowered his whole body, covering the handle of the knife with the domineering, and attacked Smog's abdomen. Ah! Smog was hit in the stomach, and even the gall was spit out. He never thought that someone could hit himself with the ability of natural devil fruit. Look at the thing covered on that guy's handle, domineering? Will that kid be armed and domineering? Haven't entered the Great Channel yet, will he be domineering? This is simply terrible. This kid is nowhere near as safe as it seems. Be sure to keep him. Picking up the Qian Shao in his hand, he attacked Lin Tian. Boom! Boom! It turned out that Gina pulled out her sleeve, begs you, and resisted Smog. I said, your opponent is me. Gina looked at Smog, and didn't keep her hand. Chuo Wu. You bai. Gu Yuna directly chose to start solution, and a white light appeared in the surrounding circle. Danger! Smog had obviously learned 6 poses too, but he hadn't been so proficient, but he still avoided the attack that made him creepy. This guy is a natural fruit ability person, but a smoker who will make himself smoke. Use Hajime to freeze his smoke into ice cubes. There is only this way for you. Lin Tian reminded. You guy seems to know me well. Smog frowned and came down. I know. After Gina said, she attacked Smog again. Smog kept using his smoke ability to avoid Gina's attack, but Gina also figured out Smog's attack routine. Although an ordinary attack, Smog can be neutralized. But Gina, who possesses the power of the Death God, Hajime is different from the power of this world, but it can directly freeze Smog. Smog gradually figured out Gina's routine. While Gina dodges the attack, Smog directly used his powerful trick. White Smoke Launcher. Smog's attack speeded up instantly, and Gina couldn't avoid it. I had to use a sword to block, but Smog was another trick. Bye man! She instantly turned into a white smoke and entangled Gu Yuna. Gina was instantly unable to move when she was entangled by Smog, but Gina also kept a hand, her hand can still move. Saiwa Bai Lian. Gina pierced the knife into 4 places on the ground with the tip of the knife, and then, like an avalanche, the square blades released powerful air conditioning together. Smog had no choice but to speed up and escape, and everything around him was frozen. What is this? The power of ice. Is this guy also capable of devil fruit? But isn't frozen fruit the ability of the green pheasant, one of the 3 generals? Small was puzzled. But after a while, the two battled again. Everyone in the surroundings made a lot of acquaintance and let them play. Just as Lin Tian watched the fight between the two, a voice completely attracted his attention. Lin Tian, it seems that you and your partner cannot get away smoothly today. Hey! Lin Tian looked at the voice. I saw people coming with X marks on their chin and chest, hooked nose, eyes with blindfolds, and wearing a hat similar to a medieval swordsman in the past life, which resembles the American swordsman in the past life. He holds a 4-edged axe in his right hand and a sword in his left hand, wearing a black mask on his face. Familiar person. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The person here is the 4th among the 11 future supernovas in the original book, Chike X Drake. It seems that Drake at this time has not yet become a pirate. And it can be seen that he is still the strongest admiral in Rogue Town. Brigadier General Drake. Hey? Leader, why are you here? Small asked in surprise. Drake. Oh? Didn't expect you to recognize me. Drake replied in surprise. Yes, it seems that we are now ready to become the Navy's reward target. After all, you sank a warship, you also kidnapped a colonel at that time, and owned your own pirate group. How can you say, the Navy headquarters will also offer you a reward? That's true, but Colonel Mouse, that should be a misunderstanding. He was hypnotized by the deputy captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zhang Gao, before the Navy would attack us. I will catch you first, you are talking to me. How? Impossible. Lin Tian also shook his head. Then try your skills. After saying that Drake and Lin Tian are ready to start a battle. On Gina's side, because the White Hunter Smog's smoke fruit ability is really annoying, Gina can't be armed with domineering, so she can only reverse the defeat occasionally by relying on her Zanpakuto ability. White Boxing. Smog turned his wrist into smoke and hit Gina, who had just avoided. White Snake. Smog turned his wrist into a snake-like smoke and attacked Gina. After all, Gina had just gone to sea not long ago, and in terms of actual combat ability, she was still inferior to Smog. As time passed by, Gina was a little bit overwhelmed. It seems that you can only use that trick. But you can only use that trick once. If you don't succeed, you will lose. If you use it successfully, you still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. I saw Xiao Bie who was blocking the navy, and Lin Tian who started a fight with Drake. Gina finally made up her mind. Sanmu White Blade. As soon as he finished speaking, Smog felt a chill in the air. An ice skate has appeared in Gina's hands. Come on! Gina had obviously incorporated all of her power into this trick. Smog was obviously also infected. He knew that even if he was elemental, he might not be able to escape this trick, so he decided to use his strongest trick like Gina. Win by this point. White Smoke White Fist. Smog also used the White Smoke Launcher and White Fist at the same time. This was his most powerful move so far. Gina picked up the ice-like sleeve Baixu after Sanmu, and slashed it over with a sword. She must have used all her power. Gosh! Is this the strength of Lieutenant Colonel Smaller? Gina! So strong! The surrounding navy puppets all sighed. Please V to receive. The third one will be sent. Chapter 34, One Trick to Turn Drake, Seeking V. Chapter 34 One Trick to Turn Drake, Seeking V. A strong wind is already spreading around the two people. Nyakajao, pay attention to safety. Lin Tian reminded. Are you still worrying about the safety of others? It seems that both of them are over, let's start soon. Drake said calmly. What's the hurry? It doesn't take much time to beat you. See who of them wins. Drake frowned when he heard, this kid is a little arrogant. Lin Tian looked towards Gina. Seeing Gina fell in the smoke, Lin Tian said to Xiao Bie. There is no longer any reason to stay in Roger Town, Xiao Bie, you take Gina and Nyakajao back to the boat, I will cover you. Lin Tian said. Okay. Xiao Bie also received his own 6 knives, and directly picked up the unconscious Gina Nyaki and ran towards the strongest. Lieutenant Colonel Smog. The Navy looked at Smog, who was motionless, worried. Don't worry. He didn't die, but he was in a coma after using all his strength. Lin Tian kicked the Drake who wanted to interfere, and said in time. This is the Lanjiao in the 6 forms? It seems that you are not easy. Drake is a brigadier general, and naturally knows the Lanjiao. Well, since a battle is unavoidable, let's fight. But if you have me, don't think about going past this line. Lin Tian said calmly. Line? What line? The Navy were all confused by Monk Zhang Er. Seeing Lin Tian pulled out of the village, just a random wave, a strong sword energy immediately cut out. Rub. Wow! An extremely long gully appeared behind Lin Tian, with a width of about 3 meters. It was impossible for ordinary people to pass it unless it took a long way to go. But seeing this infinite line, everyone knows that if it goes around, it will be dark. What level of slash is this? With a casual wave, such a terrifying cliff appeared. Drake's heart shook. He knew that the young man named Lin Tian in front of him was very strong, even small Ge was uneasy and chose to play on his own. It seems that even so, he is not fully prepared. At first we thought that the headquarters was wrong. Everyone thought that it was impossible for a teenager to defeat the pirate group with the highest reward in the East China Sea. Now it seems. You do have this qualification. It seems that you know me well, but don't you know whether you understand my abilities? Drake still said calmly, but then his body began to change, and after a while, he transformed into a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex. Animal line ancient species dragon fruit Allosaurus form? In that case, I will compare my strength with you. Armed color iron nugget. This move is Lin Tian's combination of armed domineering and iron nugget. Lin Tian's armed color domineering has stepped into the strongest field in the world, and coupled with the strongest iron block, it can be said to be indestructible. Of course, Lin Tian only turned his hands and knives into black. The reason why the whole body is not covered with armed color is because Lin Tian believes that the armed color of the whole body is not conducive to Lin Tian's battle and will cause a lot of physical strength. Waste, at best, is only suitable for defense, and defense also consumes physical energy. It is better to attack directly. In an instant, the Drake Tyrannosaurus had already attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's hands were already covered with armed colors at this time, and he did not pull out Qian Ben Sakura, which is suitable for group battles, but another sword. Demon Blade Village Masaru. This is still your first battle. Don't disappoint me. Lin Tian thought silently in his heart. Hold the blade in the left hand and the handle in the right hand. Demons and evil spirits are integrated, and the bloodthirsty village is covered by armed domineering, making it more sharp and invincible. IHE-1 Strike Demon Slash. This move is a move that can only be performed with Muramasa, the immobile Johezan. It was different from Shura's high-speed movement and speeding slashing, but it was simple and fixed to make a single blow. Don't underestimate this blow. The biggest feature of Demon Blade Village Masa is that it kills with one blow. A knife is worth 10,000 knives, and one person is better than 10 million people. Lin Tian's move used static breaking to give full play to the characteristics of Kunzen. After one cut, Lin Tian received it slightly. Drake is defeated. Lin Tian put away the knife and looked at the surrounding navy and said, "Let's set off for the Great Channel first." What? That's the Brigadier General. How could it be so easy to lose? All the navies looked unbelievable. However, the facts before everyone slapped their faces. As the owner of the ability of animal fruit, Drake is naturally relatively powerful. Among the Supernova 11, Drake's strength is also at the forefront. You know that Drake has an ancient species of devil fruit that is rarer than the nature department. But it wasn't the enemy of Lin Tian who had the strength against the sky. Lin Tian Ben possesses the strongest 6 naval poses, coupled with the ability to solve thousands of cherry blossoms. Through the use of tenfold comprehension pill, he has fully integrated all his abilities during his 3-month swordsmanship practice with Kojiro. Now he has this as the armed color domineering and the most powerful demon knife Murata. It can be said that the strength is not only advancing by leaps and bounds, but also that there are few opponents in the world, and the Brigadier General can't help Lin Tian. The dinosaur incarnation of Drake had fallen on the ground unconscious. Lin Tian just stunned Drake, but did not kill him. The system also did not release the mission that must kill Drake, so Lin Tian would not overly destroy the original plot for no reason. Brigadier. Help the Brigadier General. The Brigadier General was really defeated. The surrounding navies were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Today they first saw a woman who was exactly the same as Dashki, and then they fought against the white hunter Colonel Smog indefinitely. After that, a grey teenager picked up his sword and swiped it lightly. The town of Rog was divided into 2. Drake, the Brigadier General who barely made a move, lost it with just one move even after completing the transformation. The grey-haired boy in front of him. What is his origin? So strong. It's terribly strong. The navy had forgotten to hunt Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head and did not bother to attack these ordinary people. He knew he should go, and disappeared on the spot within a month. That seems to be one of the 6 moves. Who the hell is he? There is no way to fight. The navy also retreated one after another. Blue 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 AGA. Is it the headquarters? No. Brigadier General Drake and Lieutenant Colonel Smog have been defeated, and the enemy is now planning to flee the town of Rog. An unknown grassroots naval officer received a call from the Navy headquarters. The 4th one is delivered. The 5th one is in the evening. Thank you for your collection. But it is still not enough. I hope I can increase my collection more. Stick to 5 changes every day. Chapter 35, Malinfando's Hot Discussion, Gaiki V. Chapter 35 Malinfando's Hot Discussion, Gaiki V. He reported the detailed incident to the headquarters. However, what Lin Tian didn't expect was that in the Navy headquarters, Malinfando, because of him, even the Admiral of the Admiral convened a group of lieutenants for an unprecedented round-table meeting. Lin Tian would be surprised if he knew, he actually started to trigger discussions among the senior Navy. The young man's name is Lin Tian. He was born from the East China Sea. He has invaded Rogue Town. The news from the Navy of Rogue Town has knocked down Brigadier General Drake with one blow and separated Rogue Town with a sword. Killed Crow from the Black Cat Pirates and Aaron the Murloc from the Pirates of the Sun and the Dragon Pirates. His strength is currently unknown, but it can be seen that his strength is at least at the level of a major general, and his swordsmanship is even better, and may even reach the level of a branch lieutenant general. It has been confirmed that he is definitely a threat to the Navy. Cap, you are serious? We are in a meeting now. A familiar figure came into view. Wearing the uniform of a Navy officer, he was eating senbei happily. Then he laughed at the words of the person in front of him. Wow, haha, Waring states, just a kid, the Admiral now cares about a kid so much, it's really unusual. The speaker is the Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp. For a time, the One Piece was forced to the point where it was exhausted. The identity of the person who asked the question was even more noble, the Warring States of the Buddha known as the Wise General. He is not an ordinary kid. You are from the East China Sea. But he must not be allowed to enter the Great Channel. The kid is still a kid. Is there any difference? Even the stronger kid haha Carp still didn't care. The lieutenant generals at the round table also echoed one after another. Obviously, the record does not mean anything. Everyone also strongly agrees with Carp's words. However, what the Warring States said next made everyone hear noisier. But there is news that he has learned to be armed and domineering. It's not that there are people who have mastered domineering before entering the Great Channel, but people who have mastered dominance to such a degree, I think it is indeed worth paying attention to. The Warring States period took out a few pictures of Lin Tian's village in his hands that were photographed at some unknown time. I saw the deep armed color covering Lin Tian's knife. Everyone looked carefully for a while, and they were shocked. It can be seen that the domineering control of the armed color is perfect, Hua Shaishan Admiral said helplessly. It seems to have reached the level of Lieutenant General Carp, Dao Tu said in surprise. Such a kid, I am afraid he will grow up to be another Gordy Roger. The Ghost Spider Lieutenant General also agreed with the words of the Warring States period. Oh? The kid in the East China Sea is really strong. If only he could become a navy. Carp also brightened his eyes, he was naturally the strongest, but he knew the level of the youth's armed color in front of him. That's an armed color at the same level as me. Although Carp is still eclectic on the surface, he is deeply shocked in his heart. He is just a boy who is a few years older than Ace and Luffy. Have such a powerful domineering. Obviously they are unlikely to join the Navy, and they can only intercept and kill them before they enter the Great Channel. The reward is still not issued for the time being. It is possible to stun the snake. Now the 3 nearest branch lieutenants are secretly summoned to send 3 large warships. In any case, they must be captured before they enter the entrance of the Great Channel. If they can't be captured alive, they will be destroyed. Do you have any objections? Warring States asked. No. Then do it. The Warring States also fell into silence. Naturally, Lin Tian didn't know that his Navy headquarters had triggered such a discussion. Above the sea, a ship was traveling alone. This ship is the strongest ship of Lin Tian and his party. Dina on the boat was still unconscious, but the boat was still heading towards the entrance of the great route upside down the mountain. Lin Tian bought the news bird. He thought that the disturbance in Rogue Town would arouse some attention and hot spots. However, Lin Tian discovered that there was no news about Rogue Town published in the news. Even the Navy's latest rewards did not include him and his pirates. What's going on? It's too inconsistent with the style of the Navy? Is it because I think I have mastered some secrets? I have mastered the core technology. Also, my power is too shocking, so I chose to catch secretly in order not to alert me in advance. Live with us. It was originally an extremely obscure strategic policy, but I didn't expect that it was already inseparable from Lin Tian's guess. However, what Lin Tian didn't know was that the danger was already waiting near the upside-down mountain. Gina was still in a coma, but there was not much danger. After Lin Tian observed it, it was not difficult to see that Gina was mainly in a coma caused by shedding force. When he was about to reach upside-down mountain, Lin Tian's main mission sounded, that is, he can get a lottery when he successfully enters the Great Channel. Lin Tian and his party followed the wind and soon arrived near the Diaodiao mountain. Who would have thought that the two large warships that came into view were the Navy or who? It turned out that in order to prevent Lin Tian from entering the Great Waterway, the Navy headquarters had deployed 3 warships and 3 branch lieutenants. The 3 branch lieutenants are Bastille, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Lieutenant Doberman. Ah! Why is the Navy here? Xiao Ba obviously saw the warship eagerly. Oh, it doesn't look like a small character. Big brother. We seem to have broken into the encirclement of the Navy, and there is also a Navy behind us. 3 naval warships have faintly surrounded Lin Tian and his party. Lin Tian. Command from the headquarters. You are not allowed to break into the Great Channel. Let's catch it. Seeing that you are still young, surrendering directly can also reduce some unnecessary troubles. Hey! All pirates should die. The 3 branch lieutenants said one after another. Lin Tian recognized 3 of them from a distance. Slasher Bastille, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Lieutenant Fighting Dog Doberman. The 3 major lieutenants in the original book. Although he is now a lieutenant general of the branch, he will obviously be promoted to the lieutenant general of the headquarters immediately. Although foreseeing that there will be a Navy ambush, when seeing the situation of 3 warships and 3 naval branch lieutenants encircling and suppressing himself, Lin Tian also feels that the Navy headquarters really values himself. Boss, what to do? That is the Lieutenant Admiral, but we only have 4. Gina is also in a coma. Big brother. Can we escape successfully? Zioba and Nyakajao are a little flustered. In their philosophy, Lin Tian is strong, but can he be stronger than 3 lieutenants? Chapter 5 is here. Thank you. The collection has increased. But it is still not enough. I hope you can support me who wrote a web article for the first time. I still hope that everyone can order a wave of collections, give one free, and give me more comments. Thanks. Chapter 36, Lin Tian to the 3rd Navy Admiral, Gaikihavi. Chapter 36 Lin Tian to the 3rd Navy Admiral, Gaikihavi. The Lieutenant Admiral is the backbone of the Navy, and any Lieutenant Admiral is extremely powerful. Even in the Great Sea Lanes, the strength of the Lieutenant Admiral is already comparable to the strongest cotters in some of the top forces. And it is almost never the case that 3 lieutenants and 3 warships encircle a pirate group with only 4 people. To say yes, there was one Sohara after triggering the demon-slaying order. The 3 lieutenants destroyed Oha at all costs. But now there is no special call, but Lin Tian and his party have attracted 3 naval forces to encircle and suppress. I don't know if Lin Tian is so powerful that it has attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters. Or did Lin Tian have some bad luck? In any case, the Navy did not want to have a better time with Lin Tian. It seems that the determination to kill me is full. Lin Tian comforted everyone. There are only 3 lieutenant generals, what are your fears in the future? These words were a little funny when Lin Tian said this in his mouth, but it was shocking to Zioba and Nyakajao. Lin Tian is always extremely confident, as if things are impossible in their eyes. Lin Tian can solve all difficulties as long as they encounter Lin Tian. In their eyes, even if Lin Tian said that he was going to become the One Piece, they would support it without hesitation. This was Lin Tian's charm. Sometimes, everything is not what it should be, even if it is the future of the three branches of the Navy. The gap between them and me cannot be made up by sending 3 lieutenants. Lin Tian watched the Navy line up. Tian Leda Wang said confidently. Trust me, okay? Lin Tian asked, looking at Nyakajao and Zioba. Boss, I believe in you. Big brother, I believe in you too. Both of them cheered up again. One picked up his 6 knives and was ready to face the Navy at any time, and the other was already at the helm again, observing the breakthrough that could counter the encirclement and suppression. Seeing the two regain their confidence, Lin Tian also felt relieved. How can I be cowardly before fighting? We are the strongest death pirates. Lin Tian watched the 3 lieutenant generals begin to reply. Bastille, Flying Squirrels, Doberman, the Navy has sent 3 of you who will be promoted to Lieutenant Admiral immediately. You really look up to me. Since you know the 3 of us, you must also know our means. Give you a way to survive. Get it all. Otherwise we will do it ourselves. The 3 lieutenants also have their own pride. After receiving the news from the headquarters, they all feel that such a weak pirate, why bother them to do it? But after the warring states came to them in person, they realized the seriousness of the matter. Although the boy in front of him is young, he has become the qualification of one piece. If it is allowed to enter the great waterway, is it not the sea to leap and the mountains to fly? But then again, they are 3 lieutenants. Even the 4-star under the Ant or the 3 major disasters under Kaido dare not say that one person can single out 3 lieutenants. No matter how genius the young man in front of him is, he is just a genius who has not yet grown up, and it is said that the sea has not entered a great channel. Lin Tian also sneered secretly when he heard the words of the 3 lieutenants. Are you a little too high on yourself? Lin Tian replied calmly. 3 lieutenant generals may not be able to do anything to me. Lin Tian seemed to be telling a fact. The self-esteem of the 3 lieutenants took a hit. No matter how much, there are subordinates next to him. Lin Tian said that no matter how good-tempered people are, they can't stand it. Sure enough, the 3 lieutenants also shot directly in the rage. The 3 lieutenants were all masters in the 6 forms, and they used Yuebu to log onto Lin Tian's ship. However, Lin Tian was also able to come out in just 1 step. Obviously, the level was still higher than the 3 lieutenants. Yuebu? How can this guy know 6 navy styles? The flying squirrel frowned and asked. The other 2 lieutenants obviously did not intend to answer, they had already attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian was even faster, kicking Bastille's broadsword and Doberman's sword with 1 kick. A sword gas, quickly cut out, and beat the 3 people back to their respective warships. Don't worry. If you want to fight, don't fight on my boat. Lin Tian said calmly. The 3 lieutenants were all shocked in their short encounters. With a faster speed than the 3 of them, the sword is still not drawn, and with a kick and a sword spirit, the 3 lieutenants will be repelled to the warship? If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe it? Lieutenant General with 1 kick and 1 sword? The boss is really strong. Xiao Ba was immediately confident. Little 8, protect Nyakajao and Gina, I'll come as soon as I go. After all, Lin Tian rushed to one of the warships in a month. Come. The flying squirrel looked at Lin Tian, who was approaching him extremely fast, and was also armed and domineering, covering his samurai sword. Come. The flying squirrel looked at Lin Tian, who was approaching him extremely fast, and was also armed and domineering, covering his samurai sword. Although Lin Tian is not a natural demon fruit capable person, but the domineering armed color can harden his body and increase his attack power. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel had obviously also mastered the domineering armed color for many years. He covered his samurai sword and instantly became hard and sharp. Lin Tian had already moved to the front of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel with moon step. Cut. Lieutenant Flying Squirrel slashed and slashed at Lin Tian with a fierce attack. Hey! Lin Tian pulled out the village and blocked the flying squirrel. Armed color and iron block cover the body. Obviously Lin Tian has already felt the arrival of the two lieutenants behind him. The attack has arrived. Puff! Boom! It's so hard. So strong, armed and domineering. Lin Tian was unscathed, but since then he has clearly felt that the strength of the opponent he met has increased a lot. Although the previous enemies were powerful, most of them did not have super attack power. Lin Tian could resist with iron blocks, but the three major lieutenants in front of them had to use armed and domineering to ensure that they did not leak. The iron block just makes your body as hard as iron. And there are many people who can cut through the steel. In addition to the devil fruit ability of the natural element, except for the sea water and sea floor stones, which have an effect on the devil fruit ability, then only the armed and domineering can touch them. So armed domineering is very useful, but fortunately Lin Tian not long ago drew the armed domineering, otherwise, even if he is strong, he will suffer some injuries. After all, killing 1,000 people will damage 800 people, and human strength is limited. Unless they have the ability to crush the enemy, if they let others consume their own strength, it is a tiger that has lost its minions. Doberman and Bastille took up their weapons and attacked Lin Tian. The first one is sent. Some night. Gaiki V to close. Chapter 37, the 3rd Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy was defeated, Gaiki V. Chapter 37 The 3rd Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy was defeated, Gaiki V. Go away. Stay away from us. As the battlefield was transferred from the strongest to a Navy ship, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel had to remind the Navy around to pay attention to safety. The Navy reacted and they ran far away, lest they would be affected. The 3 lieutenants can't help him. A seaman also ran far away. Although you won't be fair in a 3-to-1 match, after seeing some of your strength, we still plan to catch you together, said the Flying Squirrel. Fair? There is no fairness in this world. Lin Tian sneered. He knows how domineering the Tianlong people are. It feels like you really know a lot of things, it seems that you really need to get you back alive. Bastille squeezed his jiao tightly. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go together. Doberman roared and attacked Lin Tian. 3 knives attacked Lin Tian eagerly and quickly. Lin Tian was besieged from 3 sides, and he didn't even let the wind fall. Lin Tian continued to use his body to continue the attacks of the 3 lieutenants. Constantly make a bang, bang, bang sound. Muramasa's fierce and weird trajectory of the sword also made the bodies of the 3 lieutenant generals shine from time to time. Muramasa was stained with blood, and it seemed to become stronger, and the power of the monster was actually stronger. Although Kunzen's power was faintly strengthened, Lin Tian found that he was somewhat unable to fully unleash this power. After his own Lin Tian merged with Bai Linshan in his body, the power of his soul has become a lot stronger, so he and the village are on the same balance, maintaining a balance with each other. However, Lin Tian has only now discovered that this BA village is a knife that can continue to evolve. Not only the power of the sword itself can evolve, but the killing intent and demon power will also continue to evolve. Unless Lin Tian can completely control Kunzen, the continuously evolving Kunzen will still bite Lin Tian. No, I will be defeated by demon power if this continues. 3 people? Then try this. What? Do you want to draw another knife? No matter what knife you change, you will be defeated by us today. The 3 lieutenants attacked Lin Tian again. Lin Tian said, let you see my ability. Solved Qianbon Sakura King Yan. The 3 lieutenants saw countless giant blades rising from both sides of Lin Tian, and in a flash, they turned into flying cherry blossoms. This is the power of devil fruit. I have never heard of this kind of devil fruit. Better be careful of those cherry blossom petals. But since Lin Tian Mao's solution, the defeat of the 3 lieutenants has been half set. Moon step. Lin Tian appeared in an instant, another environment that was more conducive to his own attack. The three lieutenants were also shocked, knowing that the situation was not good. Because of his arrogance, Lin Tian abandoned all Qianben Sakura's defenses against him, and controlled hundreds of millions of cherry blossom petals to wrap around the three lieutenants. The three lieutenants saw the cherry blossoms wrapped around them, and they used their 6 styles. Iron, Shave, U-Step. The three lieutenants are also extremely experienced in the battlefield, knowing that Lin Tian's move belongs to the scope of skills. The distance between the 4 parties has been expanded. But now it is what Lin Tian most hopes to appear. This is simply too good for him to break through. They dodge quickly, but some are not afraid of death. The lieutenant general who used the iron bar seemed to be Daubman with a temperament like a red dog. You are too confident. Lin Tian directly controlled Jianbenying and wrapped it on Daubman. King Jing Senbon Sakura Jing Yan. Lin Tian didn't use much of this trick, but the main point of this trick was to condense all the hundreds of millions of Senbonzakura's blades into a ball, and after covering the enemy, he attacked from all directions. Senbonzakura's sharpness is no less than that of any supreme sword. Attack of this degree. Hundreds of millions of times. Who can resist it? Danger. Lieutenant General Daubman. The 2 lieutenants saw that it was too late to save Daubman, and one cut a sword to the outside. The other cut a sword to Lin Tian. The speed of controlling Qianbenzakura with both hands is very fast. The Qianbenzakura wrapped in Daubman is not afraid of slashing. Lin Tian himself is also armed and domineering. So their attack is invalid. Lieutenant General Daubman. Bastille talked about his slashing Jiao and slashed at Qianbenzakura. Humph! Lin Tian thought to himself, hard to shake Jianbenying? I think you are hard enough. Lin Tian controlled Qianbenzakura with his right hand to separate out a wave of attacks against Bastille, and Bastille was too late to dodge and was enveloped by Qianbenzakura. Yet, only Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was left. You, what did you do to them? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel asked urgently. Don't be afraid. I didn't kill them, look. Lin Tian smiled and pointed in their direction. Bastille and Daubman were released, but although they did not die, unfortunately they have lost their combat capability. Lin Tian said solemnly, if you don't save them, they will die. Seeing the 2 with most of their skin cut open, flying squirrels are like enemies. He was the first time he saw someone who killed the lieutenant in a flash so easily. Let's go. I explained, you just don't listen, because you just want to catch me alive. Let's leave, don't push me in a hurry. Otherwise, all of you will die here. Lin Tian said quietly. All the navy were stunned. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked at Lin Tian in front of him, and he didn't know what to say. Lin Tian put away Qianbenying, smiling and asked, why don't you leave? Do you want to stay here? Flying Squirrel looked at Lin Tian in front of him, then looked at the other 2 lieutenants who had not fought at all, and looked at the navy without fighting spirit. Withdraw. The Flying Squirrel finally announced the result weakly. How do you fight this? The 6 styles of others are better than the 3 of them, the sword itself is better than the 3 of them, the swordsmanship is better than the 3 of them, and there are all kinds of abilities that are suspected of devil fruit. How can you fight this? The 2 lieutenants, wrapped in the strange cherry blossoms, immediately rushed to the street. The commanders of the navy are half dead, completely devoid of morale, how can they fight? It can be seen that those cherry blossoms are more suitable for group battles. What if a large swath of cherry blossoms floods the navy on board? I can't imagine it. All navies follow the order. Evacuate. The Flying Squirrel had to lead 3 warships and left the sea. The Flying Squirrel thought, if it wasn't because the other party wanted to let him go, I'm afraid he would be the same as the other 2. Lin Tian used Yuebu to fly back to his boat, and Gina was already awake and sitting in a chair to rest. Hey! You fellow! I will surpass you sooner or later. Dina looked at Lin Tian fiercely. Lin Tian also said fiercely, okay. Ha ha ha, boss is so cute when he is joking. Xiao Ba also laughed loudly. The second one is sent. Click on a collection to see it. Send a flower. Chapter 38, Kill Creek Pirates, Gaikita V. Chapter 38 Kill Creek Pirates, Gaikita V. Provoked Nyakajao also began to laugh. This time the Navy dispatched 3 lieutenant generals and 3 warships to encircle Lin Tian and his party in the waters near the upside-down mountain. It failed. Malin Vander, headquarters of the Navy. Blue Bulogia, the Warring States period, who answered the phone, already suspected that he had received a false report. What are you talking about? None of the 3 lieutenants caught him. The Warring States period was startled at first, and then yelled at him. Are you 3 lieutenant generals as a rice bucket? Can't even catch a teenager? You ambush them in advance. What is going on? The Warring States Rush asked, and the flying squirrel was also scared. It has to be silent, after all, the phone worm can imitate the expressions of the caller. After the flying squirrels reported the incident one after another, they left the Warring States period alone, where to think about it. Wow, haha. You old guy? What's the matter? Angrily like that? Kapu asked while eating senbei, still cynical. Kapu. You know I sent 3 lieutenants to encircle the guy named Lin Tian, right? Yes, I was there during the meeting. What's the matter? What happened? Is it possible that the lieutenant general killed him by accident? Karp dug his nostrils and said, it's okay, they didn't do anything. Whether it's serious or not, you don't know it, and you don't need to be so angry. You fellow. If that's what, I'm going to be so happy? Of the 3 lieutenants, 2 lost their combat capability. Only the flying squirrel returned safely. Hearing from his report, he tried his best to cover the evacuation of the 3 naval vessels. Lin Tian made one move, but in order to save the other 2 lieutenants, he had to choose to evacuate to the nearest base and treat the lieutenant general. Ah! Such a strong kid! I want to fight him. But since this kid can defeat the other 2 lieutenants, why is the flying squirrel spared? It's absolutely okay for this kid to be loyal. The Warring States period said angrily and funny. This guy's report is too much water. Haha, if you guessed it right, I guess they just let him go, wow haha. After that, Karp laughed. The Warring States said in an angry tone. Forget it, it's okay, the point is that this kid named Lin Tian has grown too fast. Warring States said worriedly, you know, these 3 lieutenant generals are all mid to high in strength. They will be promoted to lieutenant generals, but now they are actually lost in the hands of that kid. The Warring States period, our time has gradually passed, young people are also beginning to grow up. Relax. By the way, I will take a vacation and go back to the East China Sea to see my grandson. I will definitely make him an excellent navy. You guy. Must it be this time? The Warring States period shook his head, and felt that Karp made sense. The era of Gordy Roger has just ended, and the era of great voyages has begun again. It will be another 10 years. It's time for me to step down, let their young people worry about it. All right, you go. The Warring States sent 3 lieutenants and there was no way to prevent Lin Tian from entering the Great Channel. He also had no way to send 3 generals, and it was still a problem that Lin Tian didn't grow up. The dangers and challenges of the Great Channel are many. I'll deal with you later. Lin Tian. The Warring States had no choice but to give up. How appropriate is this guy's reward? Report. Marshal. This is an urgent secret report. A Navy took out the latest secret report, and the Warring States period began his busy work as a marshal. Lin Tian has already reached the vicinity of Diandao Mountain. Why are there pirates again? But it looks like it was repaired by someone else. Lin Tian saw another pirate ship not far away. There were many ships. Gradually, Lin Tian saw that this should be a fleet. The number of pirates in a fleet is quite large, and the momentum is amazing. Nyakajao was stunned. Why is the boss doing things again? Well, there is only one such pirate fleet in the East China Sea. Creek pirates. Is it strong? Xiao Ba asked carefully. Strong. Lin Tian smirked in his heart but said strong. This is the strongest pirate fleet in the East China Sea. Xiao Ba, wow. Isn't that dangerous? Dina said, there are people you can't deal with? Hey! Big brother, their fleet seems to have been destroyed, but it seems they have seen us. Lin Tian looked at the pirate fleet rushing towards his strongest ship, and said nothing. How come they were so miserable a few years ago? Did they change the plot or were they so miserable? Lin Tian couldn't laugh or cry. Looking at the tattered ship, it looked like it had been slashed. Lin Tian was puzzled. Is it him? Lin Tian thought again, is it impossible? But is there anyone else in him? Lin Tian didn't have much time to think about it. That huge main ship arrived at Lin Tian and stopped. Haha! There are finally other ships. Little ones. Get it for me. Seeing the pirate headed, Lin Tian and Gu Yuna directly smiled. Crick! Do you dare to grab me? Lin Tian shouted directly. The pirates looked at their captain one after another. Crick looked at Lin Tian for a long time, and suddenly said a word. Who are you? Who are you? The captain of this group of pirates was naturally headed. Known as Admiral Creek, he has the strongest pirate fleet in the East China Sea. Lin Tian was surprised. How can I kill Crow, kill the dragon, kill the warship with a stab, make trouble in Rog Town, beat the disabled brigadier general with one move, and face the heroic deeds of the 3 lieutenants also destroying 2 and scaring 1 back, and he was unexpectedly caught by the Navy. Is the headquarters hidden? What is the Navy headquarters? Afraid of me? Don't plan to offer me a reward? Still don't know how much to set a bounty. It's right to think about it, even the pirates in the Great Waterway rarely can achieve such a terrifying record. The pirate's reward price also needs to be negotiated. The price of the reward set is inextricably linked to the severity of the influence of the rewarded person. Regarding Lin Tian's offer, the Navy headquarters has also been very distressed and has not finalized it. If the reward is set high, you are afraid of affecting the morale of the army. The reward was low and he was afraid that someone in the Navy would carelessly underestimate the enemy after meeting Lin Tian. Seeing Creek who knew nothing about him, Lin Tian didn't know what to do. Who are you? No name, but the food and treasures you contributed will become the stepping stone of my Crick pirates. Go quietly. You should feel proud of death. Death is very valuable. Crick also arrogantly provoked Lin Tian. The second one will be sent. Continue to collect. To collect. To collect. Chapter 39, Meet Hawkeye my Hawk, Gaikia V. Chapter 39 Meet Hawkeye my Hawk, Gaikia V. Since the amount of Lin Tian's reward has not yet been finalized, Crick did not know Lin Tian, and looked at Lin Tian's harmless appearance of humans and animals. Ha ha ha! We finally have food. Captain! We are finally alive. Now we can regroup. The Crick pirates were obviously very excited, and seemed to have regarded Lin Tian and his group's strongest ship as their bag. Hey, I don't want to kill you, but if you just die, I can't help it. Lin Tian no longer regarded the pirate group in front of him as his opponent. There is no big battle as imagined. Lin Tian directly let Guyana and Zioba go up, and the current strength of the two of them was unstoppable. Lin Tian pulled out the village and slashed, and one after another, he sank all the so-called invincible fleet of Creek. Crick's heart is dead. What the hell is going on? How come you can cut off your own battleship with a single knife when you encounter anyone? Is it possible that my battleship is paper cut? Many pirates jumped into the sea when the battleship Creek sank. There are also those who would rather die than surrender and choose to be with Crick, and Lin Tian did not show mercy either. These people are of that kind of ungrateful type. In the original book, the hungry are dying, and they will rob others after eating. For these people, Lin Tian has no good feelings at all. Feeling the appeal from the village in his hand, Lin Tian knew that the killing intent of this demon knife was aroused again, which was the desire to suck blood from Lin Tian. That being the case, then you can suck enough. For the first time, Lin Tian was killing someone with the village in his hand. He easily eliminated one pirate after another. What is surprising is that this village is not even bleeding, but he has inhaled a lot of evil and dead energy, and has a faint feeling of becoming stronger. You are simply a god of death. Crick saw that Lin Tian also used his own housekeeping skills in horror. With the golden armor possessed, Crick suddenly felt alive. Haha, my invincible armor can't be broken. Seeing Crick's serious nonsense, even Gina couldn't stand it anymore. Just 1 month later, Crick was frozen into ice cubes. In this way, Lin Tian and his party easily wiped out the pirate fleet in the East China Sea, which is known as the strongest Creek pirates. It is estimated that because the opponent is too weak, even the system has not released any side missions. But when he arrived at the Creek pirate group, Lin Tian saw a person riding a small boat not far away, floating slowly in his direction. The figure of the coming man, valiantly upright, looking at the unique boat. And that familiar has a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle. There is the supreme big knife Black Knife Knight. Lin Tian already knew the identity of the person in front of him. One of the 7 martial arts under the king, the strongest swordsman in the world, Hawkeye my hawk. Gina was already surprised and couldn't speak. She is the target I am chasing. The world's strongest swordsman. Just defeat him. My agreement with that brat will be fulfilled by me. Big brother, what is the 7th martial sea under the king? Nyaki asked innocently. Xiao Beidao, 7 Wu Hai is very strong. Jinping Boss is one of the 7 Wu Hai. The King's 7 martial sea is an overly dangerous force that holds both freedom and status in its hands. Although it is neutral on the surface, it is actually regarded as an enemy by the navy and pirates. Kaiwahei is the power and qualifications given to 7 pirates by the world government. It is not a group, and they all work independently. The pirates call it the lackey of the government. But in fact, on the contrary, Kaiwahei has its own purpose of becoming Kaiwahei. For their own purposes, they cannot give up the power and status of Kaiwahei, so they use each other with the world government. They are the 7 great pirates recognized by the world government, possessing catastrophic destructive power and a huge combat power that rivals the country. The 7 seas of the king, the 4 emperors, and the headquarters of the navy are the 3 great powers, and only the pirates who are well known or powerful that can shock everyone are eligible to be selected as the sea of 7 seas of the king. And this one in front of you is the one that all swordsmen in the world dream of wanting to defeat. My hawk called Hawkeye. Excuse me, is he known as the strongest swordsman in the world? Gina is aiming for this. After seeing the 4 people Gina Zioba and Lin Tian Nyajiao, Hawkeye suddenly became interested. I heard that someone in the East China Sea has the power to cut through the sea with a single sword. I also heard that this person is very young, with grey hair and black eyes, and the punishment is like a death god. He must be your lord. Basically correct, but where did the title of the god of death come from? Well, I heard it from the navy, but after looking at your excellency today, I also quite agree with it. Because you have the strength and will far beyond ordinary people, you can tell from your eyes that you are also a powerful swordsman. So, are you under the command of the navy to come to a fight with me? No, don't get me wrong, I just killed a few salted fish on a whim, and chased them all the way to here. Meeting you was just a lucky accident. I don't obey the navy or the world government. But at this moment, it's only the swordsman Hawkeye my hawk who wants to fight you with all his strength. You are most qualified to let me take out this black sword knight. I also ask you to fight with all your strength. Because, in addition to the red-haired guy, it's been a long time since I met a swordsman who can make me so excited to want to fight with all my strength. The side mission has been opened. The content of the mission: fight my hawk, a prize draw. Both Lin Tian's personal wishes and the arrangement of system tasks are in line with Lin Tian's current thinking. What he wants most is battle after battle to improve his strength. He also wanted to know what his current limit was. From the East China Sea to the Great Waterway that is about to enter. The most powerful opponents I have ever encountered are only the 3 lieutenants of the Navy branch. But in front of him, he is known as the world's strongest swordsman. Who can be called the strongest? How can he be defeated so easily? The mission of the system is very clear: let Lin Tian fight my hawk, not defeat my hawk or kill my hawk. Therefore, Lin Tian knew that perhaps his strongest strength might not be able to defeat my hawk. But Lin Tian is even more unwilling to do it. He will be the strongest. It was hard to meet an opponent who could let him fight with all his strength. Lin Tian was so happy that it was too late. What's more, as long as he participates in this duel, Lin Tian will have the chance to draw a lottery. Gaiki V to close. A hard day's code word is not easy. Please click on the collection. Thank you. Chapter 40, and Yinjian call each other brothers, Gaiki V. Chapter 40 and Yinjian call each other brothers, Gaiki V. As he successfully got rid of the attacks of the 3 lieutenants, Lin Tian drew another comprehension pill, but the difference was that Lin Tian drew a 100 times comprehension pill this time. The effect of a 100-fold comprehension pill is 10 times that of a 10-fold comprehension pill. But the duration is very short, only 3 days. And Lin Tian knew that he had chosen to fight my hawk. Even if he lost, it was worth it. As long as he takes this 100 times perception pill, Lin Tian will get 100 times the income in this game. Just think about the 10-fold comprehension pill, and within 3 months, Lin Tian's swordsmanship will reach the level of being completely natural and self-contained. Not to mention 100 times? You know that after using the 100 times perception pill, all the gains can be turned into 100 times. A fight with the world's strongest swordsman is equivalent to 100 games. On combat experience and actual combat experience. How can you compare to Lin Tian in this world? Okay. I promised you. Lin Tian readily agreed to Hawkeye's invitation to a duel. Hawkeye also smiled for the first time. I thought you wouldn't laugh. I only laugh when I meet a real friend or a real opponent. Hawkeye replied readily. Then I am a friend or an opponent? Lin Tian asked. My hawk didn't answer, but I didn't know where to bring out 2 bowls. Come on. Let's make a bowl of wine. This is the wine brought from the Great Waterway. Try it. My hawk drank it. Lin Tian wanted to say that I don't drink, but seeing Eagle Eyes so bold, he also drank it. It is not as spicy as imagined, probably because the brewing technology of this era is not so advanced. Call you little brother from now on. You are really good drinker. Even if you eat a bowl of it, your face is not red and your heart beats. Ha! Since you are older than me, I also call you big brother my hawk. No, we make friends with swordsmanship and wine, not by age. Let us call each other brothers. Unexpectedly, my hawk, who looks staid, is so open-minded. It is not the eyes of ordinary people to look at the world. No wonder, the world of swordsmanship is the strongest. Well, brother, there are 2 last questions I want to ask. One is your 2 swords. I have seen countless knives in my life. I have some knowledge to ask most of the famous knives in the world. Why have I never seen these 2 knives in your body? But my instinct can't be wrong. Not out of the sheath, but I still feel that quality is not inferior to the supreme knife. Brother, what are the names of these 2 knives? Who made them? My hawk also asked directly. In addition to being able to hack people, Jianhao certainly recognizes the sword. In addition to being interested in other swordsmen, he is naturally also interested in famous swords. This Mihawk was also puzzled. He had seen almost all of the famous knives, but when he glanced over the knives on Lin Tian, he found himself ignorant. He had never seen those two knives. Lin Tian thought, if you have seen it, you still have it. One is the sword of the world of death. Senbon Sakura is the strongest demon sword he has never heard of in the original Muramasa. Lin Tian had no choice but to make up a lie. Oh, brother Hawkeye, my two knives are heirlooms handed down from the family that made knives in the hidden world, and they have never been born before. It's natural that you haven't heard of them. So that's it. Hawkeye suddenly realized, thinking that some hidden families secretly made a few famous knives by themselves, which is also reasonable. Seeing that I easily deceived Hawkeye, Lin Tian wanted to say that I wanted to tell the truth, that it was sent by the system, but I was too shocked to hear it. No one would believe it. There is another question, that is, have you really decided to fight me? Suddenly, Hawkeye's momentum changed and became a bit fierce. Lin Tian knew that this was Hawkeye's determination to test his fearlessness. Of course. I came into this world, and I have never met a real opponent, so let me use my strength to see what is the difference between me and you. Let's go. Let's change a place, here may affect your partner. Mihawk calmly looked at the other people on Lin Tian's boat, but Mihawk's eyes flashed when he saw Gina. For a moment, Lin Tian and Mihawk finally arrived at a deserted island, but with dense plants and a wide variety of animals. Just here. Lin Tian and Mihawk finally looked at each other squarely, releasing an extraordinary aura to each other and bursting out in an instant. It was not domineering, but a kind of imposing confrontation. Looking at Lin Tian, who was comparable to himself, Mihawk finally smiled with satisfaction, and a stronger aura instantly pressed against Lin Tian. Little brother, don't try any more, you can show your true ability. Yinjian's eyes were really venomous, and he could tell at a glance that Lin Tian hadn't exploded with all his strength. Boom! The same aura that didn't belong to Hawkeye burst out of Lin Tian's body in an instant. Sorry, you saw through it. Lin Tian smiled. Go on. Hawkeye has already pulled out his black sword knight. Lin Tian first pulled out his own Qian Ben Sakura. Why did he pull out Qian Ben Sakura instead of Muramasa? That is because Murakami is more suitable for killing people. In addition, he has just sucked human blood, resulting in an inexplicable evolution. Lin Tian, fearing that he would be bitten back, Lin Tian chose Qianbenying steadily for the sake of safety. Qian Ben Sakura came out of her sheath, and Hawkeye secretly praised, it really is a good sword. Then he was not polite, and slashed over. This knife is not only powerful but also majestic, this is the strongest slash among One Piece. Drink! Lin Tian already greeted him. Lin Tian blocked Hawkeye's slash with the blade. But Lin Tian's armed color had already covered Qian Benying and his hands. Today's last update. I hope you can support it a lot. Click on the collection. Get one free. Popularity is very important. Chapter 41, Battle Hawkeye Mihawk, Gaikyu. Chapter 41 Battle Hawkeye Mihawk, Gaikyu. In the first confrontation, you will retreat in one blow. Both sides are frightened. What a strong slash! It is indeed an eagle eye. The shock made my mouth go numb. I don't need to be armed and domineering, I guess I can't even hold a knife. Hawkeye was also secretly frightened. Although his slash seemed random, it was known as the strongest slash in the world. The young man in front of him is so relaxed, so he will come next? Although Yinjian thought that Lin Tian and him belonged to the same level, he never felt that Lin Tian could block his attack. You must know that the people who can stop themselves from slashing in this world are the world-famous big pirates. Looking at the young man in front of him, although he is young, his strength has clearly reached the pinnacle of the world. Yes. Go on. Hawkeye praised, but did not choose to fight melee. Instead, he picked up his own black sword and continuously attacked Lin Tian at night. Quite fast. Is this the rhythm to kill me? Lin Tian was surprised and also picked up Qian Benying to resist. Yinjian's sword aura could no longer be measured by his sword aura. Lin Tian picked up Qian Benying and kept resisting the sword auras one after another. Hey! Hawkeye cut countless times. Lin Tian also kept resisting. Suddenly, Hawkeye struck with a slash that was powerful enough to cut the island in half. Knowing that it was not easy to pick up, Lin Tian turned into a close combat from a long distance, and a Jihi Shura attacked the nearby Hawkeye. Hawkeye also reacted extremely quickly. Once the sword energy was cut out, he quickly swung his black sword to resist Lin Tian's accommodation. In an instant, dozens of slashes attacked Hawkeye. This trick is not bad. Hawkeye saw the essence of Lin Tian's trick at a glance. Do you want to play fast? Then see who is faster. Hawkeye's knife suddenly became fast, even to the extent that he couldn't see clearly. Lin Tian was secretly frightened. This swordsmanship is too bad, right? I cut out more than a dozen times, and you blocked them all. Looking at the relaxed look of Eagle Eye, Lin Tian immediately began to understand. Let's scatter. Qian Ben Sakura. When the knife in Lin Tian's hand suddenly turned into cherry blossom petals, the eagle's eyes were dignified. That's it. Similar to the power of the devil fruit. There is a problem. Seeing the slight pressure of the blade, Hawkeye has already understood that these petals must not be touched. Slash. Hawkeye slashed towards Lin Tian with a slash. Lin Tian controlled Qian Benying with both hands to block this slash. The speed of Qian Ben Sakura controlled by Lin Tian's hands will be much faster. Just as Lin Tian blocked the attack of Hawkeye, he freed up a hand to control Qian Ben Sakura's petals and attacked Hawkeye. Rub. A sword light across. Hawkeye's clothes were scratched by thousands of cherry blossoms, revealing several wounds. But Lin Tian was beaten back by Hawkeye a few steps. It turns out that these petals are blades. They are very dangerous, Hawkeye said, but that's a small problem. Hawkeye was not seriously injured, but was cut through the epidermis, but Lin Tian was beaten back a few meters and suddenly a surge of vitality and blood. Hawkeye's strength is really terrifying. Just slashing and sword aura can make me so at a loss. It seems that I can't fight without amplifying the move, so let's just come. Under Hawkeye's strange gaze, Lin Tian returned the Qian Benying in his hand, and then turned it upside down. Qian Benying slowly entered a layer of ripples, and a huge sword tip appeared on Lin Tian's side. Brother Eagle Eye, try this trick of me, Jikinjian Qian Bon Sakura. As soon as one sentence was finished, all the blades of the sword turned into small blades, and they still looked like cherry blossoms in the sun. The difference is that the number of petals is now hundreds of millions of times. There are so many blades. Hawkeye was also a little uncomfortable. Come on. Lin Tian directly used both hands to control Qian Benying to attack Hawkeye. Hawkeye was also very fast, but Qian Benying was controlled by Lin Tian's hands, and the speed was much faster than before. Hawkeye also saw Lin Tian's flaws, and at the cost of some minor injuries, several slashes attacked Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's side was naturally defended against Hawkeye's slash, armed with a domineering iron block covering his body, and his defense power was amazing. Coupled with Qian Ben Sakura's defense, Hawkeye's sword aura while dodged the attack power is not as sharp as before. A full range of attacks. Hawkeye couldn't dodge, and was wrapped in Senbonzakura. I'm sorry, brother Hawkeye. King Jing Senbonzakura Jing Yan. When Qian Ben Sakura was surrounded by Eagle Eye and wanted to understand, Lin Tian actually saw his Qian Ben Sakura being beaten to pieces. Multiple X-cut. My hawk also used his most powerful move. Quickly slashed out multiple X-shaped sword auras, powerful slashing and sword aura, coupled with the power of Heidao Yat, instantly defeated Lin Tian's Qian Bon Sakura. It's really strong. Swordsmanship alone can block the scenery among the Qian Bon Sakura Jinjian. Lin Tian looked at Eagle Eye in surprise and said, "This trick is very good. If someone else is hit by this trick, it will probably end in defeat. I still underestimate you, little brother. Try my sword aura too." After saying that, my hawk waved his black sword knight, and the black sword aura he had never seen before was cut out. Lin Tian was fully armed and domineering, hundreds of millions of cherry blossoms blocked him, but who would have thought that my hawk appeared not far behind Lin Tian, and a few sword auras were cut out. Lin Tian had to block the sword energy behind him again. My hawk's sword energy cut extremely fast, and his posture was also extremely strange. After a while, Lin Tian was sweating profusely. Seeing my hawk's sword energy slashing towards him in all directions, Lin Tian directly gave up the opportunity to attack. No injury circle. Qian Benying surrounded Lin Tian. As long as you fight, you will be injured. What about injury? If you have a heart of fear, you will never be able to become stronger. In Lin Tian's surprise, my hawk actually broke through the circle of injury and hit Lin Tian with his sword. Shoulder. Lin Tian instantly controlled Qian Benying's attack, and then he forced Hawkeye back. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye was not afraid of life and death, and seeing Hawkeye was full of color, Lin Tian was also shocked. Lin Tian knew that in order to break Qian Benying's innocence circle, he must abandon the word fear, which means that people with fear cannot hurt Lin Tian at all. But who is Hawkeye? The strongest swordsman in the world, he not only has a fearless heart in battle, but also knows that using attack instead of defense is the best defense. What other moves? Come out. My hawk also brightened his eyes. He didn't expect the boy in front of him to give him such a big surprise. Not only did his swordsmanship come out with superior methods, it could hurt him and force him. The person he asked him to do his best was already recognized by Hawkeye. "Yes, brother Hawkeye, I still have a trick, but I see the current situation, I don't have any physical strength to use it. Why not use my strongest trick to determine the outcome? The first one is scent. The next rhythm will become faster. If you feel good looking, then send a flower, give a reward, and a little bit of everything in your collection. Thanks." Chapter 42, I'm Golden Lion Shiji, Gaikyu. Chapter 42 I'm Golden Lion Shiji, Gaikyu. Lin Tian's shoulder was cut by the black knife ya, and the blood flow continued. That's the supreme knife. Very powerful. Extremely sharp. It's just that although he was eager to win, Lin Tian also gradually found that his physical strength was exhausted. Speaking of it, this is the first time I have been chopped. It turns out that I have a limit, it turns out that I am not invincible. But so what? Lin Tian firmly believes that he will always become stronger step by step until he is on the top of this pirate world. The courage and heroic spirit made Lin Tian forget his pain. Come on. Use your best move. Okay, let us understand. On the desert island, the two stood face to face, and there was originally a clearing around them. However, after a duel between the two, it is now completely different. Lin Tian said softly. Final scene by Disord. After that, Lin Tian condensed all the controllable spiritual pressure in his body and gathered it in his hands. The thousand-boned cherry tree in Lin Tian's hands was already glowing like an angel's blade. A pair of white wings formed behind Lin Tian, and the Beatty sword was 1,000 bones. Ying Zanja's last move is also the strongest, agglutinating super attack power. The entire sword body exudes a strong cold air, and the water molecules in the surrounding sea and atmosphere begin to freeze slightly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hawkeye also nodded slightly, and then also raised his black knife yet. Unlike Lin Tian's full-on special effects, Hawkeye raised the black knife in a seemingly ordinary way. But Hawkeye had already restrained his chi, and all his understanding of swordsmanship and even kendo was hidden in this sword. One is gorgeous and majestic. One is ordinary but not leaking. Ha! Lin Tian finally rushed towards Yinjian. Hawkeye had also closed his eyes, picked up the black knife, and rushed towards Lin Tian. The two approached quickly, and everything happened between lightning and fire. My hawk swung a knife, and Lin Tian's Beatty sword collided with Lin Tian after all. Suddenly, a strong air wave swept around, the trees were blown down one after another, and even the grass was uprooted by the strong air wave. The air wave rolled into the sea, and the sea was also blown into the sky by the strong air wave. Just like it was raining, there was even a sudden heavy rain for a few miles. Countless fish and shrimp leaped across the sea without wind and waves. A big wave is a disaster, and Lin Tianying's Mihawk's blow caused a tsunami. The tsunami hit the surroundings instantly. On the strongest ship not far away, Nyakajeo is observing the weather. Suddenly Nyakajeo saw some unusual places. Nyakajeo looked at the strange scene in the distance, and also eagerly shouted, "Quick! Quick! Super strong wind and tsunami are about to hit. Take off the sails." Everyone firmly grasps anything that can be grasped around. Ah! What? Suddenly felt the sea falling from the sky. Zioba didn't react at 1.5 moments, and didn't react until he saw a terrifying scene not far away. What is that? Hurry up! Put the sail away, or the boat will be swept away. Hold your nearest thing firmly. The tsunami is coming. Nyakajeo urged eagerly, and Xiao Hachi quickly reached the sail. Xiao Ba put up the sail at the fastest speed, using both feet and 6 hands together, firmly grasping the hull. Gina also reacted quickly and hugged directly to a solid pillar. Nyajiao was the closest to the cabin, and she quickly hid in the cabin. As soon as everyone was ready, strong winds and huge waves hit them one after another. What a strong wind! The sea is so dangerous. Gina was shocked. A huge wave almost overturned the strongest. The duel between Lin Tian and Hawkeye Mihawk was clearly over. "Brother Mihawk, you are really strong. Little brother, this Beatty sword is also extremely powerful." Ha 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 ha. The two of them laughed one after another. After laughing for a while, Lin Tian's laughter stopped abruptly, and he fell in a pool of blood. "I hope to see you again in the Great Channel. Don't pass this time." Mihawk smiled and added, "My friend and my opponent, little brother Lin Tian." After that, he disappeared here. However, from then on, there was a scar on Mihawk's chest. This scar is extremely terrifying. Some people have speculated that this is obviously the mark left by the Eagle Eye fighting a very strong enemy. Ordinary people have long died after receiving such an attack. But Mihawk still survived. And Lin Tian, who was unconscious on this desert island, had a deep scar on his chest that was very similar to that of Eagle Eye. But this scar is deeper than the one on Mihawk. Lin Tian is still in a coma, unconscious. But at this moment, a surprising scene happened. This deserted island actually started to shake, and the animals rushed around like they were frightened. The desert island rose slowly and slowly, and the strongest ship not far away turned out to be flying. In a short while, the desert island on which Lin Tian was located was suspended in the air nearly 1,000 meters above the sky, and there was a world above this high altitude. Different islands 10 times larger than this desert island were floating on one after another. In the air. Where am I? Xiao Ba looked at the strongest ship flying to the sky as if he had seen a new world. The ship actually flew. There are so many islands in the sky. Hey! Gina also saw the surrounding scenes. Gina! Are you okay? Nyakajeo came out of the cabin. I'm fine, my god, where are we? Gina was obviously shocked by the scene before her. If you guessed right. Nyakajeo preached. We are in the sky. Hey! Gina and Xiao Hachi expressed surprise. But it's not common sense that the ship can't fly in the sky. Gina said incredulously. That's because this is the ability of Piao Piao fruit. Suddenly a person with ground long blonde hair appeared on the strongest. His hair was like a lion's mane. The most important thing was that there was a rudder inserted in the head of this person. This person didn't. For both feet, he actually used two swords instead of his feet. Who are you? Gina pulled out her sleeve Baegzyu directly and said fiercely as she looked at the golden lion. Nyakajeo hid behind Zioba and Gina. Don't be so scared. If it weren't for me, your boat wouldn't float. So you are the one who possesses the ability of fluttering fruits? Nyaki Gao asked. Jahahaha, the man replied. I saw that you were almost submerged by the tsunami, so you risked your ship to fly to the sky. By the way, there is also a grey-haired boy lying half dead on an island, and the island has also floated. You haven't answered my question. Who are you? Me? My name is Shiji, and people usually call me Golden Lion Shiji. What? You are the famous one. As famous as Roger, the Whitebeard, the Golden Lion Shiji. Both Gina and Zioba were shocked, but Nyakajeo didn't understand what Golden Lion Shiji was. Delivered the next morning. Remember to collect flowers and rewards. Chapter 43, The Kidnapped Nyakajeo, Gaikyu. Chapter 43, The Kidnapped Nyakajeo, Gaikyu. What? You are the famous one. As well as Roger, the Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiji. Gina and Xiao Ba naturally also knew the reputation of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion also laughed at the words, Gee ha ha ha, I didn't expect my reputation to be that high. Why do you want to save us? The three of them were puzzled. The Golden Lion said, It's just handy, I am a person with the ability to float fruits. I can make the objects I touch have the ability to float. I just saw the blue-haired girl and saw the upcoming storm and tsunami in the distance. I think it's a shame to let you die right now. Then thank you for your help. I heard that you also saved a young cow. Gina asked eagerly. Yes, that's our captain. How is he? Not sure. When I arrived, I only knew he was dying. Since your captain is dead, why don't you join my pirate group? I am the captain of the Flying Pirates, the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiji. I invite you to join here. The Golden Lion even put on a gentleman's appearance and invited the three of them. Impossible. We will not join you. Gina directly refused. Captain, you won't die so easily. Xiao Ba also affirmed. Thank you for taking me so seriously, but there is no captain, and there is no where I am today, so I still want to reject you, sorry. Nyakajeo also chose to reject the Golden Lion. One cannot forget on the road, why he chose to start. Nyakajeo knew the reasons for her going to sea, and also knew Gina's goal and Xiao Ba's confidence in Lin Tian. Of course she would not join the pirate group of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion also laughed when he heard this, Jahahahaha. Since you are unwilling, I can't help it, I have to let you fall. Suddenly, the Golden Lion stopped smiling, and he controlled the gravity of the strongest horn with a simple wave of his hand. The strongest ship suddenly lost its ability to float and fell from a high altitude. Ah! The three of them were all startled by the sudden weightlessness, but they still reacted quickly. Gina and Zioba have a certain strength, so they still firmly grasped the strongest number. However, the target of the Golden Lion was only Nyakajeo, because just recently, the Golden Lion saw Nyakajeo's nautical talent through monitoring. Only by relying on some subtle feelings, we can judge the weather several kilometers away. This sensitive and precise ability to sense the weather is really a talent that every pirate needs. If Lin Tian was there, he would definitely find that what happened at this time was extremely similar to the original book. In the original book, it was Naomi the sailor from the Straw Hat Pirates group, but now I don't know why, they were stared at by the Golden Lion Shiji who had not yet left the East China Sea. Golden Lion Shiji quickly floated towards Nyaki Gao, and grabbed Nyaki Gao's clothes with one hand. Let go of me. Nyakajeo struggled desperately, but is he able to break free? Gina and Zioba all and the strongest ship fell, and Nyakajeo was captured by the Golden Lion Shiji. Golden Lion Chiji quickly controlled his body and flew to the unknown island. Gina and Zioba swiftly fell downward. Even if they firmly grasped the strongest number, the two of them still felt uncontrollable. The strongest ship is so heavy, falling through such a high altitude, if it falls down, the ship will not be destroyed or destroyed. Just at the very moment, Gina pulled out her sleeve Shirayuki and used his own ability. At the moment when it was about to crash, Gina froze the bottom of the ship and the ground, and even so, the strongest ship suffered serious damage. Gina and Xiao Hachi did not fall into the sea, they were lucky to land on the floating island, but even so they fell into a coma. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Tian's was still in a coma. He felt endless pain all over his body. He knew that it was the pain after a battle between himself and Hawkeye Mihawk. But an inexplicable power made him feel some warmth. After a while, he discovered that his body had evolved towards the next unknown realm. A strange force was reshaping Lin Tian's body. However, Lin Tian was constantly changing while he was in a coma. Although he was young and still in his teens, Lin Tian began to feel taller. In 3 days, Lin Tian has been changing. Finally Lin Tian realized that he must have been transformed by that 100-fold comprehension pill. The pure and peculiar power has increased the income of Lin Tian's battle by 100-fold, but Lin Tian went all out to fight Hawkeye. Not only received severe trauma, but finally fainted due to loss of strength. The harvest of 100 battles immediately enveloped Lin Tian. Finally, Lin Tian opened his eyes. He woke up and saw a deep scar on his abdomen, which was also shocking. This must be the scar left by Hawkeye's strongest slash. I didn't expect it to be healed now. Where am I now? Lin Tian saw that he was already lying on a bed in a small room. Where are Gina Zioba and Nyakajeo? I remember I fainted after the battle. I don't know how long it has been. Where am I now? Lin Tian touched his head and changed clothes. Put his 2 swords on his waist again. Ah! You are awake. When I saw you, I thought you were dead. Lin Tiangang wanted to get out of the room, but saw an old grandma tremblingly speaking with a cane. Did you save me? Thank you. Lin Tian also expressed his gratitude. Oh, I just provided you with a place to live. It was not me who saved you. It was Xiahua who saw you lying on the beach. Her breath was almost gone, thinking you were dead. As soon as the old grandma finished speaking, a little girl walked out. You're awake. The girl called Xiahua also said to Lin Tian, who had seen the resurrection. Seeing that some of the easier to handle injuries had been bandaged all over his body, Lin Tian asked, Xiahua, did you save me? Yes. I am afraid you are dead, so I brought you here. Thank you. Xiahua, where is this place? Here. Xiaohua fainted just as she wanted to speak. Little flower. Lin Tian and the grandmother said in surprise. Lin Tian picked up the fainted little flower and put it on the bed. Seeing the strange plague-like things appearing on Xiaohua's body, Lin Tian was very upset. What's the situation? Grandma. Oh, Xiahua had to take a shortcut in order to save you. She inhaled an overdose of the factor and was poisoned. What? Is this here? An island floating in the sky? A floating island. It is very hard to insist on 5 shifts every day, and you have to go to work, but persistence is very important. I hope everyone can encourage me. Let me see better results. Thank you. Chapter 44, Rich Task Rewards, Gaikyu. Chapter 44 Rich Task Rewards, Gaikyu. From the mouth of the grandmother, it turns out that the place where he is located is the island created by the Golden Lion through his own ability to flutter fruits. It's not so much a creation, it's a stolen island. Since breaking his legs and escaping from Propulsion City, Golden Lion began to implement a vicious plan in order to retaliate against the Navy. Once again, by chance, Golden Lion discovered that there were a lot of violent animals on an island that edible plants with IQ ingredients, so he used his own ability to pull the entire island into the sky and move it as its own floating island, henceforth named Floating Island. Island Strong World. The deserted island where Lin Tian is located is also an affiliated island of the floating island powerhouse world that Golden Lion stole from the East China Sea. Since the flying pirates are always moving in the air and appear at random locations, there are few naval conquests. For more than 10 years, Golden Lion has hidden his whereabouts and researched IQ with Dr. Indiego, his trusted deputy. Living on the floating island, he plans to make a big comeback. He liberated these animals to the East China Sea and let them wreak havoc, showing his power of revenge to the world government. For some reason, the Golden Lion came to the East China Sea ahead of schedule this time, nearly 10 years earlier than the original plot. Yes, Xiao Hua has inhaled poisonous gas, and now she must have IQ for treatment, otherwise she will probably have her life. All IQ is controlled by the Golden Lion, there is no other way except to defeat him. Grandma was sad. Lin Tian was not the kind of person who knew nothing about it, and immediately promised her that she would defeat the Golden Lion. Hello host, you have completed the task of duel with Hawkeye, now you can draw a reward. Draw. Without any hesitation, Lin Tian chose to draw. This time the task level is obviously higher, and the lottery turntable has changed from the bronze turntable at the beginning to the gold turntable. Lin Tian knows that the rewards of this lottery will be very rich, at least not very bad. I saw that the lottery pointer started to rotate, spinning very fast. Lin Tian could hardly tell the direction of the pointer and had no choice. Lin Tian said, "Stop." Then the pointer stopped slowly, and the pointer pointed to a line of small print. Congratulations to the host, I won the rare reward S-level reward, a small demon fruit tree. What is this? S-level reward small demon fruit tree. Explain. System. The small devil fruit tree can restore the power of the devil fruit, but it is not afraid of sea building stones and sea water, and does not have the shortcomings of the devil fruit. As long as the system released the devil fruit ability capture task, it can successfully replicate its 100% fruit ability. So strong? Are there any restrictions? Lin Tian asked hurriedly. This is the first time he has drawn such a strong reward. The only limitation is that the current host draws S-level rewards, small devil fruit trees. Please note that the host will only get small devil fruit trees, which means that there will be medium, large devil fruit trees, and small fruit trees. There are only 3, but medium-sized fruit trees are 5, and large fruit trees are 10. In other words, the small fruit tree you have now can obtain 3 fruit abilities at the same time, but you have not completed the task now, so you have not replicated any fruit abilities. Lin Tian didn't expect that the all-out duel between himself and Hawkeye would not only make him 100 times more profitable. I also got such a heaven-defying reward. Lin Tian is also very happy when he thinks of the strong people in the world of One Piece. After this duel, I think I have enough to compete with those people. Oh, by the way, host, remind you that your current main mission is to enter the Great Channel. You have new side missions and ability capture missions. Would you like to check it out? Say it, I'll listen to it. Due to Xiaohua's poisoning, you must save her. The task rewards skill draw once, and the skill draw can draw some skills, such as the top sailing skills and top cooking skills that you have drawn before. Ability capture task, defeat the Golden Lion. The power of fluttering fruits. Just right. I want to defeat the Golden Lion. Not only for rewards, but also for the little flower who saved my life. Nowadays, Lin Tian doesn't know about Nyakajao's kidnapping. Then let's go. Lin Tian adjusted his state and saw the island of the powerful world floating in the distance, presumably the Golden Lion was there. You step. With a relaxed leap, Lin Tian reached a higher air. What Lin Tian didn't expect was that when Lin Tian arrived on the main island, he was attacked by a group of animals. These animals have become violent. It seems that the golden lions deliberately infected these animals and wanted to send them to the East China Sea to avenge the navy. Hey! The golden lion should be killed. Lin Tian is also someone who can't understand this kind of despicable and shameless person. At this level, he is also known as a person with the same name as One Piece and White Beard. Lin Tian ended the lives of these animals by pulling out the village. Presumably it is also to relieve them. But when Lin Tian killed the last violent behemoth, he saw a dark shadow in the bushes. Take a closer look, isn't this the strongest number? The person next to him was obviously Xiao Bie, and Xiao Bie in front of him was dying due to inhalation of too much toxic substances. He was obviously also poisoned. Xiao Bie! Lin Tian shouted for a long time before Xiao Bie opened his eyes. Lin Tian, boss, Nyakajao was caught, Gina is in danger. After saying that, he was in a coma. Needless to say, these are the handwritings of the Golden Lion. Lin Tian had a battle with Hawkeye my hawk, and had no time to take care of his crew. It was a good thing for the Golden Lion to dig the foot of the wall. Gina's sex Green Tian knows, anyone who doesn't admit defeat will cut it over. Lin Tian knew the strength of the Golden Lion. It seems that Guyana is in danger, I have to speed up. Lin Tian said by himself. Lin Tian also put Xiao Bie back to the village where he was initially unconscious, and asked the grandmother to watch Xiao Hua and Xiao Bie, and Lin Tian rushed towards the Golden Lion at the fastest speed. But the Golden Lion stared at Nyaki and laughed. Chahahaha, you are so sensitive to the weather, it's really a pity not to be my navigator. Don't you think about it? I'm the legendary pirate Golden Lion. You bastard! Big brother will kill you like Aaron. Nyaki Gao said viciously, but there was no bottom in her heart. Is Big brother still alive? What is Aaron? I don't know. The eldest brother in your mouth is probably dead. Although he didn't care too much, he still has to lie in bed for a few months even if he doesn't die now. Are you still expecting him to come and save you? Humph! I believe in Big brother. Haha, I don't hate women who believe in others, you will soon believe me like you believe in him. Indiego. Where are you now? The Golden Lion's deputy hand, imprint, walked like farting, and began to gesture to the Golden Lion for a long time. That's it. It seems that the first island will be destroyed soon. Haha, let's teach the Navy a lesson. The first step to destroy the East China Sea. It's about to begin. Big brother Golden Lion. I actually understand it. A younger brother looked at the picture and said speechlessly. Fourth delivery. Persistence is not easy. Please support me. Collection, flowers, rewards, evaluations, book reviews can help me. I will be more and more motivated by seeing better and better results. Chapter 45, The Threatening Golden Lion, Gaikyu. Chapter 45 The Threatening Golden Lion, Gaikyu. Indiego, then prepare to implement the plan. Golden Lion ordered, and then turned to look at Nyakajao. Really, you are so good when you are just over 10 years old. You joined me and we are partners. Join us. Nyakajao. No, I won't join you. What dare you do to Donghai? East China Sea? The weakest sea. I just want to warn the Navy. It's okay. If you don't like it, I can give up. But don't remember the order wrong, you have to join us first. The Golden Lion continued to try to coax Nyakajao. Nyakajao is not an ordinary child, but she started to take care of Nami early. Without Bellamel's knowledge, she tried to make her worry about herself as little as possible. Had it not been for Lin Tian's arrival, his village would have been destroyed. However, the person in front of me could easily say that he would destroy the East China Sea. After a few days of contact, Nyakajao knew that Aaron was incomparable to the person in front of him, and that this person was 10 times worse than Aaron 100 times. But Nyakajao still chose to refuse. The Golden Lion also shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter, you see this person, you will agree. With a wave of his hand, the stone not far away turned around, and when he saw the familiar face, Nyakajao cried. Guinea. Nyayago saw that Guinea was extremely uncomfortable, and her heart was also quite anxious. What did you do to Gina? Ha ha ha, don't worry, I just locked her up and didn't kill her. Want to attack me, now her life and death are not in my hands, but in your hands. Nyakajao. Don't promise him. Gina also shouted. Nyakajao felt sorry for Gina in his heart. Shut up. You stinky woman. The golden lion's palm lightly closed, and Gina let out a painful cry, ah. Don't promise him. But Nyakajao heard this but thought of Burmal, who almost died in the hands of Aaron. Stop. I'll go with you. I want to be your navigator. Oh. The golden lion let go of his palm, Gina's pressure instantly became much less. Just willing. Golden Lion asked again, with a smirk on his face. What he hoped more was to see Nyakajao join in with all his heart, but at this point he had to let Nyakajao join first. Slowly waiting for Nyakajao's friends to abandon her, Nyakajao also devoted himself to the use of the Golden Lion. The idea was good, but the Golden Lion ignored one of the most important issues, that was Lin Tian, and the Golden Lion thought that Lin Tian had already died of a sword injury. I request to join your pirate group. Lord Golden Lion. Nyakajao finally knelt down. For Gina to live, Nyakajao had no choice but to join the pirate group of Golden Lion. No. Gina finally broke free from the land that bound her, but she was seriously injured and couldn't catch up with the Golden Lion and Nyakajao. Go back. Go find Big Brother. Nyakajao turned around and shouted, before being taken away by the Golden Lion. Golden Lion. Gina's eyes reappeared in fighting spirit. However, Lin Tian had already killed one of Golden Lion's capable men, and through torture to extract a confession, Lin Tian found a secret base. The top leader of this base is Dr. Indiego, and all kinds of cruel and frenzied experiments are carried out in this base. IQ doesn't know where it is hiding. Lin Tian searched for a long time and still found nothing. Who knows that the road to heaven is inexhaustible, Lin Tian actually ran into Indiego. And because of the extremely secretive infiltration, Indigo is nothing unusual. Indigo picked up the phone and said, prepare for the last animal infection. Remove the trees. Let the Golden Lion see the effect. It seems that Indiego intends to release poisonous gas to infect the last normal animals. However, Lin Tian hid quietly in the darkness, looking at Indiego. Yes. The pirate brothers started to take action one after another. Just as Indiego wanted to turn his head back, Lin Tian had already grabbed Indiego with a shave. What about IQ? Wow! Who are you? Indiego had just discovered that Lin Tian was already locked tightly and couldn't struggle. Give you 3 seconds, tell me, 3, 2. Don't kill me. Come with me. Indiego was secretly shocked, the opponent's skill is not slow. Lin Tian followed Indiego and saw that there was something wrong with Indiego walking, and suddenly there was a voice. Chemical magic. A chemical sphere indigo attacked Lin Tian, but he found that Lin Tian was not behind him. Hey? Where is it? Before Indiego could react, he heard, death. Ah! Indiego screamed before it came out. After that, Lin Tian was poked on the forehead with a finger gun, and he couldn't die anymore. After killing Indiego, Lin Tian found 2 bottles of medicine from Indiego's body. Based on the original memory, he determined that this was the antidote for poisoning developed by Indiego. What sound? Lin Tian knew that the pirates had returned. Who are you? What are you doing here? The pirate looked at Lin Tian fiercely, and at Indiego with a blood hole on his head. He killed Dr. Indiego. Tell Lord Golden Lion. Let's kill him. After that, they raised their swords, guns, and clubs to attack Lin Tian. Sheath Ghost Slash. Lin Tian directly used a trick of the Sauron Society in the original book, slashed out with a sword, and the sword energy rushed to the pirates. With a blow, all the pirates fell down. Looking at Lin Tian again, the knife in his hand was not even pulled out. Unexpectedly, using only the scabbard to cut out a fierce slash, Hawkeye would be shocked when he saw it. And through the battle with Eagle Eye, coupled with the bonus of 100 times perception pill, Lin Tian has also reached a new height in Kendo. Without time to pursue those who fled, Lin Tian ran towards Xiao Bia and Xiao Hua at the fastest speed. Moving from one island to another, Lin Tian easily reached the village where he was initially unconscious. But Lin Tian did not see the familiar and peaceful village. What he saw was a village that was devastated and surrounded by fire. Hey! Xia Hua and Xioba. It turned out that the Golden Lion had ordered Indigo to attract the infected animals to the village. Seeing all kinds of animals destroying the village at will, Lin Tian also cursed the Golden Lion in his heart, which was tragic. All kinds of animals with different abilities saw Lin Tian fiercely pounced on it. Lin Tian was a little angry. He directly pulled out Senbon Sakura Road. Swastika Senbon Sakura Jingyan. 5th update today. Don't worry. Tomorrow's update will be here soon. As usual, please ask for flowers for collection, for rewards, for evaluation, and for book reviews. Of course, the most important thing is to collect. Thank you. Chapter 46, Lin Tian fights the Golden Lion, Gaikyu. Chapter 46 Lin Tian fights the Golden Lion, Gaikyu. Senbon Sakura Jingyan. Lin Tian directly swiped the Zanpadao. Unlike the past, Qianben Sakura has more petals. It used to be hundreds of millions of flowers, but now it is several times as many as before. In other words, billions of thousands of cherry blossoms have slowly been covered around Lin Tian. Kill. Lin Tian directly controlled Qianbenying and strangled the surrounding monsters. Big harmless circle. Lin Tian directly controlled her Qianben Sakura with the village as the center, spreading to the surrounding area. Because of Lin Tian's control, this Qianben Sakura would strangle on the spot when encountering monsters, and she would cleverly strangling on the spot when she felt humans. Float away, so it won't hurt anyone by mistake. This is also due to the previous battle. In a short while, those monsters were already strangled by Lin Tian's Qianben Sakura. Finally Lin Tian saw the women and children in the village. Grandma also crawled out of the dark, and she was very grateful to know that Lin Tian saved the village. Grandma, how are Xiao Bia and Xiao Hua? Grandma was also silent. Grandma, speak up. They are going to die. If there is no IQ, they will all die. Grandma finally told the bad news. Lin Tian hurried into the house and found Xiao Bia and Xiao Hua. After pouring the antidote directly, Xiao Bia and Xiao Hua woke up with coughing. In a short while, both of them were cured. Ah! Boss! You are here! Xiao Bia was also excited. Ah! Grey-haired brother, I saved you this time, you saved me, we are even. Only Grandma was shocked. You have an antidote? Did you defeat the Golden Lion? Lin Tian said awkwardly, no, I'm just a stolen antidote. Oh, it's good to have an antidote, but the violent animals will not be blocked by those trees and dust, but they will still attack the village again. If you don't defeat the Golden Lion. Little 8, what did you say to me before you passed out? Boss, Nyakajao has been arrested, Dina is in danger. Don't worry, you almost died. Save you first. Dina won't die easily. Nyakajao's sailing talent is so high that Golden Lion will not kill her and will only force her to join his pirate group. Don't worry, they must be all right. To find them now, only to defeat the Golden Lion. If you want to save all the people on this island, there is only one way to defeat the Golden Lion. Even in order to save countless lives in the East China Sea, only to defeat the Golden Lion. After setting up Xioba, Lin Tian moved to the vicinity of the strongest ship, unexpectedly ran into Gina. When I saw Lin Tian, Gina was also very shocked. Lin Tian? I knew you were okay. After saying that, Gu Yuna was aggrieved and wanted to cry. Seeing the stronger Gu Yuna almost shed tears, Lin Tian was also a little bit sad. Gina recounted the situation after the people separated, and Lin Tian felt unpredictable after hearing it. In the theater version, it was Nami who was forced to become a navigator, but now the Golden Lion forces Nyayago to become his own navigator, which can be said to be a coincidence. In order to save Gina, Nyakajao was forced to temporarily join the Golden Lion. As the captain, Lin Tian must rescue Nyakajao and settle the injured Gu Yuna. Lin Tian wanted to set off on the main island of Golden Lion again. However, the Golden Lion at this time was already full of anger. Originally, looking at the image of the village being destroyed by the push-type holographic image phone worm, the Golden Lion was still very excited, thinking that his revenge plan in the East China Sea could begin soon. However, it didn't take long before the Golden Lion saw a grey-haired and black-eyed teenager, and wiped out all the violent creatures with a few moves. He saw the familiar figure, and only said, "It turned out to be that kid. Why is he still alive after suffering such a serious injury?" The Golden Lion naturally knew that this man was the captain of Nyakajao, the man Nyakajao called his eldest brother. "It seems that he must be killed so that Nyakajao can assist me without any distractions, and be attached to me sincerely." So the Golden Lion began to call Indigo, but did not call for a long time. At this time, a pirate who escaped by chance in Lin Tian's hands appeared. "Gold, Master Golden Lion." "Hey? What's the matter?" The Golden Lion secretly felt a little bad. The man hurriedly said, "The doctor has been killed. We have all been killed, too. I only escaped after 9 deaths. Chahahaha, who is it? Who dares to stop me from implementing the plan?" The Golden Lion was murderous. "You must know that he is a legendary pirate, and someone actually broke ground on Tai Sui's head. The man has grey hair, black eyes and 2 knives on his waist. He looks young. It turned out to be him. Okay. He has successfully pissed me off." The Golden Lion was obviously also very angry. How could the plan for more than 10 years be blocked by a kid? "It seems that I really have to kill this kid, otherwise I still feel underestimated." The Golden Lion smiled coldly and made a secret decision. However, what Golden Lion didn't know was that Lin Tian had already taken the initiative to attack. Golden Lion Shiji. Lin Tian had already appeared in front of Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, who saw Lin Tian coming by himself, also laughed. "Gee ha ha ha, I don't know if you are brave? Or stupid. You came here alone. It's enough for me to deal with you alone," Lin Tian said confidently. There were a lot of people standing beside the Golden Lion, and it was a joke after hearing this. It's just that Lin Tian Li didn't make sense, and he was straightforward. Shijikinjian Sakura. The huge blades on both sides turned into cherry blossoms. The Golden Lion frowned when he saw this. "This kid's moves are weird." The Golden Lion floated in the air. Although he had no feet, the Golden Lion used 2 knives to replace his feet. He moved his legs, and 2 powerful sword chi attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian also instantly controlled Jianbenying to resist the 2 sword auras, and Lin Tian manipulated Jianbenying to attack the surrounding pirates and Golden Lions with lightning speed. The Golden Lion controlled a large area of the ground and blocked a few Senbonzakura's attacks. However, the pirates were not so lucky. They were instantly swallowed by Chiban Sakura, lost the battle, and fell into a pool of blood. After Lin Tian killed all the pirates in seconds, he looked at the Golden Lion. "Next. It's your turn." "Hey!" The Golden Lion was also furious, and this person killed all of his men in front of him. Golden Lion Shiji also used his double knives to slash countless sword chi without leaving a hand. Seeing the sword energy that was easily cut out, Lin Tian also got serious. Lion Chikia. After talking, he attacked Lin Tian. The first one is sent. Gaikyu Collection. Chapter 47, Fighting the Golden Lion Chiji, Gaikyu. Chapter 47 Fighting the Golden Lion Chiji, Gaikyu. Lion Chikia. After talking, he attacked Lin Tian. The golden lion kicked out huge sword auras with the sword on its feet, powerful enough to cut through the sea for hundreds of kilometers. And this Lion Chikiri Valley is already an upgraded version of Chopper, it is more lethal than Chopper, and it kicks out multiple sword energy enough to cut through the huge thick waters like a mountain. Lin Tian smiled softly. In an instant, he controlled Senbon Sakura to resist Lion Chikia. Although the golden lion's sword aura was strong, Lin Tian's Qianben Sakura was even more magical. After seeing Lin Tian easily resist the countless sword aura, the golden lion also changed slightly, but he didn't expect that the kid in front of him still had some strength. The golden lion is also serious, he is ready to use his fruit power. Viper. The golden lion touched the surrounding boulders, and the boulder was controlled by the golden lion, as if it had escaped gravity, like Lin Tian attacked. Lin Tian dodged with shaving and moon steps. Some of them were really bad for dodge. Lin Tian also cut away easily. Haha. I didn't expect you as a kid to really have a hand. Your skill is not bad. Take it, ha 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 ha, why don't you join our pirates, so that you are all my partners. I can leave the blame for other things, how about? The golden lion is also meant to recruit students. However, how could Lin Tian stop here? After finally getting to this place, how could he just join in like this? Hey! Don't dream! I will defeat you! Lin Tian said confidently. Even the golden lion was a little angry when he saw this picture. Boy! Don't be shameless! Lao Tzu is a golden lion. The golden lion was suddenly furious and directly used one of his own tricks. Lion Power Dearth Roll. The golden lion put his hands together and lifted the surrounding ground with the ability of fluttering fruits. The surrounding ground turned into a number of lion head-shaped soil and then rolled over to Lin Tian. Lin Tian knew that this was one of the golden lion's strongest tactics, and he also shouted face to face. Qianbenying blocked him. Lin Tian controlled Qianbenying to block him, watching the ocean of cherry blossoms that seemed to be flooding together, and Lin Tian was also more confident. What the hell is that? It can actually block my sword energy. And even the lion's majestic scroll can block it. The golden lion was also dumbfounded. Lin Tian used his own non-injury circle. Qianben Sakura spreads around with Lin Tian as the center. Formed a 360-degree super defense with no dead ends. After the previous battle, Lin Tian can control more Qianben Sakura, so the defense of the uninjured circle is stronger. Even the golden lion's big move failed to break Lin Tian's defense. This trick is currently Lin Tian's absolute defense. Humph! I see how long you can hold on. The golden lion increased the squeeze gravity again, and Lin Tian only felt that his Qianbenying was squeezed closer and closer to him. Golden lion. It is indeed a legendary pirate. Fluttering fruit. It is also so powerful. It seems that only Senbon Sakura's innocuous circle can only protect me from being attacked, but the squeezing force still continues. If not, if you break free, the consequences will be disastrous. Then you can try my trick. Lin Tian controlled Qianbenying against three sides, and on the other side, Lin Tian cut it out with a single blow. Naive. I gave up the defensive and heart-shaking trick. I have never seen anyone who can heart-shack this trick. Golden Lion is confident, knowing that even if someone escapes this trick, he must either escape or persist. Other companions attack their own body, so as to achieve the purpose of escape. However, today he even saw a man using a knife to smash the lion's mighty earth roll, and he wanted to laugh a little. However, Lin Tian, who was supposed to be crushed into dregs by the lion's mighty earth roll, was cut out with a single sword. It was so powerful and terrifying that he beat the lion's head of the lion's mighty earth roll to the ground, even gold. The lion was also shocked when he saw this scene. This guy! He actually broke the lion's mighty ground roll with swordsmanship. Golden Lion thought about his previous injuries, no wonder he survived. With his swordsmanship, it can be said that he can be ranked at the top of the world. What is he? Who are you fighting with? After all, Golden Lion did not see Hawkeye my hawk. He only saw Lin Tian, who was unconscious when he went to the island. Now that he thinks of the person who can cause such scars, he may also be the strongest swordsman in the world. How about breaking this trick? Lao Tzu is a golden lion. Then the golden lion urged the ability of Piao Piao Guo. The surrounding land churned again, and countless lion heads charged towards Lin Tian. The golden lion roared, the lion's mighty land volume. Then countless lion heads attacked Lin Tian again. Hey! No matter how many of these goods come, I can crack it. Qian Benying was directly recovered, and a powerful cyclone emerged from Lin Tian. To prevent you from escaping. Also to kill you personally. Jianjing Qian Ben Sakura Jing Yan. Lin Tian took back all the Qian Ben Sakura petals, and a magical space appeared in an instant. In this space, there are only Lin Tian and Golden Lion, and Golden Lion's big move comes immediately. The impact was on the periphery of the Qian Ben Sakura space, but there seemed to be a peculiar power that blocked the Golden Lion's big moves. The Golden Lion was taken aback, that was the lion's mighty Daijun 1000 books. His strongest move is to maximize the urging of fluttering fruits, making thousands of land incarnate into lion heads to launch an impact on the enemy, and finally get involved in the soil. Was he inexplicably blocked from this space like this? Where is this? Golden Lion has never seen such a move. The boy in front of him was also Gujing Wubo, without a trace of panic. Hearing his lion power blasting at the periphery of the space one by one, the Golden Lion was also a little flustered. You, who are you? How did you withstand my lion's power? Daijuan Qian Ben, the Golden Lion asked directly. Lin Tian smiled softly. Since you have asked your questions sincerely, I will tell you compassionately that this is a method of fighting for abandoning defenses and killing the enemy. The burial of 1,000 blades will not attack you all at once. In order to press the scattered blades into the shape of a knife, a trick to get explosive killing ability. All attacks outside this space will not destroy this space, and in this space, you can still use your devil fruit ability. But there is no way to control things outside this space. In other words, you must defeat me in the space to get out of this space. Hey! That's it. There are no more nasty cherry blossom petals anymore, right? Now that you abandoned the defense to build this space, then next. You can't defend it. You will regret your move. Next. Let you see the terrifying sword skills of the Golden Lion. Say it. The Golden Lion is another chop. Attack to Lin Tian. Secondly, Gaikyu Collection. Chapter 48, Swordsmanship vs Golden Lion, Gaikyu. Chapter 48 Swordsmanship vs Golden Lion, Gaikyu. After the Golden Lion said it was another wave of swords. Seeing the majestic slash of the Golden Lion, Lin Tian was also very cautious in his heart. Even if he used Jianjing and wanted to kill the legendary pirate who was as famous as Whitebeard, even Lin Tian had to face it. Without those petals. See where you can hide. The Golden Lion has obviously begun to do its best, and countless sword auras emanated from the two famous swords in his feet. Lin Tian directly used the armed color domineering. And used iron blocks and shaves, avoiding the countless sword energy at super high speed. Even so, it was hit a few times. However, Lin Tian's armed look and domineering are rare in the world, so he easily prevented the attack of the Golden Lion. What? Actually use the body to resist? This is armed and domineering. It seems that it is not much different from the Gai Kapu. Jin Lion saw Lin Tian's heart a little surprised. He remembered the time he fought with Warring States Carp. Your slash can't be so. Try my slash. Lin Tian unhurriedly stretched his hand forward, and a handful of luminous Qianbon sakura appeared in his hand. It turns out that those petals are blades, and every knife here will be controlled by you. The Golden Lion thought while looking at Lin Tian. But this alone can't beat me. Lao Tzu is a golden lion. The Golden Lion was obviously also a little angry. Seeing the boy in front of him putting himself out of his eyes, he obviously hadn't seen such a situation for a long time. Up! Come on! The Golden Lion roared, let me see how powerful your attack is. The Golden Lion immediately controlled a large piece of land under his feet and turned it into a lion head. When he attacked Lin Tian felt that the entire island had an extremely huge vibration. The Golden Lion used its ability to flutter the fruit to control the land in the Jianjing area and crush it towards Lin Tian. Use fruit power again. Lin Tian shook his head. Suddenly, Lin Tian reached the top of the Golden Lion within a month. Fast speed. The Golden Lion was also taken aback, and hurriedly controlled the lion heads around him to attack Lin Tian. Do you think I can't attack you when you hide? The Golden Lion shouted, ha! In a flash, Lin Tian swallowed up those lion heads. Ha 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 ha! Boy, you should be proud of it. Dare to do something with my Golden Lion. The Golden Lion thought that he was holding his lion head and smiled. Why didn't it disappear? The Golden Lion saw that he was still in the Jianjing space, and this space did not dissipate. What? The Golden Lion was suddenly unable to dodge, blood was pierced from his shoulder. It turned out that thousands of cherry blossoms in the Jianjing space began to attack the Golden Lion. After the Golden Lion was careless, he immediately became extremely cautious, and this strange power gave him a headache. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Before the Golden Lion could react, dozens of swords attacked him. It's endless. The Golden Lion then began to use the fruit power again to resist the attack of Qianben Sakura in Jianjing. He is dead. Why am I still trapped here? The Golden Lion was thinking hard while avoiding the attack. This is the first time that he was so anxious. Those Jianbenying chased and beat the Golden Lion fiercely. The most important thing was that the Golden Lion was in the Nirvana space and could not get out. The target Lin Tian was dead, and now he had no target, but he could only passively be beaten. Wow, wow! The Golden Lion's anger was no longer good, and he was so embarrassed for the first time. Golden Lion! I didn't expect you to be so embarrassed. A familiar voice came. A figure has appeared not far from the Golden Lion. You! Aren't you dead? The Golden Lion was also a little shocked when he saw Lin Tian. He clearly remembered that he signed and killed Lin Tian, controlled the land with his fluttering fruit, and directly crushed Lin Tian into slag. And now, Lin Tian is alive and well in front of him. Sorry. May not let you get what you want. Lin Tian smiled. The Golden Lion's attack was very powerful, but how could Lin Tian not resist at all? Golden Lion's land-crushing skills are indeed very powerful, and after crushing it, most people have no resistance at all. This is why Luffy and his party were crushed in an instant. The Golden Lion's sword aura and fruit ability are both tricky. But who is Lin Tian? The speed of shaving and moonstep is already at the forefront of the world, and the defensive power of the iron block and the armed color is extremely amazing. Swordsmanship is even a person who can rival Hawkeye my hawk. The attack of the Golden Lion was terrible, but Lin Tian had already cut the wrapped land into empty shells. It seemed that there was still something, but the inside was already like mud. Therefore, no matter how strong the Golden Lion controls it, it still has no way to deal with Lin Tian. The Golden Lion saw that the earth under his control turned into a soft soil, and looked at Lin Tian with a solemn expression. When did you draw the sword? The Golden Lion didn't even see, Lin Tian drew the sword, but his attack automatically failed. But it feels like I caught him. The Golden Lion was puzzled, so he had to attack Lin Tian with a few big moves. The momentum is huge, but the final result is still the same. What's going on? Golden Lion Shiji has tried many times, but his own big move is nothing but Lin Tian. After thinking about Lin Tian, and then looking around, the Golden Lion actually laughed. Since you can resolve my attack, why not attack me? Don't you have any other tricks other than those cherry blossoms? The Golden Lion looked at Lin Tian and said tentatively. And Lin Tian looked at the Golden Lion silently, like a fool. But the Golden Lion thought he was right, so he laughed. If I didn't guess wrong, you're badly injured, okay. What if you can resolve my attack? You can't hurt me. You choose to trap me, lose those cherry blossoms, and you have no fighting power. Right. The Golden Lion was sure that Lin Tian had no other means of attack. Seriously, how can there be such a perfect person in this world? Armed color domineering, 6 styles, swordsmanship, or even the ability similar to fruit. If they are so strong, do they still need to be in the East China Sea? Golden Lion took it for granted. Lin Tian smiled slightly, but he looked extremely cold. Even the Golden Lion was confused by the smile. Do you really think so? Will I not attack you? I just want to see if your strongest attack can hurt me. Lin Tian contemptuously despised the Golden Lion, and the Golden Lion's face changed a lot, and said furiously. Boy! How dare you look down upon the Golden Lion? 3rd, Gaikyu Collection. Chapter 49, Beatty Sword Cuts the Golden Lion, Gaikyu. Chapter 49 Beatty Sword Cuts the Golden Lion, Gaikyu. Boy! Come on! Let me see! Apart from Sakura and these nasty swords, is there anything else you can hurt my attack? Qianbenying in the scene was not meant to kill the enemy directly. It is a scene for the person who uses the Jianjing to kill the opponent by himself. That is to create a dual circle that is beneficial to oneself in the usual sense. Although the Golden Lion suffered a lot of injuries, they were all minor and could not cause substantial damage to the Golden Lion. But the Golden Lion is obviously a bit ugly now. It is the first time that he is so dazzling, covered in blood. The Golden Lion was also angered, but he was sure that Lin Tian had no big tricks. But just when the Golden Lion thought that Lin Tian would only deal with him with these small attacks, Lin Tian changed the previous image of harmless and approachable humans and animals. Grey hair is even more vicissitudes. The skin has also become fairer. His eyes became cold and bloodthirsty. I heard that you kidnapped Nyakajao on our ship. Lin Tian's cold voice couldn't help but tremble with the Golden Lion. But the Golden Lion still yelled, "Hui! She is very talented in sailing. It is her honor to be my crew member." "Oh, I heard that you hurt Xiao Bia and Guyuna while I was away." Lin Tian asked coldly again. The Golden Lion still yelled, "So what?" Lin Tian smiled again, "No. As you wish. I want to end your life with one trick." The Golden Lion also smiled and said, "Gee ha 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 ha, the first time I heard someone threaten me. Lao Tzu is a Golden Lion. Golden Lion. You have to die too." Lin Tian changed, the breath of his body was instantly restrained, and everything in his body suddenly became extremely clear. All the swords disappeared one after another and turned into a pink light flying towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's breath was so strong that it was terrifying. The Golden Lion stared heavily at Lin Tian. The breath of this boy in front of him is terrible. It's like a monster. A monster that even lions can fear. Final scene by Disord. Lin Tian's voice just fell. The ultra-high-speed movement caused a super-strong air wave, and the dust instantly covered the surroundings. So fast! I can't see it at all. The Golden Lion was a little flustered, but he still directly used his most powerful move. Lion Power Imperial Palace Volume. The Golden Lion uses the power of the Devil Fruit to crush the surrounding dust, land, trees, rocks, and many other objects into a giant lion head, Lin Tian, and wash away. As soon as Lin Tian's Beatty sword came out, all the petals turned into wings, and Lin Tian's entire spirit was like a rainbow, like a phoenix, attacking like a lion's head. The strongest moves of the two met instantly. Golden Lion and Lin Tian used their full strength one after another, and they both wanted to decide the winner under this final blow. The airwave covering the surroundings has suppressed everyone's breath. The wind was violent, and the aftermath centered on the two of them and spread away like waves. There was an obvious earthquake in the Strong World Island. An earthquake is coming from the sky. What happened? It's the battle between Lin Tian and Golden Lion. It looks like it's the last blow. Let's go. Go and see the boss. Go and save Nyaki Gao. Gina and Zioba guessed for a long time, and then they were ready to go to the Strong World to rescue Nyakajao as originally planned. Lin Tian's confrontation with the Golden Lion is also between lightning and fire. The Golden Lion is worthy of being a Golden Lion. Although it is at a disadvantage, it still desperately controls its devil fruit power to maintain the lion's head. Lin Tian's attack is very powerful and has the upper hand. Lin Tian made a decision in an instant. It seems you can only use that trick first. Lin Tian finally made a decision, and said a few words secretly in his heart. Blur. Final scene, Azura White Emperor Sword. Lin Tianhun erupted from a grey aura that was different from the past. These auras were obviously similar to the demon sword, and they were full of evil power. Lin Tian had grey hair and black pupils, and turned into grey hair and grey pupils. What? The Golden Lion suddenly felt an extremely powerful force burst out of Lin Tian's body. That's right. In order to quickly solve the battle, Lin Tian also directly used the illusion, and the combination of this White Emperor sword and the illusion was like Shura, so the strongest one at present, the Shura White Emperor sword appeared. The Golden Lion was instantly swallowed by Lin Tian's sword aura. The last thought of the Golden Lion was, I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. I'm the magnificent Golden Lion Shiji. I am a legendary pirate. What can stop me? Why would I be caught by the East Sea again? A man defeated. Why can't I beat even a boy in the East China Sea? I am not reconciled. The Golden Lion gas died. Lin Tian put away his own virtual state and put away his 1,000 cherry blossoms. This trick he still hopes not to be seen by others. This is his own magic trick, so he should use it better. So far, Golden Lion vs Lin Tian Sheng. The Golden Lion was killed. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Golden Lion and obtaining the item card of Piao Piao fruit, which you can use directly. You can currently use 3 devil fruit item cards. Then came the voice of the system. Use. Lin Tian hurriedly used the item card, and did not taste the disgusting taste of the devil fruit. Lin Tian immediately possessed the ability of floating fruit. The surrounding islands suddenly appeared out of control and were about to fall. Lin Tian quickly controlled the surrounding islands and stabilized with a thought. Big brother. Lin Tian found Nyakajao, who was hiding just after defeating the Golden Lion. Nyakajao also shed tears when he saw Lin Tian, but Lin Tian walked over gently. Called Nyakajao. Lin Tian laughed, touching Nyakajao's head and said, Don't cry. Nyakajao. Don't worry. I'm fine. Everyone is fine. I'm so worried about your safety. Nyakajao still cried and said, I'm afraid you will be like Burmal that day and almost left me. Nyakajao. Gina and Zioba also arrived at this time. Are you all right? Gina also ran over and hugged Nyakajao. The two of them are already in love with their sisters. Xiao Ba also looked at the three of them so harmoniously and smiled, Boss. Where is the Golden Lion? Lin Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, I have already killed the Golden Lion. Ah! The boss is so strong. Even the Golden Lion can be killed. Xiao Ba said in surprise. I always believed that he could. Gina also laughed. Yes. I knew that Big Brother would win. I didn't expect that only you would not believe it. Humph Nyoki Jo also teased Xiao Ba deliberately. Xiao Ba also hurriedly denied it, and everyone at Xiao Ba finally burst into laughter. Fourth more cent. Ask for a wave of collections. Ask for a wave of subscriptions. Chapter 50, Ability to Flutter Fruit, Kneel begging for harvest. Chapter 50 Ability to Flutter Fruit, Kneel begging for harvest. Just when everyone was happy, a large group of people gathered around unknowingly. It seemed that they were all men forced to work for the Golden Lion. What happened? Did there an earthquake just now? Am I wrong? Is that a Golden Lion? Oh my god! Golden Lion! The Golden Lion is dead! We are free! The men happily said, watching Lin Tian and his party directly kneel down and thank you. Thank you! Thank you! Saved us! Faced with the warm thanks from everyone, Lin Tian and his party were also a little flattered. Get up quickly! I didn't bring down the Golden Lion for you. I really thank me, so hurry home and tell your family the good news. Lin Tian directly helped a thin man. After all, everyone dispersed, and went back to find family members to tell the good news. Lin Tian, who was hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, was obviously also discovered by his friends. Master Captain! Your mouth is harder than the whetstone of the word Hedayi. Your heart is softer than the snow on the sleeve of Shirayuki. Gina teased. Wow haha big brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, sometimes you are scared. Nyaka-jo also laughed loudly. Only Xiao Ba still didn't react, and asked, are you talking to me? Oh. Is it funny? Oh, the boss is funny, wow ha ha ha. Lin Tian also smiled helplessly, his own partners are really interesting. I want to know why the Golden Lion died, and its fruit power has not disappeared. It was the thing that Gina discovered first. Lin Tian didn't lie to the other party either, and directly said, I have obtained the ability of Piao Piao fruit. I control this island now, otherwise we will fall. Ah? Doesn't it mean that people with the ability of devil fruit will randomly appear in the world after a while? Boss, how did you do it? Xiao Ba also asked cutely. Seeing everyone looking at Lin Tian with doubts, Lin Tian said, nonsense, I don't know. When I killed the Golden Lion, I suddenly felt that I had taken the Golden Lion's fruit ability, so I would do it. Yet, in the eyes of everyone believing in you, Lin Tian finally avoided everyone's questioning vaguely. After staying here for a few days, Lin Tian and his team destroyed all the experimental facilities in the world of the Strong and the surrounding islands, and threw all the surviving pirates into the sea. Then he returned to the village where Lin Tian was unconscious at first. Lin Tian and his party are also very happy to see the happiness and reunion of the people around them. Lin Tian suddenly saw two familiar figures, an old lady and a little girl appeared. Big brother! It's you! It turned out to be Xiahua and her grandmother. It turned out to be Xiahua. Thank you for saving me. Lin Tian touched Xiahua's head and said softly. Xiahua quickly said, I guess I should thank you. You saved everyone. You defeated the Golden Lion. It's amazing. That was to repay me. You saved me. I should save you. Lin Tian responded with a smile. Thank you. Young people. The grandmother also thanked Lin Tian and the others. Grandma, it's okay. Lin Tian responded politely. Big brother. Are you going to leave? Xiaohua suddenly felt a little bit reluctant to everyone. Well, we are leaving soon, little sister Gina replied. Xiaohua was a little bit reluctant, but she couldn't change the result that Lin Tian and his party had to leave in the end. I want to go with you. But grandma still needs my care. Looking at the little flower who couldn't bear to bear himself, Lin Tian also thought about it. Little flower, it's okay. If you want to see me in the future, go to the end of the Great Channel to find me. Remember my name is Lin Tian, and our pirate group is called the Strongest Pirate Group. I will remember you. Lin Tian said he took the two famous swords that he had captured from the Golden Lion, Yingxi, and Muku gave Xia Hua. These two knives are very good. I gave them to you. I will definitely bring them to see me in the future. Xiao Hua ran into the house crying with two knives. Everyone smiled helplessly. Okay, it's time to get things right next. Lin Tian said and solicited the opinions of most people, and then he used the power of floating fruits to send all the islands back to the East China Sea several kilometers below. Lin Tian and his party also repaired their strongest ship, and then set off for the Great Channel. After gaining the Piao Piao fruit ability, Lin Tian and his team changed their sailing mode. How about the Piao Piao fruit is strong? It's a lot more convenient just to travel. Lin Tian can not only fly by himself, but also can control the objects after touching them to fly at any time. Under Lin Tian's control, the strongest ship also flew towards the upside-down mountain at a rapid speed. Wow! We are really flying! Nyakajao was obviously very excited. When did she see such a scene before her? Gina also changed her usual entertainment mode of only practicing swords, and she was fascinated by the beauty of her surroundings. Xiao Ba made a super delicious meal for everyone. He was basking in the sun on the deck and making desserts. The strongest ship soars in the blue sky, surrounded by white clouds like cotton candy. Lin Tian was standing at the bow of the ship, controlling the direction and flying speed of the ship, and continued to improve his ability to control the floating fruits. However, after a while, Lin Tian and his party re-arrived to the front of Upside Down Mountain, where they were ambushed by the three branch lieutenants just a few days ago. But now, the weather is surprisingly good, with unobstructed views. Get ready! We are going to enter the Great Channel. Nyakajao and Lin Tian also shouted to the other two. We are ready, the two responded. Come on! Enter the upside-down mountain and enter the Great Channel. Lin Tian and his party were a little excited. However, the Navy headquarters at Marin Vander was blown up at this time. As the Navy, they naturally have a powerful information collection system, and they just received two news that shocked the world. What? There is no error in the information. Sitting at the center of the room seemed to be the Warring States period of the Buddha, called the General Wisdom, by the Marine Headquarters Marshal. At this time, he was also a little shocked. Report the Marshal. There will be absolutely no mistakes. The messenger also said affirmatively. The Warring States was silent immediately. Oh, what's the matter? The Marshal of the Warring States period, asked a very sloppy wretched man in a yellow suit and sunglasses. He was the yellow ape Polosolino, who was known as one of the three Navy generals. Well, Marshal of the Warring States period, what happened? Unlike Huang Yuan's sloppy look, the other person looked calmer and calmer. He was tall, wearing a blue and white suit and a green blindfold on his head. The color of the cuffs of his coat is blue, and he is Cuisin known as the Green Pheasant. The fifth watch is sent, and I insist on 5 changes every day. Cheer for yourself. Everyone should cheer. Looking at the growing popularity of the backstage, I have the motivation to persist. Continue to ask for collection. Chapter 51, The Shock of the Navy Headquarters, Gaikyu. Chapter 51 The Shock of the Navy Headquarters, Gaikyu. Seeing that the two generals were asking questions, the Warring States also sighed. I don't know if it's good news or bad news. I just received 2 messages, one of which is that the Golden Lion was killed. What? The Golden Lion is dead? Everyone was shocked. Of course this is good news, said a black-haired man wearing a navy hat. He was tall, wearing a red suit and navy hat, and the color of the cuffs of the general's coat was red. It turned out to be Akakin Sakaski, one of the 3 navy generals. Sakaski, do you know how the Golden Lion died? Warring States asked, and then shook his head. Who killed the Golden Lion? Could it be the 4 emperors? The 3 generals all thought about it for a while, but there is no definite answer. The warring states then reluctantly said, "It's a pirate named Lin Tian." Everyone was silent for a while. Hey! Pirates? It turned out to be a mutual conquest between evil. Aka Inu said afterwards, "Even so, it is barely good news. After all, the Golden Lion is still dead. It's terrible. Warring States Marshal, what is going on with this pirate named Lin Tian?" Huang Yuan still saw the meaning of the Warring States at a glance. "Marshal of the Warring States period, just say it, I really don't bother to think about it." Qing Pheasant asked directly with a headache. He was the least lazy to use his brain. Then the Warring States finally said, "The news said that the Golden Lion was beheaded by Lin Tian, and this Lin Tian was the one who made a lot of noise the other day." Oh? Could it be that he was the pirate who was lucky to defeat the 3 lieutenants of the branch a few days ago? Sakarsky's eyes were cold, and 2 of the 3 lieutenants were his subordinates. It's terrible. Rumors say that he is probably only a teenager, Huang Yuan exclaimed. 2. Will it be a fluke to kill? Qing Pheasant also asked. You can get lucky once, but you can't get lucky 3 times, right? Zhenguo added afterwards, he defeated 3 lieutenants first, then happened to meet Hawkeye my hawk, and the 2 fought a battle. Unknown, after a few days, Golden Lion Zhiji died. Seeing that the 3 were silent, Zhenguo added, "You should all know the strength of the 3 lieutenants in your heart, not to mention that Lin Tian was lucky enough to win, but Hawkeye my hawk is one of the 7 Woha, and even the world's largest swordsman. The 2 have never seen each other before. Judging from the traces of the 2-man battle, it has ruled out the possibility of my hawk's release." The Warring States finally sighed and said, "In other words, even if you can fight my hawk, even if you are at a disadvantage in the duel, Lin Tian definitely has the strength of Kai Wuhei. Marshal of the Warring States period, how can you look at a pirate so highly?" Sakarsky was obviously a little unhappy. "Sakarsky, then you said, if it wasn't for the strength of this young man named Lin Tian, how could the 3 lieutenants be defeated by him? Could there be so many accidents?" Qing Pheasant was obviously I can't understand the face-saving look of the red dog. It's okay not to mention the Lieutenant General. When it comes to the Lieutenant General, Sakarsky feels angry. Thinking of Lin Tian, he watched the green pheasant put aside his cruel words. "Hey! Kuzan! You don't need to make irresponsible remarks." "But this Lin Tian, I must have killed him myself." Oh, don't quarrel, you two." The marshal doesn't seem to have finished talking. The 2 Huang Yuan didn't want to help, so they shut up quietly with one sentence. The Warring States period also continued with some big heads. "Well, indeed, as you have heard, the Golden Lion was killed by Lin Tian. We don't know how it was killed, but in the end everyone saw. I think it's time to set the bounty, and Lin Tian's bounty is set to this number." The Warring States period raised a hand. "What do you say?" The Warring States period symbolically solicited the opinions of the next 3 generals. The 3 generals thought about it and said, "No problem." Then Lin Tian and his party's bounty money was confirmed one after another. At this moment, the strongest ship of Lin Tian and his party was galloping towards the top of Upside Down Mountain. "Wow! So fast! Don't be fast!" Xiao Ba also pulled the edge of the boat and almost fell. "Yet! You fellow! You can obviously fly up smoothly. Why is it so dangerous?" Dina was also beaten. Lin Tian's strongest ship rides on the water at a very fast speed, and Lin Tian urges the fluttering fruit to maximize the strongest ship swiftly to the upside-down mountain, just like a suspended train. Nyakajao said to be a roller coaster. "Let's cooperate. The seeming danger in front of him is not dangerous." The seawater of the upside-down mountain flows backwards. The seawater from the south, east, northwest, northwestern, and southwestern countries will flow towards the Great Channel after entering the top of the upside-down mountain. The reason why it does not enter the Great Channel directly from the East China Sea is that the Great Channel is surrounded by windless belts. Unless he can fly like Lin Tian, it is impossible to directly enter the Great Channel. In other words, Lin Tian already has the ability to flutter fruit, and can directly control the ship to fly over the upside-down mountain to the end of the Great Channel. However, just when Lin Tiangang was thinking about opportunism, the system sent a warning: if the host wants to fly directly to the end of the Great Channel, then he can stay here forever. So scared, Lin Tian gave up this idea in an instant. "Boss, why is your complexion so bad?" Xiao Ba asked untimely. "Why?" Lin Tian shook his head quickly. "Or honestly complete the main task first." Lin Tian had no choice but to say. In a short while, Lin Tian and his party and the strongest ship reached the top of the mountain. Next. The roller coaster is about to start. Ah! Slow down. Wow! So exciting! Help! The uphill is so fast, let alone the downhill. The strongest ship was like a rocket under Lin Tian's control, rushing down the upside-down mountain at extreme speed. Rub! 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 It was the sound of breaking through the air. If it weren't for the hull of the ship, it would have collapsed long ago. Finally, the speed of Lin Tian and his party stabilized, and everyone opened their eyes one after another. That is. What is that? This, it looks like a wall. It turned out that Lin Tian and his party had already entered the Great Channel. It seems that this is Twin Capes. Lin Tian finally responded to everyone. "Lin Tian, you fellow. The speed is so fast. Everyone is going to be scared to death." Dina said as if after the disaster. "It's really exciting." Nyakajao is still unsatisfied. Looking at Xiao Ba again, he has fainted. This is a bit big for fun. Lin Tian touched his head, embarrassedly controlling the ship and carefully approaching the lighthouse at Twin Cape. At this time, the wall actually moved. Gaikia collection. The number of words is almost the same. It will be on the shelves soon. Please support. Continue to collect. Chapter 52, The Tower Guard at Gemini Cape, Gaikiu. Chapter 52, The Tower Guard at Gemini Cape, Gaikiu. Oh my! What a big wall! Xiao Ba was terrified. No one thought that after reaching the Great Channel, he would hit a wall head-on. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Look carefully, it's not a wall, it's a whale." Everyone then settled down and looked at it carefully for a long time. "Oh my god! Such a big whale! You have all caught up with the Shanghai Kings," Dina said in surprise. "This kind of whale is called an island whale, and it is very rare," Lin Tian introduced. "Then let's not bother him," Nyaji Gao said consolently. "Of course." Xiao Ba quickly agreed. Naturally, a group of people will not have trouble with this whale. But when everyone wanted to leave, unexpectedly this whale would suddenly open its mouth and swallow everyone in. Even Lin Tian didn't react for a while. The body of this whale is very big, and there is something special in its belly. No one would think that it was the belly of a whale. "What are we?" Dina looked around and asked suspiciously. "Yes, we are in the body of a whale." Lin Tian still smiled calmly. "What? Inside the whale's body?" Nyakajao also screamed. He naturally knew that they were not in any danger for the time being, but the sea water under the ship was beginning to corrode the wooden planks on the bottom of the ship. The sea water beneath this ship. Could it be the stomach acid of the whale? Xiao Ba reacted. "That's it. Then let the ship float." After saying that, Lin Tian controlled the fruit ability and let the strongest ship float. However, not far away at this time, a middle-aged uncle with flower-like hair was looking at the newspaper in the sun, and he was surprised to see Lin Tian's strongest account. The ability to make a boat float? Isn't this the ability of a golden lion? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian and said to himself. When Lin Tian saw this man, he naturally asked directly, "Are you Kurikas?" "Hey? Do you know me?" He looked at Lin Tian and his party. Kurikas then asked, "You three teenagers also have a murloc? How did you get here? Is it possible that you are lost?" Kurikas asked suspiciously. Who would deliberately get lost in this?" Gina murmured. Lin Tian also knew the true identity of the person in front of him, so he directly broke the road. "Kulokas, the ship doctor of the former pirate king Gordy Roger? Not long ago, I had a battle with Hawkeye my hawk. This is the scar left by him." Lin Tian said that he scarred himself. When it came out, Kurikas could see the depth of this swordsmanship at a glance. "Hey? What? You said you had a battle with my hawk? Look at this horrible sword wound. It doesn't seem to be fake. Is the strength to fight him? Unexpectedly that you look so young but so strong. Kurikas also looked at Lin Tian in amazement and praised him. "Oh? What's the matter with you?" Kurikas asked, "Could it be that I should avenge this sword?" Lin Tian shook his head and smiled, "It wasn't you who cut me off. I'm fine. I just want to discuss with you. I am a ship doctor, and not a combatant. How can I have that idle time? By the way, how did you get in? Could it be that Abu this guy swallowed it by mistake?" "Oh, yes, Rab is this whale." Kolokas added, but Lin Tian felt that the entire space began to vibrate before he could answer. "It's getting started." Kurikas looked around and said deeply. Lin Tian naturally knew that Abu the whale was starting to hit the Red Earth continent again. "Hurry up and drive the boat over and come with me." Kurikas led Lin Tian and his party to escape from Abu's body. Kurikas calmed down Abu the whale himself with a tranquilizer. "Lin Tiandeo, he hit the Red Earth continent so violently, even if you have been in it for medical treatment, it can't solve the fundamental problem. Old man, it looks so pitiful. Oh, Rab has been waiting for her partner for more than 40 years. His partners have fled the Great Channel, but after saying that, it does not accept this fact, so it will hit the Red Earth continent with its head every once in a while. I treated it in his body, but it was a temporary cure, not a permanent cure." Kurikas also said nothing, but at this moment Lin Tian heard the prompt of the system task again. "Hello host. New mission has been released. Task type, branch. Task level, D level. Task content, help the whale Rab stop hitting the Red Earth continent. Task reward, D level turntable draw once." Hearing this, Lin Tian already had a plan in his heart. "Old man Kurikas. Leave it to me next." After all, Lin Tian flew to the front of whale Abu for a month. Abu whale was given a tranquilizer and now he is much calmer. Iron. Lin Tian's body instantly became a lot harder. Armed color. Lin Tian's hands were already covered with armed color. And whale Abu was also curious about what this man wanted to do. "I saw Lin Tian hit the Red Earth continent with a single punch. The Red Earth continent is so strong that even if Lin Tian has a full-level Navy 6 style and a full-level armed color domineering, it is impossible to blow a punch. Mainland China." But Lin Tian did just that. Abu next to him was also dumbfounded. Abu is an island whale that has the ability to communicate with humans. It originally came from the West Sea. However, due to the danger of the Great Waterway, the human partners gave Abu to Kurikas and promised to return to Abu after 3 years. But decades later, Abu still hadn't waited for his partner. Kurikas told Abu the truth, but Abu still couldn't accept this fact, and rushed into the Red Earth continent angrily, trying to find his partner. But now it sees another human being using an extremely powerful body to shake the Red Earth continent as hard as itself. What's going on? If Abu was a human, he would definitely think so in his heart. Lin Tian attacked the Red Earth continent. Although the momentum was great and deafening, the Red Earth continent was not destroyed because of Lin Tian. "See it? Abu." Lin Tian finally stopped, and Abu stared at Lin Tian dumbfounded, finally wanting to hear what the person in front of him wanted to say. I'm stronger than you. But even like me, you can't beat this mountain after 100 years. What's more, it's you. Lin Tian said loudly. And Abu apparently started howling again. Seems to understand Lin Tian's words. Abu unexpectedly planned to use his body to crash into the Red Earth continent. You guy! Don't understand. Stop! Lin Tian is not Kurika's. At this time, he wanted to prevent Abu from hitting the Red Earth continent. Naturally, he had his own way. The second one will be sent. Everyone will continue to support. Click on the collection. Thank you. Chapter 53, Fruit Awakening System, for Harvest. Chapter 53 Fruit Awakening System, for Harvest. Lin Tian resorted to a flashy foot. Of course, Lin Tian didn't want to hurt Abu, but Lin Tian kicked Abu with a single kick. I said. You can't beat me at all. You can never crash the Red Earth continent. Think about it. Does your companion hope that when they see you, you have been killed here? Lin Tian's words awakened the dreamer. Oh no, it's waking up the whale in the dream. At this time, Abu obviously understood Lin Tian's meaning. If you keep hitting the Red Earth continent, not only, but if you can't destroy the Red Earth continent, you will still be injured. Then if those partners come back one day, wouldn't you not be able to see yourself? After understanding this problem, Abu finally calmed down. Kurikas nodded slightly when he saw this. This young man has a keen observation and a clever brain. Kurikas also praised Lin Tian secretly. Unexpectedly, this kid has just entered the Great Channel and can still possess such a powerful and domineering armed look. And so powerful. 6 styles of the Navy. It really is a hero out of a boy. Kurikas thought to himself, Roger. Is this boy the one you have been waiting for? Solving Abu's problem, Lin Tian also completed the task as expected. The reminder of the completion of the system task has also arrived. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the D-level side mission to prevent Abu the whale from hitting the Red Earth continent. Completed the S level. Increase the explosion rate of your treasured items. You have a D-level lottery draw once. May I ask whether it is a draw? The system asked in Lin Tian's mind, and Lin Tian naturally chose the lottery directly. Raffle. The raffle turntable began to spin non-stop, and finally the turntable stopped slowly. The pointer points to a line of small print. The words read, Devil Fruit Awakening Collection System. Congratulations to the host. You have received a special reward. The Devil Fruit Awakening Collection System has been activated. System. Explain. I have never drawn such a reward before. Lin Tian asked puzzledly. It was the first time he had drawn a special reward, and he wanted to know how special the special reward was. This Devil Fruit Awakening Collection System is a subsystem of this system. Its function is that the host who defeats the Devil Fruit ability will have the opportunity to collect awakening points. If the awakening point reaches a certain level, you can awaken your own demon fruit. Devil Fruit Tree, so you can have 3 devil fruits at the same time. With the Devil Fruit Awakening System, you can awaken the power of 3 devil fruits at the same time. If used properly, you can definitely get super powerful abilities you can't imagine. That's it. Oh my god! I didn't expect that I could get a subsystem after completing a D-level mission. Lin Tian obviously recognized his character. Every time he draws a lottery, he can draw unexpected prizes. If there are other traversers, they will definitely be jealous and hate till death. After completing the lottery, Lin Tian immediately received a reminder of the new task. Hello host. New task detected. Task type, main line. Task level, B level. Task content, make Nicole Robin join the host's pirate group. Task reward, B level lucky draw once. Task description, Nicole Robin is the only person in the world who can read the text of history. In order for the host to complete the follow-up tasks, Nicole Robin must be willing to become a partner, because this main task is extremely important and special. The host must complete the task. After the system released the task for Lin Tian, by the way, it explained the new main task in detail. The humanized explanation of the system immediately made Lin Tian unquestionable. Nicole Robin, based on the current time, it is estimated that she should have just joined the Baroque Job Club and be the vice president. She must be in Alabaston. Lin Tian has secretly made a decision. Lin Tian, you're so amazing. Let Abu calm down. Gina said happily when he looked at the comrade. Boss. It's the most powerful. Xiao Ba also said with a smile, completely without the panic just now. Big brother, since the whale has been quiet, we should have reached the Great Channel, and we should set off next. Nyakajao looked at the surrounding weather and also urged. Before Lin Tian spoke, Kurikas said, "Thank you. Young man. I will give you this thing next." What Kurikas took out was naturally a pointer to the Whiskey Peak. Great. With it, we won't get lost. Nyakajao naturally knew the object in front of him. Thank you, old man. Lin Tian also thanked Kurikas. Don't thank me. I guess I should thank you for Abu's affairs. Kulokas said and said goodbye to Lin Tian and his party. Lin Tian and his party also drove to the Whiskey Peak pointed by the pointer on their strongest number. Although it has just entered the first half of the Great Waterway, the terrible aspects of the Great Waterway are quickly revealed. Lin Tian and his party were driving in the sea normally, but suddenly the weather changed. There was heavy rain. After a while, it began to hail, then it began to thunder and lightning, and then it began to snow again. Not only the temperature is changing strangely, but even the ocean current is constantly changing. If there was no Nyakajao who had used the top navigation skill card, even if there were pointers, Lin Tian and his party would have lost their way a long time ago. At this time, Nyakajao kept directing everyone. Gina and Zioba both put down their swords and their own kitchen knives, and they also joined the big family of escorting ships. However, Lin Tian sometimes sailed and took the helm. Too busy, Lin Tian also anxiously awaited Nyakajao's instructions. At this time passed very slowly, and everyone was suffering. There are countless pirates who lost their lives on the Great Waterway due to changes in the weather. However, Lin Tian and his party survived after all. In the face of this kind of nature, even Lin Tian's strength against the sky hardly played any role. It's so thrilling. Xiao Ba said with lingering fear. However, the sky was clear at this time, and the islands not far away were clearly visible. It seems that we have finally reached the first island. Nyajiao said excitedly. Lin Tian finally let go of his tight nerves and heaved a sigh of relief. And the strongest ship that Lin Tian and his party drove slowly entered the river channel in the island, and there was a burst of cheering around. Ha! Welcome! Welcome to Cactus Island! Long live the pirate! Is this the Whiskey Peak? Gina looked at the scene in front of her and felt a little weird. And Lin Tian didn't open it up, but smiled and said, "Since they welcome us so much, so why are we embarrassed?" Xiao Bassian really said, "Yet. Since the boss said so. Let's not confess. People here seem to like pirates." Nyakajao also said in a puzzled way, "But where is the place to welcome pirates? Don't you think it's weird?" "Haha, it's okay, there is a boss, what are we afraid of?" Xiao Ba looked at Lin Tian and thought of his captain's amazing strength, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The recording pointer wants to record the magnetic force of this island. It seems that we must stay for a while. Nyokijao looked at the recording pointer and said to Lin Tian. "In that case, then let's go down." After all, Lin Tian and his party stopped the boat. Went on. Begging for collection. Coming soon. Asking for a wave of collections. The third one is delivered. Chapter 54, Battle against Baroque Walker, Seeking Receipt. Chapter 54 Battle against Baroque Walker, Seeking Receipt. I am the mayor of this cactus town, Ikarim. Pick up. Well. Next to welcome you. We decided to have a banquet. A middle-aged white man with curly hair said in a friendly tone, he said half-heartedly, and then he sang bel canto. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Tian naturally knew it well. Lin Tian and his party were treated as VIPs as soon as they got off the ship. But only Lin Tian saw countless tombstones on the cactus in the distance. The hospitable townspeople gave Nyakajeo all kinds of beautiful clothes, and Nyakajeo has never seen so many clothes, changing and wearing them constantly. Wow! So happy! I have never worn so many beautiful clothes. Nyaki Gao said excitedly. After changing clothes and eating a lot of desserts, Nyakajeo became sleepy and fell asleep directly. Gina and Lin Tian were crazy about being constantly drinking wine by the people around them. Handsome guy! Have another drink. Beauty! You too! You too! All the beauties around are advising Lin Tian to drink, but Lin Tian still knows well and doesn't guess. I did it! You are free! Lin Tian drank it boldly. Gina was a boy, and she just drank everyone on the table. One of the nuns persisted to the end. She and Gina continued to stand in a stalemate, but Gina's amount also came to an end, and Gina fell asleep and fell asleep. And Lin Tian also fell drunk too much. Octopus Zioba has always been a cook on board, and only cooks for others by himself. How can there be such a carefree self-eating time like today? He also ate frantically, until he was full of wine and food. Xiao Ba also fell down. After everyone fell, Ikarim revealed his purpose. Took them well. Move out all the money they have on board. Be careful. Don't kill them. The reward for killing them will be much less. Ikarim arranged that the townspeople also revealed their true identities. It turns out that all the islands are bounty hunters. The surface of the island welcomes pirates, but in fact they are robbing houses and then taking the pirates alive to the navy to offer a reward. Ikarim was given the title of Mr. 8 by the Baroque Work Society, and the nun beside him also revealed her true identity. It turns out that the true identity of the nun is Miss Monday. The task of the two of them here is to wait for the careless pirates to break in. That girl with blue hair is so good to drink. Miss complained on Monday, if I didn't just put something in her wine, I'm afraid it's me who fell down now. Miss. I asked you on Monday. Well. I asked you to find their reward. Have you found it? Ikarim asked. They are not in the past rewards, but the recent navy rewards are all here. Look for it. Miss directly gave all the rewards to Ikarim on Monday. Ikarim then checked them one by one. Isn't this the little blue-haired girl? Conductor Nyakajeo? She has a reward of 10 million baileys? This octopus man, a fellow named Xiao Ba? Has the reward reached 15 million? Look. We can make a good fortune this time. Miss saw Gina on Monday and said, this amazingly drunk female swordsman Gina? The reward is as high as 50 million baileys? Are you mistaken? Hey? 50 million baileys? Ikarim didn't believe it, but he was a little shocked when he saw 50 million baileys. Is the person we caught this time so strong? Ikarim couldn't believe it. Where is the grey-haired boy? Ikarim asked. He seems to be the captain, and the bounty won't be low, right? Or did the navy make a mistake? I haven't found it now. Miss did not find Lin Tian's reward after searching for a long time on Monday. This is the last one, Miss Monday, pointing to the last one and offering a reward. But when I saw this reward, both Miss Monday and Ikarim were shocked. Is something wrong? Am I wrong? Ikarim asked in disbelief. We can't read it wrong at the same time. This person is exactly the same as that grey-haired boy. He is Lin Tian, who is called the God of Death. It's definitely him. Bounty, the bounty is. The bounty is 300 million. The two were shocked and more incredulous. How is it possible? The Navy must have made a mistake. He doesn't look like a kid who can eat and drink. Where is there 300 million Cs? Look like a thief. You must be mistaken. Although I have never seen a pirate offering a reward of 300 million, it is definitely not the kid. Ikarim said. At that time, Crocodile's bounty was only 80 million, right? Ikarim was thinking about it and was pulled back to reality by a voice. Uncle. Is the reward in your hand me? Is it 300 million? Some less. Looking up, it turned out that it was Lin Tian who was standing under the moon and said bitterly. He didn't expect that his brilliant record could offer a reward of only 300 million. What Lin Tian didn't know was that there were only a handful of pirates who had initially offered a reward of 300 million. And it is definitely the recognition of the forces to get such a high reward just a few days after entering the Great Waterway. The reward offered by the Navy to Lin Tian is not high, and of course it is not low at present. Didn't you drink too much? Ikarim and Miss looked at Lin Tiandao in shock on Monday. Then the bounty hunter who took care of Lin Tian ran out in a hurry. Not good. That grey-haired boy seems to have run away. Ikarim, upon hearing the words, said, I already know it. Hey, I don't know why, I won't get drunk no matter how I drink it. Seeing you are impatient, I deliberately pretended to drink too much. Lin Tian's physique has long been extremely strong, and coupled with the fact that he has known that these people are not good for him, if he can still be stunned by others, it would be too funny. It turns out that you are pretending to be drunk. But you can't escape. After all, the surrounding hospitable townspeople took up their weapons and knives. Some have swords, some have guns and artillery. Grab him. Ikarim gave an order, and countless bounty hunters attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian also smiled when he saw this. When I see that I am not stunned, do I just do it? Take advantage of the large number of people. // Lin Tian didn't even pull out the knife. When dealing with these people in front of him, Lin Tian didn't bother to use the knife. With the scabbard directly, countless sword auras were shot out. Those sword auras actually cut down everyone one after another. Oh my god! How do you fight this? Too strong. Everyone was desperate at the moment they fell. Some of them were knocked down by Lin Tian before they even made a move, and some picked up a knife and smashed Lin Tian. The result was that his knife was rolled, but Lin Tian was fine. The person who fired the gun was the worst. He shot Lin Tian, and the bullet not only did not fall on Lin Tian, but instead bounced back to himself, and he fell directly after being shot. This man. Is it a monster? It's not a battle of magnitude at all. Ikarim and Miss were also preparing to join forces directly to attack Lin Tian on Monday. Today's fourth update will be delivered. It will be on the shelves soon, please collect it. Chapter 55, Princess Vivi's Revenge, Seeking Receipt. Chapter 55 Princess Vivi's Revenge, Seeking Receipt. Ikarim and Miss were ready to join forces to attack Lin Tian on Monday. I saw Lin Tian shook his head slightly and smiled. You two are simply too weak, I don't want to do anything with you. But the two still insisted on attacking Lin Tian. Ikarim shouted, saxophone. The saxophone in his hand fired a shotgun towards Lin Tian. On Monday, Miss was also ready to slam his fingers towards Lin Tian. I saw that Lin Tian stubbornly withstood these attacks without even hiding. Just when the two thought their attack worked, Lin Tian just moved his finger lightly and bounced Miss into the air on Monday. Then Lin Tian appeared beside Ikarim with a shave, and also popped his index finger out, popping Ikarim directly a few meters away. Falling to the ground cannot afford. Cough cough cough. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You defeated me with one finger. Miss fainted immediately on Monday. Seeing this, Ikarim also anxiously thought, I can't fall down so easily. I still have a mission I must complete. Lin Tian naturally understood the truth behind this, and did not make a big deal. But at this moment, a beautiful little girl didn't know where to run out, and helped Ikarim and said, "Ikarim, are you okay?" The girl is only about 10 years old, and her long light blue hair and big eyes are her biggest bright spots. How did you come out? Hurry up. Ikarim was also shocked when he saw this. He couldn't think that Princess Vivi had run out. Yes, the girl with light blue hair in front of me is Princess Vivi, the Princess of Alabaston. Hey? Are you Princess Vivi of Alabaston? Why are you here? Lin Tian couldn't figure it out. The plot timeline in the original book didn't seem to be like this. The pirate robbery incident caused by Clockdale should be 2 or 3 years ago in the original work, but now, Princess Vivi appeared here a few years in advance, which is obviously a little different from the original work. How did you guys know Wai Wei? Ikarim believes that he and Vivi hide their identities very well. How could this person tell the truth? But just when Ikarim wanted to say something, a voice came again. Do you think you are hiding well? Mr. 8. Ikarim went along and saw a man and a woman with dark eyes. You are Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. Ikarim hurriedly pointed at Lin Tian and said, he is our goal this time. But Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day did not move and said, Mr. 8, don't pretend. The task entrusted to us is to find the truth, and now the truth is found. After saying that, Ikarim was shocked and directly used his saxophone to attack Miss Valentine's Day. Miss Valentine directly avoided his attack, and jumped up and said indifferently, I am a light-hearted person with fruit ability, and I can control my weight at will. And Mr. 5 easily avoided Ikarim's attack and said, Mr. 8 did not expect you to betray the company. Then you go to die. After saying that, Mr. 5 dug out his nose and bombed Ika. Lime. Ikarim. Xiao Weiwei hurriedly hugged Ikarim, seeing that her nose was about to fall on the two of them. You people? How do you think I don't exist? Lin Tian instantly angered his sense of existence, and kicked both Ikarim away. Lin Tian didn't hurt the two of them, but saved them. And the location where Ikarim was just now, turned out to be an explosion because of a nose. Boom! The ground at that location was also cracked. Mr. 5 flaunted, I am a person with the ability to explode fruits. A burst of smoke dissipated, and the duo found that the two of Ikarim were unharmed, but fell to the ground, and their attention shifted to Lin Tian. Who are you? Mr. 5 asked. I am Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied. I don't know, it's just an unknown person. Miss Valentine's Day replied. Obviously the duo didn't pay attention to Lin Tian. Ikarim looked at Lin Tiandao eagerly, this little brother. Can you save us? She is the Princess of Alabaston, Princess Vivi, and only you can save us now. Unexpectedly, Ikarim, who had just fought hard just now, seemed to be a different person. Help? Of course help. Right now these people are capable of devil fruit. First rise to a wave. Anyway, the main task is also Nicole Robin, and confronting them should become inevitable. Lin Tian thought about it. Ikarim also said anxiously when he saw Lin Tian thinking, as much money as you want. Save us first. Lin Tian was speechless when he heard that, your kingdom is almost out of water to eat, where can I have money? But Lin Tian still reluctantly said, okay. Okay. Then Lin Tian looked at the Baroque duo. Haha. Are you going to be our enemy? Although I don't know you, I still need to remind you. We are a Baroque work agency. I am Mr. 5. I am Miss Valentine's Day. Lin Tian said speechlessly, what's so great about that? If you want to fight, just hit it. Looking for death. The two attacked Lin Tian directly. Miss Valentine jumped to the top of Lin Tian, making her body suddenly heavier, and then she pressed it down. Mr. Five picked up a disgusting nose and bounced at Lin Tian. Hurry up and end the battle. It's disgusting. Lin Tian was nauseous. Because the moves were too disgusting, Lin Tian directly chose the moon step and avoided it. What is speechless is that Miss Valentine fell directly to the ground. Although he could control his weight, he fell so high that he fainted. On the other hand, Mr. Five is an endless stream of disgusting means, his breath and booger detonated the vicinity one after another. It's disgusting. Let's end it. Lin Tian didn't even draw the sword, and directly spurred the ability of the fluttering fruit to smash down the wall he had touched, and immediately stunned Mr. Five. Lin Tian didn't care about the life and death of these people at all, so he didn't hurt the killer. Because of defeating them, Lin Tian's goal was achieved. Congratulations to the host. Defeat the 2 demon fruit abilities. Get 2 demon fruit awakening points. The first awakening requires 5 awakening points. The voice of the system reached Lin Tian's mind. Ikarim was shocked and speechless. Uncle? What's wrong with you? Lin Tian also called out, looking at Ikarim, who was dumbfounded. Ikarim shook his head and said, I'm sorry, you are so strong, I was stunned for a while. Lin Tian reminded, it's okay, normal. Ikarim looked at Vivi and suddenly reminded, what happened just now must have been seen by those 2 guys. It seems that you are also on the Baroque must-kill list. I'm sorry to drag you down. It's okay, didn't you say that I want to save you? What else do I need to do next? Lin Tian asked. Escort Princess Vivi to Alabaston. Please. Ikarim said. 5th. Seeking Collection. Chapter 56, Fruit Awakening Great Harvest, Seeking Harvest. Chapter 56 Fruit Awakening Great Harvest, Seeking Harvest. Ikarim begged Lin Tian, and Lin Tian agreed. Ikarim, in order to buy time for Lin Tian and his party, try to attract high-level agents who might be chasing Princess Vivi and Lin Tian, so he chose another route and set off. Lin Tian had enough to record the magnetic force of the pointer and did not waste time. He carried the drunk Gina to the boat, awakened Nyakajeo and Zioba, and took Princess Vivi with him. Lin Tian and his party left the Whiskey Peak. Following the direction indicated by the record pointer, Lin Tian and his team finally reached the island known as the Small Garden. Before landing on the island, Lin Tian and his party heard the horrible howling, which scared Princess Xiao Weiwei and Nyaji into fear. This is where they are the youngest. Don't be afraid. Gina comforted. Sister Gina, the little garden is called the Ancient Island. It is still in the dinosaur period. There are all kinds of beasts from different eras, and all kinds of mosquitoes with viruses, otherwise can't go down. Nyakajeo suggested. Princess Xiao Weiwei is also scared and can't say anything. I agree, it's too scary here, why don't we split up? Xiao Weiwei is the youngest, but what she said is straightforward. Oh? Where are Xiao Ba and Gu Yuna? Lin Tian asked the 2. In that case, I will protect them here. Gina also did her part. Here, only her strength, Lin Tian, can rest assured, if the soldiers are divided into 2 groups, it is best for Gina to stay. Then I will be with the boss. The boat is too boring, and I can go and see what better ingredients. After Xiao Ba was used the top cooking card, he also developed a keen interest in cooking. I heard there are prehistoric creatures here, which are also tickling. Okay. Lin Tian took over the magnetic pointer and disembarked with Xiao Ba to explore. And Guyana and her group stayed quietly on the boat, quietly waiting for Zioba and Lin Tian to return. As soon as Lin Tian and Xiao Ba walked not far away, they heard a rumbling sound not far away, followed by the violent earthquake of the earth. Lin Tian floated directly because of the floating fruits, and he saw a volcano erupting in the distance, and various flying creatures were frightened to fly to safety. When Lin Tian fell, Xiao Ba asked, "Boss, what's wrong? The volcano has erupted. I'm afraid those two guys are going to a duel again. And Lin Tian was talking about two giants from Elbaf, the green ghost Dongli and the red ghost Broki. Boss, who are those two guys? Xiao Ba asked. You'll know right away. Lin Tian just finished speaking. The earth began to vibrate like an earthquake. Let's go. Let's follow. Lin Tian was silent for a moment, and then went to look for the two giants with Xiao Ba. The reason why Lin Tian was silent was because the system had sent a new task in his mind. Hello host. New mission is open. Mission type, side mission. Mission level, sea level. Mission content: rescues two giants fighting in the little garden, and ends their 100-year battle. Mission reward, top medical skill card 1. After hearing the news of the mission announcement, Lin Tian became anxious. This seems to be a task, but it takes two small tasks to complete it. Lin Tian understands that to quell the war between giants, but why save the giants? It can only be said that the giant will soon be in crisis. Thinking of the two heroic giants in the original work being shamed by Baroque work, and the familiar plot, Lin Tian speeds up. The giant is so tall that Lin Tian can easily see it when flying, so Lin Tian hugged Xiao Ba and flew directly in the direction of the earthquake. Lin Tian's speed was very fast, but as soon as he arrived, he saw two giants lying down on the ground, dying. Lin Tian looked around and found a strange woman with yellow hair and a strange man with a 3 on her head smiling sinisterly. These two people should probably be from the Baroque work agency. One is Mr. 3, the other doesn't know each other, and it is probably his partner. Ouch! Who are you? Mr. 3 looked at Lin Tian and asked. How come there are other people on this island? Mr. 3, the yellow-haired woman asked. Miss April Fool's Day, I don't know if you ask me. That's why I asked him. Sorry, let me ask again. Who are you two? The woman codenamed Miss April Fool's Day asked again. Looking at the two enemies who seemed to be amused, Lin Tian was too lazy to reply. He didn't expect Xiao Ba next to him to respond inexplicably shy. Hey? Did you say me? My name is Xiao Ba. I like cooking. I like takoyaki. Lin Tian was directly speechless. If he hadn't understood Xiao Ba's character, he would have thought that Xiao Ba was controlled by someone else's devil fruit ability. This Mr. 3 is a person with the ability of wax and wax fruit. Lin Tian has not seen this Miss April Fool's Day, and she is not sure about her ability. What are you doing here? Xiao Ba asked rhetorically. What I didn't expect was that the woman codenamed Miss April Fool's Day also responded. These two giants offer a reward of 200 million Baileys in total. First come first served, don't grab it. Miss said on April Fool's Day. Lin Tian also spoke, so that's it, you two want to kill the two giants and get a bounty, so you used a tricky trick to trigger the two giants to kill each other. Now you are ready to take advantage of the fisherman's profit. You got it right. Mr. 3 confessed directly, just commit a major crime. Now I will send you to join them. After all, Mr. 3's hands turned into wax directly, and his ability to control his fruit was like Xiao Ba and Lin Tian attacked. Lin Tian flashed past easily. Xiao Ba shook it funny for a long time before regaining his footing. Brother Octopus. You can be my opponent. Miss said directly on April Fool's Day, and rushed directly to Zioba. Mr. 3 said directly, then you can let me cook. I have to go back to drink Darjeeling black tea after finishing your work. Since you use the power of fruit, I will also change my style of play today. Try my trick. God and Mighty Roll. Lin Tian's trick is the lion power Daijuan used by Golden Lion, but Lin Tian is not a Golden Lion, so he changed the name and style of this trick. As a result, there was a tremor around, and the surrounding soil was rolled up. The surrounding area should have formed a lion head to crush the opponent, but under Lin Tian's change, it has now become a godlike hand pinched to Mr. 3. The Golden Lion was once known as the strongest in the world. Lin Tian had hardly used the ability of floating fruits in battle. Lin Tian not only changed his name and moves this time, but the power of this move has also become much stronger. Lin Tian, who was extremely satisfied, nodded slightly. However, Mr. 3 was sadly reminded. Seeing the mighty attack, she was unwilling to use her strongest defense. Candle Champions Cup. Candle Wall. Even if you desperately put on heavy candle armor on your body, and desperately urge the fruit ability to turn into Candle Fortress after Candle Fortress, it can't slow down the speed of Lin Tian's move of the God and Mighty Scroll by half. Lin Tian's move without any hesitation, Mr3 was wrapped in an instant, and those so-called copper walls and iron walls were destroyed instantly. At the moment Mr. 3 broke the defense, he understood the gap between himself and the young man in front of him. My candle is harder than steel. So many layers of defense, can't even resist for a second. What a terrible fruit ability! What a terrible strength! What's more terrifying is his talent. Mr. 3 has gradually lost consciousness, not knowing whether it is alive or dead. The first one will be sent. By the way, please collect. Please flowers. Chapter 57, Giant Eastleigh broke, seeking receipt. Chapter 57 Giant Eastleigh broke, seeking receipt. Miss April Fool's Day is a person with the ability of bubble fruit. Even though Xiao Ba is a murloc, his strength is limited after all. After a stalemate with her for a long time, there is no result. Lin Tian solved Mr. 3 in an instant, and then cast his gaze here. Miss. On April Fool's Day, she was shocked when she saw that Lin Tian had solved her partner Mr. 3 in an instant. Who is he? It's really a mess. We don't have the strength to fight back at all. Miss April Fool's Day said to herself in shock. Don't worry. It's up to you next. Worried about the safety of the two giants, Lin Tian did not waste time, but rushed directly to Miss April Fool's Day. A shave appeared next to her instantly, and Lin Tian raised his hand with a punch. This punch is powerful. Miss did not dare to despise it on April Fool's Day. She fully urged her power of devil fruit. In an instant, a lot of bubbles appeared. However, those bubbles had almost no effect on Lin Tian, and Lin Tian had armed domineering attached to his fist at this time. Easily broke the defense, Lin Tian hit Miss April Fool's Day with one punch. And Miss April Fool's Day instantly fell to the ground and lost. Boss! You are so strong! Instantly kill two demon fruit capable people. But do you have pity and cherish Jade? Xiao Ba and Lin Tian have been staying for a while, and they are not surprised by Lin Tian's super strength. I'm being merciful, or they will just die, but I will train you if I have the opportunity. Lin Tianyan meant that Xiao Ba was too weak, but Xiao Ba did not hear the meaning, and said excitedly, okay. No problem. Congratulations to the host for defeating the demon fruit ability. The host has received the devil fruit awakening points reward. You still need to defeat a devil fruit ability to awaken the ability of the fluttering fruit. Please continue to work hard. The voice of the system came. Lin Tian was also very excited to hear that, as the devil fruit of the Golden Lion, the once strongest in the world, how strong will it be after awakening? Lin Tian is also very curious. But now the most important thing is to look at the situation of the two giants. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Tian walked over, the two giants stood up again desperately. For Albuff. When the two giants took up the weapons in their hands, they cut at each other. Lin Tian looked at it and shouted, "Stop!" But no one paid attention to Lin Tian's voice, and the Baroque duo had used a despicable method to turn the two into enemies. Lin Tiancan's persuasion had no effect. He directly waved the demon sword in his hand and cut out an extremely terrifying sword aura. Sword chi is not only extremely sharp, but also fast as lightning. In an instant, the sword energy slashed to the ground, and this position was exactly between the two giants. This sword energy directly cut open the ground of the small garden, dividing the island of the small garden into two. Xiao Bie was also stunned when he saw this, knowing that Lin Tian was strong, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to be so strong that he could slash the island with one sword. Hey! The two giants had cut at each other desperately, but now they are finally willing to stop. They looked at Lin Tian one after another. A grey-haired, heroic teenager was looking at them. The little garden hasn't been a guest for a long time. Qing Gui Dongli said excitedly as he looked at Lin Tian. Brokey the Red Ghost said, yes. When our battle is over, I will treat you well. After all, I want to fight again. Lin Tian directly stopped and said, you save the province. It's been 100 years. I can't tell the result. Is there any reason to fight now? If you want to fight, just hit me. I'm very strong. Who can beat me? No matter who wins. How is it? Lin Tian said. Think about it, the two giants have been fighting for 100 years. They have forgotten the reason for the duel, but they are used to the eruption of the volcano. In order to completely separate the winners and losers, the two giants finally agreed to this proposal. Although the two giants are huge, can they compare with Lin Tian? Lin Tian had to surpass them in all aspects. Lin Tian directly crushed the two giants on strength, neither of them surpassed Lin Tian. Lin Tian said, since you are the fighters of Albuff, you must all have the glory of a fighter. If you all lose, let's become stronger together. Stop this meaningless struggle. Work hard. One day in the future can beat me. Lin Tian's words were precisely on the heart of the two giants. Elbaf advocates the strong. Simply put, when you don't know who is right and who is wrong, which side is stronger and whose words are said to be counted. Lin Tian proved his strength with his fists, and the two giants also obeyed Lin Tianyan. After finally quelling the fight between the two, Lin Tian suddenly thought that the magnetism here needs to be recorded for a year. He could not wait here for a year, but the two giants only had a permanent pointer to Elbaf. Even if Lin Tian can fly, the sea is so vast that he can't fly blindly. If he does that, he doesn't know when he will reach the next island. Lin Tian couldn't help but looked at Mr. 3 and Miss April Fool's Day. Neither of these two people Lin Tian had a killer. Miss had woke up on April Fool's Day, and saw Lin Tianzhang looking at him, and she was so frightened. She woke up a while ago. She wanted to slip away while Lin Tian didn't pay attention, but she never had a chance, but when she saw Lin Tian cut it down, the small garden was chopped in half, and she was so scared that she quickly gave up and slipped away. Thought, just pretend to be dead and not be discovered by Lin Tian. As a result, by a special coincidence, Lin Tian looked directly at Miss April Fool's Day, which happened to be exposed. Lin Tian looked at Miss April Fool's Day, she felt bad, just listened to Lin Tian. You should have a pointer to record the magnetism here. Yes. We have access to the next island. Miss had to admit it on April Fool's Day. Taking the record pointer of the Baroque duo, Lin Tian kindly gave his record pointer to Mr. 3 and Miss April Fool's Day, but the magnetic force needs to be stored for 1 year. The two senior agents also completely gave up on the giant under the warning of Lin Tian. Lin Tian bid farewell to the two giants, and flew towards the strongest with Xiao Bie. However, after boarding the strongest number, Lin Tian not only saw Gina, Nyakajao, Xiao Weiwei and others. He also saw a person whom he had never expected, and Lin Tian suddenly faced an enemy. The hand has been placed on the handle of the knife, ready to be out of the sheath. The person in front of me has a golden punk head with a dagger on his waist and chest. There are pirate tattoos on it. Lin Tian is familiar with this tattoo, the Whitebeard pirates. The identity of the person in front of him is ready to be revealed. Phoenix? Marco. The second one is sent. Please collect. Please flowers. Chapter 58, Baybeard wants to be your father, please accept. Chapter 58 Baybeard wants to be your father, please accept. You are the Phoenix Marco. Lin Tian saw this familiar character as if he was facing an enemy. There was also 1,000 waves in my heart. Why did Marco appear here? Shouldn't it be in the New World in the second half of the Great Channel? Lin Tian thought about it and found that he couldn't figure it out. And Lin Tian put his hand on the handle of the knife and was ready to fight at any time. When Gu Yuna saw this, she said, "Lin Tian, don't worry. He is not an enemy." Hearing Gina's words, it seemed that Marco was not disadvantaged by his friends, and Lin Tian released the knife in his hand. Marco then looked at Lin Tiandao. "Hello. It's Lin Tian. Unexpectedly you have heard of me." The captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, the Phoenix, is famous. Lin Tian could see that Marco did not have any hostility and also let go of the knife in his hand. Marco is a person who possesses the abilities of animal series, phantom beast species, bird fruit, and phoenix form that are more precious than nature. The strength is also veritable number 2 in the Whitebeard Pirates. As a strong vice level, Marco's bounty is conservatively estimated to be 1 billion. At the same time, Marco is also looking closely at Lin Tian. The person in front of him, with grey hair and black pupils, and a lean body, looked like a master of physical skills. With 2 exquisite knives, it can be seen that the boy in front of him is a strong swordsman. Coupled with the excellent appearance and unique temperament, Marco recognized Lin Tian at a glance. "I don't know what the Phoenix Marco is doing here. Is it possible that he came to me?" Lin Tian asked. Unexpectedly, just like Lin Tian asked casually, Marco directly replied, "Yes, this time I came to Paradise and was instructed by the Whitebeard Father. I came here to find you, I hope you can join the Whitebeard Pirates." Marco invited. Although Lin Tian remained calm on the surface, he was taken aback in his heart. Seeing Marco's sincere appearance, he felt that he shouldn't have come here on purpose to find him happy. If he is willing to travel from the New World to Paradise, he must be sincerely invited, but Lin Tian was surprised, he didn't expect the Whitebeard Pirates to invite him. Lin Tian appeared indifferent, but the surrounding companions were all shocked. Whitebeard Pirates? One of the 4 kings of the New World? Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, actually sent a team captain Marco to invite our captain to join. Zioba heard this. Things were also stunned. He naturally knew that Murloc Island was now under the protection of Whitebeard. Although Gina didn't know Marco, the name of the 4 Whitebeards was in the sea, and she was also surprised when Marco invited Lin Tian. Nyakajao and Princess Xiao Weiwei have absolutely no idea about this, but looking at the expressions of others, you know that the Whitebeard is a super powerful pirate group. It doesn't matter, give you plenty of time to consider, don't rush to reply. Marco felt that Lin Tian still hoped to agree to him. After all, this is the invitation of the 4 emperors. And it was the personal invitation of the Whitebeard who was called the strongest man among the 4 emperors. Marco originally wondered why the old man would like a boy so much, but when he saw Lin Tian, Marco also put away his contempt. After all, in terms of personal feelings, Lin Tian gave him a very good feeling. In addition to unfathomable strength, Lin Tian gave him the feeling that his anger were invisible, and his breath was completely restrained. From his actions just now, Marco also saw that Lin Tian valued his companions. As a person who can defeat 3 lieutenant generals alone, and be able to defeat the world's strongest swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, and also defeat the once world's strongest golden lion, he is not only not arrogant or impetuous, but also calm and wise. Marco felt admired. Looking at Lin Tian's appearance in his teens, it can be seen that his potential is huge, such a talented person, and a slightly far-sighted person who doesn't want to earn his income. Lin Tian said that thinking about it was actually to give Marco and Baybeard face. He came through, and he came with the system. In the future, he is unwilling to be left behind. He is destined to not stay honestly in other people's pirates if he wants to complete the tasks assigned to him by the system. Therefore, Lin Tian decisively rejected Marco after pretending to consider it. Sorry. Brother Marco. I have something I must accomplish, so I can't join the Whitebeard pirates. Marco was not discouraged, and then he slapped his head and said, "Oh! I forgot to say. The old man said if you want to join, you will be promoted directly to the captain." Lin Tian was still unmoved and called out in his heart, "You just let me be the captain, and I can't be the captain." But on the surface, he struggled again. "Sorry, I have something to do, so there is no way to join the Whitebeard pirates." Marco was not in a hurry, and then said, "It doesn't matter, when brother Lin Tian wants to join, the Whitebeard pirates will welcome you at any time." Xiao Bia and Gu Yuna were surprised when they were listening. Whitebeard actually wants the boss to be the captain. The boss refused. Xiao Bia was shocked and speechless. This guy? Really? Although Gu Yuna was surprised, she still recognized Lin Tian's choice in her heart. After all, the ocean is wide by the fish, the sky is high and the birds fly, and the strength is the master, why should you send it under the fence? Lin Tian looked at Marco and immediately said apologetically, "I rejected you, what are your plans next?" Marco smiled, "It doesn't matter, our Whitebeard pirates will not force others to do things. I have nothing to do for the time being, if you don't mind, I will walk with you temporarily," Marco said directly. Thinking of Marco's frequent goodwill, coupled with the reputation of Whitebeard, Lin Tian agreed to go with Marco. With Marco, the safety of his partners is also guaranteed. Lin Tian Xiao Ba Marco boarded the strongest ship one after another, and everyone took the strongest ship and drove to the next place indicated by the magnetic force. The next place is Drum Island. During the journey, Marco had been shocked several times. Marco first saw Nyaki Gao's invincible sailing skills that could see the weather changes at a glance, and he also ate the best food made by Xiao Ba that made him doubt his life. Marco suddenly had a kind of wanting to join Lin Tian and his party. Of course, I just think about it. A few days later, Lin Tian and his party finally arrived at Magnetic Drum Island, which is a winter island. The temperature is quite low and the cabin is not much better. In order to store the magnetic force, Lin Tian and his team changed their thick clothes and walked off the boat. The third one is sent. Please collect. Chapter 59, Drum Island abuses Valbo, seeking receipt. Chapter 59 Drum Island abuses Valbo, seeking receipt. Lin Tian and his party felt the cold as soon as they entered Magnetic Drum Island. Before landing on Magnetic Drum Island, I saw the thick white snow around it. Before Lin Tian and his party got out of the cabin, they were surrounded. Everyone picked up the muskets in their hands and divided them and gave Lin Tian and his group a pass. "You pirates! Get out of our home! Lin Tian Dao, we are not malicious, we just store magnetism to reach the next island. Get out! If you don't get out, we will blow your ship!" Everyone threatened, and launched an attack on Lin Tian. Lin Tian used iron blocks to shoot down the bullets with his body. Lin Tian couldn't bear the matter at this point, and now he was surrounded by Icelanders as soon as he arrived at Magnetic Drum Island. He was beaten with bullets by others before he even started, making Lin Tian feel a little angry. Marco also saw the people around him, and he also said directly, "Are you all sick? I'm a doctor, if you don't mind. I'll treat everyone." "Are you really a doctor? Isn't it the trick of the despicable pirate?" The residents of the island obviously still don't quite believe the pirates in front of them. Nyakajao and Princess Vivi spoke, "Hello everyone. Please believe us. We have no intentions." Seeing two such lovely girls, everyone reluctantly believed. Marco is the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. After the inflammation of the undead, Marco quickly healed the surrounding Icelanders. In the end, the Icelanders finally allowed Lin Tian and his party to land on the island. After landing on the island, Lin Tianbian learned that the world was not peaceful recently, and all the doctors on the island were driven away by the original King Valbo, and the rest could only serve him. Known as the Drum Kingdom, a major medical country, there are only 2 doctors left on the island. One is a witch who lives in a castle on the mountain. Dr. Dolier Doctor. The other is Floym in the royal medical room of the Drum Kingdom. As a royal doctor, Floym never served him again because of Valbo's policies, but he violated the law and personally treated the residents of the island. So Valbo killed Floym. No one dared to treat civilians anymore. And his son was forced to join the court physician team to serve Valbo. There was only a quack named Shaluk who treated everyone for reasons, but because of mediocre medical skills, many people died. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this doctor named Shaluruk, I must have been with Chopper now. Not surprisingly, Shaluruk would die within 1 or 2 years at the latest, and Chopper would go and learn medical skills with Dr. Dory until he went to sea with Lu Fei. Freud? Who is this? It didn't appear in the original work. Lin Tian heard the prompt of the task just after thinking about this question. Hello host. Freud is extremely in line with the standards of the ship doctor. The new side mission has been opened. Mission level, C. Mission content, rescue Freud and invite Freud to join the host pirate group. Mission rewards, sea level lottery draw once. Hearing that the system released the task again, Lin Tian naturally became more concerned about Freud. Lin Tian asked specifically, who is this Freud? Freud is the son of Freud. His father was killed, but he was forced to serve his father and his enemies. Well, it's too miserable. Everyone is a little sad, and it can be seen that the Floym family are also recognized here. Where is the castle? Lin Tian asked. There. The townspeople didn't think so much, and pointed in the direction of the castle. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian looked at everyone and said, everyone, wait for a while, I will solve this tyrant and save Freud. You are going to trouble with Valbo? Don't. He is a demon fruit ability. Marco directly stopped everyone's persuasion, you can rest assured. Do you need me to go with you? Marco asked. No, you can help me protect everyone. I will come as soon as I go. Big brother, be careful. Lin Tian, pay attention to safety. Boss, be careful. Come back early. After that, Lin Tian's ability to directly spur the fluttering fruit flew towards the castle in an instant. In the castle, a red-haired boy looked at a photo and wept. This red-haired boy is Freud, whose father was killed by Valbo the other day. Father! I want to avenge you. Freud wiped away his tears, took the scalpel, and went to assassinate Valbo. Valbo was eating out in the palace. Freud, taking advantage of Valbo's carelessness, stabbed him. However, the knife was short, but Valbo was okay. You guy? You dare to attack me? Fortunately, the attack power is too weak. Valbo began to laugh again. Hey aha, since you choose to kill yourself, then I will send you on the road. After saying this, Valbo opened his mouth, trying to swallow Freud. Shut up. Lin Tian arrived in time. Who are you? How dare to break into the palace? Valbo was furious, watch me swallow you. Freud saw that he was about to die, only to see a man rescue him. Don't die for me. Run. Freud urged Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian smiled. Armed color. Lin Tian instantly covered the armed color, and when Valbo was about to swallow him, Lin Tian knocked him away with a punch. Freud was surprised that he couldn't shut his mouth when he saw the scene before him. He actually knocked off Valbo. Go and kill him. Go. The surrounding guards attacked Lin Tian one after another. Lin Tian didn't care at all. Directly a god and majestic role. He lifted up countless surrounding land, incarnate into a huge palm, crushing all the court guards in the soil. Defeated Valbo with one punch. Destroy Valbo's officers and guards in one move. Freud looked at the person in front of him and finally spoke, are you? Hello. My name is Lin Tian. Are you interested in becoming my ship doctor? Lin Tian asked. After thinking that he had nothing to miss on this island, Freud also thought about it and said, I do. Congratulations to the host. Complete the sea-level mission. Get a chance to win a sea-level turntable lottery. May I start the lottery? Raffle. Lin Tian said directly. The familiar turntable began to rotate, and after a while the Kung Fu turntable finally stopped slowly. Seeing the line of words pointed to by the pointer, Lin Tian was particularly happy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level item. Devil Fruit Healing Fruit. You can use it by yourself or for your companions. Seeing that only he could see the devil fruit in front of him, Lin Tian thought for a while, then looked at the red-haired boy next to him. Lin Tian decided to use it directly for this Freud. For Freud. The top medical card. Let him use it too. Used successfully. As soon as the system's voice fell, Freud covered his head. Freud felt a large amount of unheard medical knowledge passed into his mind. At the same time, he also felt that he had obtained a kind of magical devil fruit. Power. Don't be afraid. Give you a gift when you meet for the first time. This is the healing fruit that all doctors dream of. Lin Tian said. Fourth more scent, for collection. Chapter 60, Marco the Phoenix, please collect it. Chapter 60 Marco the Phoenix, please collect it. Freud not only gained the ability to heal fruits, but also gained amazing medical skills. At this time, Lin Tian gained a new companion, Freud. Of course his role on the ship is a ship doctor. Lin Tian already has the world's top navigator, top chef, and now has the world's top marine doctor. Now a small team has been formally formed. Defeating Walbo, the ability to swallow fruits, Lin Tian's devil fruit awakening point just reached 5, and Lin Tian directly chose to awaken his fluttering fruit ability. System, help me wake up. Congratulations to the host. The first stage of the ability of fluttering fruit has been successfully awakened. You can experience the specific abilities by yourself. If you want to proceed to the next awakening, you can continue to defeat those with the devil fruit ability. After receiving the system's reminder, Lin Tian's psychology was also unusually excited. This time, the trip to Drum Island was indeed not in vain. Lin Tian took Freud back to the original village, and everyone was relieved when they saw Lin Tian's safe return. It was also quite surprised to see the people around Freud. Finally, under Lin Tian's explanation, everyone knew that Freud had joined Lin Tian's team. The magnetic force of the recording pointer is almost stored. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Marco suddenly said to Lin Tian, Daddy specially ordered that, whether you join or not, I have to discuss it with you. If you click until you finish, do you want to? If you don't want or are afraid, of course I won't force you. Marco then laughed, asking Lin Tian. Lin Tian also responded without fear, why don't you dare? This island is a very good battlefield. Why don't we go to a place with few people and have a discussion? How about? Lin Tian invited. Just do what you said. Marco also agreed with the atmosphere. Lin Tian greeted him and walked to a deserted snowfield with Marco. At this time, the atmosphere of the two suddenly became a little different. This is a great venue, let's give it a go. Marco suddenly said. At the same time, a cyan flame appeared all over his body. Lin Tian also replied, I can't ask for it. Come. Marco sprinted as fast as lightning. Lin Tian knew that Marco could be tied with the general, and he did not dare to underestimate it. Lin Tian pulled out the village leader directly and slashed towards Marco. Unexpectedly, Marco's foot was already kicking towards Lin Tian. Boom! Lin Tian had to block Marco's flying kick with the village zhang in his hand. Domineering. Marco immediately covered the armed color and turned his leg to attack Lin Tian. Iron block. Lin Tian also used iron blocks, and his whole body's defensive power increased a lot. I didn't expect you to be in 6 forms. Marco immediately flew directly through the cyan wings behind him. Marco's single-handed combat ability is very strong. Not only can he heal his own injuries with Resurrection Kinjian, he can also fight in the air. But Lin Tian has the ability to flutter fruit. Of course it can also fly. Cut. Although Lin Tian is playing low and high, he still doesn't let the wind fall. The attack of you and me is like a fight between gods in the eyes of outsiders. Lin Tian tried his best. After probably adapting to Marco's attacking method, he could clearly feel Marco's release, so he said directly, "Marco, take it seriously. Let's not test each other, just be a bit more serious." Haha. Little brother Lin Tian is so anxious. Okay. Eat me. Resurrect Kinjian. Marco's attack arrived in an instant, and Lin Tian also fully urged his armed domineering. Bang! Marco's attack finally reached Lin Tian, and the surrounding areas centered on the two were filled with powerful waves. The heavy snow started to fall and fell on Lin Tian. But Lin Tian's body was covered with armed domineering. Marco's big move obviously did not cause Lin Tian any harm. When Marco saw this scene, he exclaimed, "Oh! I thought that my father looked at you high, but now it seems that you can be among the best in the world with your strength and your cultivation. Right. Although my undead green inflammation can heal me, I will not think that I am okay if you are attacked by your armed color beyond the limit. But I am still very curious, how many endless methods do you have? I heard that you still snatched the ability of the golden lion's fluttering fruit? Can I see it?" Marco suggested. It was also the ability to motivate his own phoenix fruit, ready to accept Lin Tian's attack. "Since I'm all here, I can't hide it. If you can resist this trick, you will be considered the top powerhouse in the world," Lin Tian said, and decided to activate the ability of Piao Piao fruit. The power of Piao Piao fruit had just awakened, and even the golden lion hadn't reached the realm. Lin Tian had arrived, and Lin Tian wanted to see the power of his fruit even more. "So that's it." Lin Tian urged the fluttering fruit, and he already understood the power after awakening. In the original, the object must be touched to lighten the object and make it float. However, without touching the object now, Lin Tian can also directly reduce the gravitational force of objects within a certain range around him. "I'm ready." "Come on." Marco is already ready to resist Lin Tian's move. But Lin Tian shouted, "Shenwei Yishuo Daijuan." The blizzard and the snow on the ground formed a huge palm, which hit Marco. Marco also fully urged his fruit abilities, covering his entire body with armed domineering, trying to resist Lin Tian's move. After awakening, Lin Tian directly affected the gravity within a certain range around him, so snow and blizzards were more easily controlled by Lin Tian. A huge palm struck Marco like an avalanche. "This, the devil fruit has awakened? This kid seems to have surpassed the golden lion. Is this the power of the gods?" Marco was slightly lost, but still forced himself to concentrate. Goshokimeki finally flooded Marco. The surroundings have also changed from noisy to calm. "Congratulations to the host. Defeated Marco. Because the fruit is special. You got 3 awakening points and you need 7 points for the next stage of fruit awakening." The voice of the system came, and Lin Tian knew that Marco did not guard his moves. After waiting for a few minutes, there was movement in the snow, and Lin Tian spurred the fruit to move the snow away. Then I saw Marco in the pothole. At this time, Marco was exhausted, embarrassed, and his whole body was wounded. After seeing Lin Tian, he smiled helplessly, "Little brother Lin Tian. You are like a monster. Fortunately, there is a pothole here. Otherwise, I would be killed by you. 5th more cent. Please collect. Thanks for the monthly pass of AS70129. Thank you for your monthly pass support. I will continue to work hard. Thanks for the monthly pass of 1342-808-8096. Thanks for the monthly pass. Thanks for your encouragement.